Damn, I've been talking like an idiot this whole time. God damn. What's going on, gentlemen? What is going on? This is Sir Yeetus, and I'm here with episode 76 of Sir Yeetus' Thoughts, okay? I made this live stream today because I thought it was going to be a chill day, just chilling like a villain, until I watched Hammer Hand's live stream, right? And that piqued my uh curiosity because he was talking about a certain PUA. I saw this guy once or twice before, but Hammerhand, he decided to do a live stream collaborating with Undead Chronic to speak on this guy. And it led me to create a live stream so I can say my piece about coaches and PUAs. And then with the situation that Undead Chronic had with the little debate that he had yesterday, oh, it was funny. Oh, I loved it. That definitely explained it to perfection on why I have something against coaches and PUAs, because in my opinion, they're the ones that make all red pillars look bad. That makes the Manosphere look bad in general. Because they don't practice what they preach. They're the epitome of grifters. I'm definitely going to explain it a bit. But let me look at this comments right quick. This is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be a good one. Yeah, I saw Undercrowd has already visited. I'm sure he'll be back. But the crazy part is when it comes to PUAs and coaches, right? If you're going to be in the Manosphere explaining what a man should do in order to keep himself safe, self-preservation in today's dating market, want a man to be the best version of himself. Why do you need to hide behind a bunch of paywalls? Why do you need to regurgitate the same advice over and over and over again? You just change up a few words. Why will you give the most ridiculous advice to these gullible young men, or gullible men in general? I wouldn't say gullible, but men that are insecure, trying to look for some help, trying to look for some male guidance. And you know that there are a lot of vulnerable men out there just trying to look for some answers on why their relationship situation is not working out. Why is she treating me this way when all my life I was told to treat her like a queen? What's wrong? What am I doing wrong? What is missing? Okay. Luckily, guys like me, Under Chronic, Ribby, the Warband in general, we won't hesitate to tell you the truth. Okay? And we don't need to hide behind a bunch of paywalls in order to do that. Also, we practice what we preach. There's a big reason why we tell you men, hey, you should not be doing this, you should not be doing that, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. Like eating right and working out. Like not putting a ring on a woman that you just met a week ago, and now half your assets are gone. Your life is ruined. Why these coaches and these PUAs do that? Is because they're not really focused on making men better. They're not really focusing on making men the best version of themselves, giving them the best male advice that they can get, the best wisdom in order to navigate through this new dating market. They only focus on your wallets. That's it. In my opinion, these coaches and PUAs are no different than the Twitch thoughts. I repeat, these coaches and PUAs, in my opinion, are no different than these Twitch thoughts. Okay, they want to have their own simps too. These quote unquote alphas, these big old coaches, these great macho pickup artists, so they can have the resources for themselves, right? They want you to stop giving money to the chick with the big honkers online, but in turn, they want you to give your money to themselves. They want you to stop simping for one person. They want you to simp for these quote unquote alpha males, which is pretty fucked up, in my opinion. Taking advantage of somebody, taking advantage of somebody's resources. I've seen the websites. Oh, if you want to know the 10 secrets of how to be macho masculine, if you want to know the 100 ways you can get laid, pay for this $2,000 course. Yeah. Pay for $2,000 a month, and you will get the best advice that you will ever have in your life. But then, when these unfortunate souls do pay for these quote unquote courses, it's some regurgitated bullshit. Like, just be confident, bro. Just be confident. Just code approach it, bro. Just walk up, code. Just walk up. Just walk up and tell her I want to fuck. Yeah, that's all you need to do. But if you want to know more information, you need to pay an additional $1,000 a month so you can get the ultra secret advice. Damn. But I don't have that type of money. Do you want to be alpha or not? Okay. Let me just go into my life savings. Give you that money. See, it's one thing if you're just doing this as a business. If you're doing this as a business, do it as a business. But the audacity of these coaches and these PUAs saying that they're here for men, they're here to make men better, yet they literally give echo chamber advice that they watch one or two red pill videos and then incorporate it into their own little, yeah, I'm alpha as well. Yeah, I'm big alpha. Look at me. I slept with 3,000 women. Look how alpha I am. So alpha. Yeah, I got multiple STDs as well. Oh, I'm so alpha. Yeah, I heard about that John Anthony crazy shit. And I got multiple criminal records. Yeah. Records that I don't want the public to know, but I'm still alpha. How dare you? How dare you call my girlfriend for the streets? How dare you call my girlfriend low value, even though she's one of my main chicks of the 40, 50 different other chicks I'm going out with at the same time? How dare you tell one of my main chicks, no hymen, no diamond? That's how they sound, right? But when these coaches that proclaim to be all masculine, to be all um, alpha and all that crazy stuff, turns around that when information gets taken, or somebody from the past comes in and say, hey, they're not as alpha as they say they are, they're not masculine at all. The biggest example is Cuck Murphy. Cuck Murphy is the biggest example of them proclaiming that they're one thing and then they turn around and they're the exact opposite. Okay, they are not practicing what they're preaching. They're just whispering sweet nothings to these vulnerable men in order for them to open up their wallets for a ridiculous fucking price for some mediocre advice. How could I not have something against these PUAs and coaches in the Manosphere? That's why the Manosphere already developed a horrible reputation as it is already. I'm not saying there isn't no good content creators in the Manosphere, but the bad ones that are in there are ruining for everybody else. Because when they think of Manosphere now, they're going to look at Cuck Murphy shoving shit up his ass. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or Fed and Simp saying that, oh, you need to take her soul, bro. You need to take her soul. They always bring on some average Miami bitches, right? Probably already drunk or high. And turns out that they're buying Puniti online. Or this John Anthony guy that just loves to brag, yeah, I'm so alpha because I'm getting 1,500 different pussy. Okay, but that's it. Like you just sleeping with a bunch of random women. Good for you. Shit, anybody can get it down there in Brazil. Anybody can get it down there in Colombia. Anybody can get it in second or third world countries. Hell, a dollar can go very far down there. Like women do need those resources. I don't like these type of people. I don't like this type of people because they're no different, once again, than these Twitch thoughts taking advantage of vulnerable men in order for them to open up their wallets. Hell, at times they're not even hiding it anymore. The Twitch thoughts, right? They just say, "Oh, donate to me, goddammit. Donate me the money. Donate, give me your money. I don't give a fuck about you. Donate to me now." Yeah, literally. Online, just demanding money. And that's where the Warband comes in, right? You guys never hear the Warband proclaiming that, oh, we're so alpha. Ooh, yeah. Oh, we are so macho and masculine. You don't hear us saying that every fucking 5 minutes. Okay? You don't see the Warband saying, oh, if you don't give me enough likes, oh, if you don't donate me enough money, I am going to stop the whole show. And we're going to just chill our asses off until you give us enough money or enough likes. I am going to play the most annoying sound ever until you give me what I want. That sounds very, very disingenuous, does it? That sounds very disingenuous. It doesn't sound like that you have a man's best interest at heart. You're just after their wallets. Not once you hear the Warband doing that. Okay? If you want to donate because you are impressed by our product, you're impressed about of our content, that's awesome. That's awesome if you choose to donate based on what you see on our content. But not once you hear the Warband say, oh, you don't want to give us enough money, huh? You don't give us enough likes? Okay, the show is over until you give me enough likes, enough money, and this and that. Oh, make sure you buy my book. Make sure you buy my 2, 3, 4 books. The same information that I've been giving to you over and over again. But for you to buy my books, you guys need to go over to my Patreon in order to get the information to get my book. Yeah, not once you hear the Warband doing that. But the Warband do have men's best interests in mind, okay? It is just up to you as men if you're willing to accept the information or not. And this information is all free. All free. No paywalls, no Patreons, no fucking crazy websites that you have to pay to get our information. That's what makes the Warband different than the rest of these grifters. Okay? Like, are you serious? How can the Warband not have something against these red pill coaches and PUAs? Because if you're a con man, go ahead, be a con man. A con man is pretty much no different than a businessman, depending on where you want to put on the spectrum. But the audacity of these very same men proclaiming that they're for men, but make men pay out their life savings in order to get some bullshit advice that leads them to nowhere. That's something that I can't tolerate. Not gonna fly. How are you gonna also on top of that? How are you gonna talk shit about the very same men that gives you a platform in the first place? That's a big thing that annoys me. Big thing that annoys me. Which why I say once again, these PUA and coaches are no different than these Twitch thoughts. Because Twitch thoughts, they talk shit about the very same men that keeps their lights on. Okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh, hitting on a girl doesn't take skill. Yeah, sure. It takes some game, but it's not $2,000 game. Why should somebody pay $2,000 just to have a normal conversation with a woman? Why? That's a piece of shit move for you to do to a man that has questions about relationships and what's going on with him as a man, etc. Why will you make him pay thousands of dollars? Why would you even make him pay hundreds of dollars? Why will you even make him pay fucking $10? This Warband message is for everybody to see, no matter what man sees it. Hell, fuck it. There's females that watch our shit. This advice is a betterment for men to better themselves and keep themselves safe in this new dangerous dating market. Yes, dangerous. Because at this point in 2022, it really doesn't matter if you're Chad and Tyrone. Because if a woman wanted to, she can destroy your life. It doesn't matter how big or how average you are. If you're a celebrity or a normal man, a woman can ruin you in today's dating market. And I only mention a few people in the Manosphere that grips like a motherfucker. Okay. No way in fucking hell that I am going to force people to pay for advice, because that is disingenuous, and that literally shows that you are not here for men. You are not here to actually discuss male issues. And do you really see the Warband regurgitating the exact same information over and over and over again? Hell, look at my live streams. Do you guys ever see me try to talk about the same shit over and over? No, because at least within the Warband, or any man that is listening to my channel, I want all you guys to be able to come here and participate with just between us men to talk about male issues, because where else can we talk about it? Where else are men safe to talk about these things? Okay. The gentlemen clubs are gone. The bars are overtaken by middle-aged 304s. The barbershops are overtaken by single mothers taking their young boys to get their haircuts. What's it called? These men that are fortunately in a relationship or married, they can't even talk about male issues within their own house. Mainstream media is completely overrun by women bitching and complaining and uh, uh, talking shit about men. So the online space is one of the only spaces that men can come together and talk about these issues. And that's where I see PUAs and coaches are like, this is good money right here. Let me put up a facade. Let me put up a persona. Watch a few red pill videos. And then regurgitate the same information. And then when I get big enough, I'll make like 20 paywalls so I can make a shit ton of money. Because it's one thing that there's always been grifters within the quote unquote manosphere, but it definitely exploded during the pandemic. Definitely exploded in 2020. And you can tell who's truly for men or who is here for the buck, for the dollar. Because when it comes to certain content creators, especially PUAs and coaches, they'll do whatever it takes to get that view. They'll do whatever it takes to get that super chat. They will lie through their fucking teeth as hard as they can in order to get it into your wallet. That's fucked up. And I'm glad under Chronic he exposed another grifter yesterday. I'm glad. Because there's no fucking way that you are literally wrapping your whole persona on getting used up puniti that the last 100, 200 men already got. And now you're bragging that you're smashing a 304. That's your bragging? Really? That's something for you to be proud of and have all multiple STDs? Really? That's macho to you, alpha? Getting super AIDS or something like that. Syphilis. That is something to brag about? No. That means you have no D discipline. Okay, you just want to smash anything that has a hole, and you don't give no regards to consequences. And on top of that, your past records, your criminal records, they ain't looking too hot either. And you want to speak about alpha shit, and then the audacity, you have a bunch of paywalls. No. That is not how it should be. That's not how it should go. And if you just a businessman that just want to make money off these simps, just say it. Just say you're just here for the business. You're just here to make that money. But don't you dare talk about, oh, I'm here for men. I'm here for you. I'm here to make sure you're good. Give me money. And then in your personal life, your life is a fucking train wreck. Practice what you preach. On top of that, you shouldn't be throwing rocks at somebody when you yourself live in a glass house. That's the biggest thing, right? That is the biggest thing. And that's what really caused Cuck Murphy's downfall. He did not know how to react. When all these years he was proclaiming, buy my fucking, join my secret society or whatever Cuck Murphy had. Join my liminal order. Pay $400 a month. No, fuck that. Pay $2,000 a month to be the most alpha version of yourself. Yeah. But when a little bit of his past comes up about him being a cuck, just the way that he acted himself, his emotional outbursts, is what caused his downfall. He could have just brushed it off like, oh, it was in the past. Oh, I just had a thing with this girl. No, he flipped the fuck out because he knew that he was getting cornered in front of a live audience, that he is not what he proclaims to be. So now people were getting curious, like, him having an emotional outburst against a woman that just said a cuck article, and then him running out of the studio. Who is this Cuck Murphy guy? What is this cuck article? What is this? And then it turns out that he's been shoving shit up his booty hole for money or something like that off of an adult website. Come on, bro. Really? Masculine. It's gotten so bad that he can't even keep up with his facade anymore, that he is in denial that he's been exposed. I heard that now he turned to God, his religion. He's a God's man now. Oh shit, man. It is very funny how these chameleons, these Twitch thoughts, and these PUAs and coaches all have in common. Okay, they all want to take advantage of vulnerable men, make money off of it, pretend that they're saviors of the Manosphere or whatever, and then they're exposed to be fucking trash. Just think on that, gentlemen. Think on that. And I'm not done. I'm going to start inviting people in, and we're going to continue talking about this, because I'm definitely not done. Because we definitely need to address this as men. What's going on under Chronic? What's going on? The Kush King. And see here. Here's the difference between me and fucking all these PUAs and coaches, right? I give you a choice to donate for my content, okay? I don't put a fucking paywall just to give you a one-liner, okay? If you decide to donate, okay, it's very appreciative. If you support my channel, if you support the Warband, go ahead and donate to paypal.me/Yeetus, the link I pinned on top of the chat. And this is the difference, okay? I give out willy-nilly fucking advice, all the advice you want. It is your choice if you want to give me your hard-earned money. As a man to man, all the gentlemen in here, it is fucking disgusting if somebody claims to be there for you, but he's really there for your wallet. He's really there for your money. And then when he has enough money, he skedaddles and probably goes back to blue pill tendencies, because they were never red pill in the first place. They were never alpha in the first place. They were never fucking quote unquote, big old masculine in the first place. That's just a facade that a lot of these PUAs and coaches put up just for your money. You guys need to understand that. If there's coach in their name, or they say they claim they're a PUA artists, don't trust them. But I'm going to invite the one, the only, the leader of the Warband. Under Chronic, what's going on?
Sir Yeetus, did you see the whole debate or just the clip I put up?
I only saw around 10 to 15 minutes of it.
You saw the clip though, right?
Yeah, I definitely saw the clip.
That was that pretty much did everything. It's like that scene from The Other Guys. Have you seen The Other Guys?
Yes.
It's like, under Chronic's in their house is like, I wouldn't invest in her or marry her. I'd smash her. And they get like, oh, how dare you? I'm like, okay, fine. And they go, how dare, come back here and fuck my wife.
Like,
so
no.
pathetic, bro. Now, here's another thing. These alpha giga chads, do you want to see the other guy's girlfriend, the one that you didn't see?
No. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it.
I'll send you on Discord. Also,
Okay.
one of my boys put it up on the face recognition app, and her face was rated male. Just a little taste.
No.
Yeah, it considered her male. There you go. Look at that squared looking ass face. Look at that schnoz. Look at little chubby arms. Yeah, she looks more masculine than both of those two betas.
Jesus. Fucking.
Yeah.
Her face is strong. Those. She got some broad shoulders right there.
Those are broad shoulders, bro. I'm like, damn, she been doing the shrugs, do more work at the gym than John.
Like a whole linebacker.
Maybe John's like, hey, Jessica Pooh, could I like do some shrugs? She like bitch slaps him with a 10-pound plate. Go buy another whore, beta. Oh, I'm gonna go sell a course.
It's bro. But in all seriousness, man. In all seriousness, like that clip alone, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. He really did it.
It's weird because like it just proved because I spent like an hour telling him I consider the woman he gets with low value because they first of all they're non-virgins. Second of all, they have sex with him. Third of all, they're cool being in a rotation. That's like the worst of the worst in my eyes. Like I'm not even like this is a personal attack, bro. Your chick has been so used up. Even if she's sucking my dick in the back of the club, I'm demanding to wear a rubber because I don't trust that mouth.
I don't blame you whatsoever. And she knew the truth. I saw her reaction.
You saw her rubbing her arm. That's a psychological like a mechanism. Is like means you're really stressed and worried about something.
Yeah, her smile disappeared quick.
Look, but it's just don't worry, baby. It's just some fat incel with no pussy. But I've gone 1,500, so my lovin's the best, right? It's still the best, right? She's like, that's the first time. I don't think she knows her father. You don't know your father and get with a dude like that. So really, that's the first time she saw a masculine male in her entire life with standards.
Yeah, and the fact that you said that no, you would still fill her up. I saw her smiling. I'm like,
Yeah, she's like smirking. She's like, I'm like, don't get me wrong. You're a beautiful woman. I'd take you to the bar and fill you up and sing. And the two beta boys are like, whoa. How could you say that? How could you say that John's absolutely beautiful, sexy girlfriend that everyone wants to have sex with, you want to have sex with? That's so offensive. I'm like, these guys are so fucking stupid, bro. It's just
that's the
come
biggest
back here,
thing.
fuck my wife. Come back here, fuck my wife.
That's the biggest thing. The was that the moderator that was saying that?
I mean, yeah, he was like a mod, but he was basically his beta boy.
How are you going to defend somebody else's girl?
You know, I said, well, they work as a team, right? So they basically using the same grift. Can you imagine? There's like a counter outside John's door. He like brings home a next hooker. And then like, Alex is like sitting at home or he's like sitting in the living room. He's just like, drinking his shitty barefoot wine, thinking he's an alpha. And then he gets a text. It's like code white. He's like, oh God. Runs to his supply room, takes out like 2 things of lube and some Viagra, runs into the middle smash. And John's just like, I'm getting a softie. I guess I crush out the Viagra, snort this. Okay, now take it out. Now, let me give you a quick intermission hand job to get you back up, man. It's like, okay, bro, no homo. Just sitting there. Okay, you're good to go. Slaps him on the ass, smells it. Go for 1,478, bro. You got this. Oh my God, bro. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so pathetic.
Bro, it's so fucking sad. Like his whole persona is how does he even? I'm like, that's creepy as fuck that you keep count of every single woman you slept with. I lost count after fucking what?
20 or 30, especially if you're kind of drunk. You don't fucking know or care.
No, I don't give a shit.
I have PTSD from the dumb whores I've been with. I had a nightmare the other week with some goth bitch I slept with on my birthday, and I woke up to her cats fighting. I thought like the demons were about to possess me. Oh, Nick, you fucked the daughter of Satan. Oh, God!
Like how I was explaining to the chat, I'm like, not once that we had to brag about fucking being alpha, brag about getting bitches. If you have to brag about something, you're not getting any, or you're not fucking alpha or whatever.
I asked him during the debate. I was like, "So what's your number one goal in life?" You know, he told me,
"What'd you say?"
I want to use Nietzsche's philosophies to achieve my goals. So your number one goal in life is to achieve your goals, huh? How about you answer the fucking question, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck? That's a weird ass answer.
I mean, it's a non-answer. He's just like, I want to sound smart, so let me just throw out some philosopher names.
And that's another thing. Yeah, he was saying a whole lot of nothing in that 10, 15-minute clip I was watching.
You know what's really funny? They like planned this thing like almost a week in advance. They're like screening callers. They don't do this a lot. You gotta like get on their schedule. You know what I got from them at like 11 p.m. last night?
What'd you get?
Hey man, you want a round two? Hey man, you want round two? You open tomorrow night? You open tomorrow night? Fucking damage control, bro.
Round two, my ass. Oh, he demolished you at the. No, it ain't even worth Thunder Chronic's time. He said his piece.
Maybe I'll just reach out and maybe it'll be like, it's like a lion teaching its son how to hunt, and it just pre-maims a cuckoid gazelle. And it's like I get like Rishi or Manic, or like maybe I'll bring Hammer. No, you're not Hammerhead, but like someone needs to learn how to just destroy cucks. It's like, okay, now go roast him. Go on get it. This is like, he's already dead. Why? I don't want to eat Karen. I'm like, no, he's still alive. See, here, take a pulse. Yeah, he's still alive. He can hear you. It's okay. It'll be over soon, cuck boy.
Oh shit, this is hilarious. And my biggest confusion is, and I read your comment this morning. Like, why will you bring your girl into the lion's den? Like, why will you? This has nothing to do with her.
If he listened to me and what I thought about women he was with, like what he thought that, oh, I see tits, I'm gonna simp. Oh, I take it all back. No.
Like I said what I said. Like, okay, were you a virgin? Were you a virgin when you got this guy? It was like, no, I'm not a virgin. All right, then you low value. Like, it's 2 + 2 = 4.
And I tried telling them multiple times. It's not like, because they got pussy hurt when I said that he gets a low value woman. I'm like, I'm not saying the bitches you get aren't hot. I don't care what kind of bitches you get. I couldn't really say what I wanted to say because it was a no trolling or personal attacks. I'm just saying that I have different values than you. And I'd said that like 3 different times. And they just didn't understand. They didn't cognitively understand what I was saying. Like, they're like, is that an attack? No, move on. What's what he say? What is Incel gonna say next? Then fucking just whatever.
And how you say, this is another example of do not throw rocks when you lived in a glass house, because he was going after everybody.
Dude, in the first 30 minutes, bro, I got him to stand up and defend doxing because he doxed Wheat Waffles.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he defended it on a stream. He was proud of it.
That is so wow.
That's why I think he's a pussy. Like, that's my number one contention with him.
So I'm losing a debate or a conversation, let me just try to ruin his whole life like a feminist bitch.
Well, he got called a 3, and that really rustled his Jimmy, so now he's going to try to ruin his life. And so basically he said Wheat Waffles is a horrible influence on young men. He's making men turn extremists, and one of his fans shot some people. And I'm like, okay, well, you've been very sexually aggressive in your advice. Are you responsible if one of your fans grape someone? He's just like, I don't tell them to grape people. I'm like, okay, well, where did Wheat Waffles tell people to kill people? He's like, but it's the philosophy. I'm like, so basically you're okay with the feminists destroying his life because you think the means justify the end, or the ends justify the means, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So then I brought up his court case where he was went to court for kidnapping and coercion because some girl finally, like, she was so drunk, but she like looked up for the first time in 30 minutes and saw she was with fucking Alvin the Chipmunk in a car. She's like, let me the fuck out of here. And he was just like, and he started complaining, like, you got far from my job because the feminists wrote slander, the feminists in my life hell. I'm like, so why is that a problem? You're blatantly okay with sending the feminists and the violent left against Wheat Waffles, but for you, it's not acceptable. He's like, well, it's different. So I'm like, so your philosophical values change? He's like, yeah, depending on the situation. He literally said his philosophical values change on the situation, so they're not values.
No,
so just cope. Yeah, just cope.
Cope based on how you feel, like a little beta bitch.
And he claimed to have a philosophy degree. I hope he does, because it proves how stupid he is. He can't even retain any kind of information over a couple years. Or maybe it's all the chlamydia going to his brain. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see philosophy as being a good degree. I guess, like, good critical thinking exercise, but it's not a good degree. Like, you can learn philosophy online or read a book.
Do you know about his chlamydia history?
Yeah, I heard about the STD.
4 times, bro. 4 times.
Ugh.
The thing is, like, he's so used to fighting, what we call them, pickup roaches, right? Pickup artists, pickup coaches, pickup cockroaches.
Right.
So he's like in some like Section 8 housing. There's some cornflakes tipped over behind the fridge, and he's finding all the other pickup roaches. He's like, I'm the biggest roach. I get the most roach puniti. And Chronic like pulls back the fridge. He looks at him and is like, I get more roach puniti than you. I'm like, I am so far above. Like, I'm so far above you in terms of values. Like, I look at you guys as disgusting sex addicts. If it's true, I don't think it's true. I think it's mostly cope. I think he buys a lot of whores. But I couldn't say that on his stream because his bro Beta would have kicked me off instantly.
Similar to that fresh dude.
But that's exactly the thing. Like, it's like, well, what do you want from women? And I asked them, do you guys want a family? And they're both like, maybe. And that's the cope. Because if they said yes, this is like, well, what are you doing with these women? How is that going to help you build a strong family? And if they say no, a lot of their fans who are trying to take their advice to maybe make a family, they're like, why am I taking advice from these degenerates?
Exactly.
Oh, when I also asked him if he wants a family, he's like, well, I have 3 dogs. I should have, I should have said, like, are they on the rotation?
Oh no!
I should have said that, but I couldn't.
Okay. It's worse than I thought.
I need an undead Chronic artwork where it's like Yeetus with his arms up in the air. He's like, the voice box is like, where's my fucking head? And it's Chronic with like a raid cam like through the skull of Yeetus' head, just spraying the pickup roaches. He's in the background. He's like, who took my head?
You know what? I'm gonna talk to an artist, see if that can happen. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Who took my goddamn head?
Yeah, he's just pissed off. He's like, the 3rd time this week. No, I definitely want to get a caricature of John Anthony Lifestyle as a cockroach. Maybe it's a cockroach, and it's like kind of chubby in the face with a bro tank on. Then everybody knows who he is.
Yeah, and the crazy part is,
no, you know what's going to be on the tank top?
What?
So this dude, unironically, in 2013, was running with a crew of guys, and do you want to know what they called themselves?
What?
This is the cringiest shit. I've seen a lot of cringy pickup artists. These dudes were up on the Vegas Strip, calling themselves the Vegas Pussy Massacre Crew.
What the fuck?
Bro, it's like I wrote a joke about them. It's like I literally said, what do you guys about the Vegas Pussy Massacre Crew? I'm like, yeah, it was a good time. I'm like,
wait. Is it?
That's real. They were and he said he came up with the name. He was proud of it.
No.
Dude, I was laughing. So this was in the beginning. I was laughing, and his fans were like, get this guy off. He's just laughing. I'm like, I'm laughing at the absolute cringe. I'm about to fucking break my back. Batman, the Dark Knight Rises style. I got to rope myself up to put that shit back straight. The Vegas Pussy Massacre Crew. He was banned from going to the strip for a year, bro. That's what he said. I mean, the court said they'd banned from the strip forever, but he said it was just a year. But can I trust what he says? Not really.
Hell to the fucking no. Oh, no.
It's like, how do I make fun of a guy who's like already 11 out of 10 cringe? Like, fuck, it's making it hard for me.
So he gets the lowest of value women. And then,
so it's going to be a cockroach with chubby cheeks. This has got chubby cheeks and a little bro tank on. And on it says, Roach Pussy Massacre Crew.
Roach Pussy Massacre Crew. Yeah, he gotta have a little fucking.
Buy my course. I'm going to pull back the fridge. He's like, he charges us $1,000 an hour. He's like, for $1,000, I'll teach you game how to get roach pussy. Squash.
Yeah, you got to have his little sex addict buddies in the background as well. He has to be with his crew. Oh shit!
Fucking like Xbox Live gamer tags. Yeah, me and Pussy Muncher 2003 were like going through the streets getting some game. I'm just like, bro.
That is so cringe, bro.
There's footage of him out there like just trying to approach girls and getting brutally rejected.
Brutally rejected. Yeah,
someone said they had a video of like some homeless guy grinding on him. I'm like, oh, please give me that. I'm like, John, was this number 800 or 802? I forget.
And here's the biggest thing I have a question about Nick Chronic. So, do you see Paladin McMullen's comment right there?
Let me see here. Paladin Mullen? Maybe I gotta scroll up. Just read it. I don't see it.
Yep. John Anthony is a chomo and a scam artist and a fraud.
I mean, yeah. I mean, pretty much. Here's the thing. He's either a pathological liar, a scam artist, a rapist, a kidnapper, or His life is so consumed by low quality puniti. He's almost 40 and has accomplished nothing in his life. I don't know which one's worse, but we know either way. He's a doxer too. He's an admitted. I mean, he did dox Meat Waffles.
Damn, his credibility is just straight up gone. I'm glad Hammerhand brought out the receipts in his live stream.
Like I was in there, I was like, it's like this is nice educational material for me.
This is why you've been saying this whole time.
Hey, like, here's another thing: is like, if you for some reason you dox something chronic, I got friends in Rio, and they love Bitcoin. You know what those dudes would do for 1/20th of a Bitcoin?
Oh, let's just say
that. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. And they take footage from me too.
I know.
You know, I would have him do. This is a joke, by the way. I'd have him bring the fattest bitch in Brazil and be like, "Lord Chronic sends his regards, and as a courtesy, he'll allow you to increase your leg count by 1 more before you leave this earth." The fat bitch is like smiling and rotten teeth. The tears on his eyes is like, "I'll never make it to 1600. I'll do my duty." And mounts her.
Oh shit, bro!
Oh my god,
it is crazy. Like you've been saying it this whole time, man. If they have coach or some PUA bullshit, don't even look at their fucking videos or trust them.
Dude, he was actually trying to defend, the fact that he thinks he's worth twice what a thoracic surgeon makes an hour. Like a dude get paid $500 an hour to save your life, he's twice that.
Yeah, I saw that within the chat. What was that about?
I was just like, so you charge $1,000 an hour? I was like, yes. I'm like, so you basically value yourself twice what a thoracic surgeon would make. You think you're providing that much value? He's just like, well, you pay $1,000 for an hour. My advice changes your life. You get pussy the rest of your life. I'm like, yeah, as opposed to actually living, right?
So, life-saving surgeon. He thinks he's worth
twice that. Yeah,
twice that.
And honestly, I'll be honest. I until I see actual credit card receipts, I'm not gonna assume people pay for that. Maybe a couple suckers, but he doesn't get that kind of shit on the reg.
No, this is mega cope, not over 9,000 cope.
You gotta have a little. We gotta have a manic animation, just like a 3-second one of his eyepiece calculating, and he goes the blank is over 10,000. It's just like the cope is over 10,000.
That's another good idea. We need to roast the fuck out of this motherfucker because the audacity of this dude.
I mean, he wants round 2 tonight. So I don't know. I'm indecisive, bro. I went to the bar. I took my boy to the bar for his first time last night, and guess what happened?
What's up?
I'm standing in line to take a whiz, right? And I'm sorry, this is going to be really bad representation for the community. These 2 black guys got out, and I didn't notice they just got out. I thought they were just standing in the door. I'm like, hey, go take your piss. And this one dude, he's like, the fuck you say? He's dropping the N-word. And I'm like, dude, I'm in a fucking hentai shirt and glasses, just trying to get drunk on my boy. And I'm like, why are you calling a white dude in a hentai shirt the N-word? Why? Is it such a low? What's the threshold? Why? I was just confused. He's like, what's your problem? I'm like, I want to take a piss. He's like, then take a piss. I'm like, well, that's why I'm standing in line. He's like, fuck you, try something. And he's like, I'm gonna shoot you in your fucking head. I only look at this guy and I'm like, and his boy is this guy in dreads, give me the goofiest ass frown, just staying stoic, he's trying to intimidate me. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, if my drunk ass boy wasn't just, if he's literally about to enter the shadow realm, he is floating on this chair, I'm thinking he's gonna fall out and eat shit. And I'm like, if my boy wasn't here.
Oh, he was already on his way out.
I had to babysit a little bit. I was like, my boy wasn't here. There'd be 2 new George Floyds.
Yeah,
shit like that. It'd be fucking live, CNN. Oh, I'm saying I'm heading to jail for 3 years. Fucking, you see Undead Chronic sort of live stream in person, just standing over these two dudes. Like, this is why black men need their fathers. This is why black men need their fathers. Because they don't step to the wrong motherfucker.
Bro, you will cause the riots 2.0. Like,
it's just like, what are you like? I'm gonna shoot your fucking head because I need to take a piss, you dumb bitch. And the thing is, too, the one that was really aggressive was light skin. I really wanted to be like, oh, dude, I get it. You know, I get it. Light skin tendencies, but that would have started a fight too. I want to talk so much shit, but I walk back to my dude. This guy is floating in and out of the shadow realm on this like little 2 bar stools at this table outside, and I shit you not, there's like a group of people around him. I'm like, oh god, what's happening? I walk up. There's like a 5'10" chubby black chick just in a full fish snoot net. Her areolas were the size of fucking IHOP pancakes. He's hitting on my boy. My boy's too drunk to even. I'm like, of course, his first night in the bar, almost getting a gang fight, get shot in the head, and he's getting hit on by the biggest whore in the bar.
Oh, that must have been terrifying.
Oh, dude, it was fucking bad for him, hilarious for me. I lose my shit.
Oh, how big was she? Fucking 300 pounds?
I mean, she had a little pot belly. She wasn't morbidly obese.
But she was pretty much. She was.
She definitely would have been gladly added to John Anthony's body count. He would have taken the bag. But it was like fucking dude. It was like 55 degrees, and she's sitting there in like a fishnet suit, like completely naked. I'm like, yo, you gotta respect the whore work. Like that's committed to being a whore right there.
Hey, that's how it is for modern women in the West. You know, they're gonna walk out with just nothing but panties on and negative 30-degree weather.
Because I'm buying my man drinks. He's like, I'm too drunk. I'm like, nah, you need another drink. He's like, I'm drawing a line in the sand. I like pointing him out. Look at me. I am Bashar al-Assad. You are Obama. Fuck your line in the sand. Okay, you know the drink, boy.
Man, I will never refuse, no matter how drunk I am. I won't refuse a free drink. Fuck that. Like, why? Thank you, my brother.
People are like, oh, I love the party. Man, I got a party with Chronic. Yeah, you gotta go ahead and contact your local liver transplant center.
Make sure you
Cronc's trying to kill you. Like, he actually is my friend. I can't even stand up. He got me another shot.
Man, if me, you, and Ribby went out, oh, it would be like the movie Hangover. It would get pretty bad.
Ribby wakes up with an actual frog in his Hawaii t-shirt. How the fuck did this get in here?
Wait, where's Ribby? Did he turn into a frog?
Booze runs out at the bar. We start a riot. We're like walk outside. A bunch of hipsters walk outside. We're like, the bourgeoisie, fuck Trump, let's go! Like, yeah. Start a riot.
What if we do cause another riot 2.0? Hey, we gotta run away.
They'll name it the green skin riots.
The green skin
like
riot.
Joker. Instead of putting the Joker mask on, they're all fucking like green skin in their faces. Let him go. Let him go.
Why is everybody painted green? What the fuck?
The news flash: every single dispensary in the Denver metro area has been raided by a group of rioters called the Greenskin Hit Squad Pussy Massacre Killers. What kind of fucking name is that, Jeff? This is for John Anthony. Dude smashing some fat bitch in the middle of the street.
See, that's why I think about when he's talking about his 1,500 body count. Those are the type of women he's going after.
Dude, so I was like, well, he's like, so what's a low value woman to you? I'm like, well, for example, all the women on your rotation, they got so butthurt. But I was like, what? And John was like, you don't know the one in my rotation. I'm like, I don't need to. I know they're having sex with you. Ergo, they're low value. Hey, dude, again, so pussy hurt. It's just that because they refused to listen to the fact that I had different values. Mr. Philosophy major couldn't understand that I had different values. Crazy, right?
Yeah, it's insane. He's like, what do you mean that you don't want to smash every puniti you see? Oh, what is this?
It's like firearms instructor Ribby went to, firearms training school for like the Marines, tactical. He's like in the Army, he's like the firearms instructor, range master for like 12 years. And then he's in the Warband Armory. Like, he's like, Ribby's like, oh, this is kind of hard. He's fucking trying to load a 50 cal in like a 308. Like, the fuck, you don't know anything about this. What were you doing? He's like, well, they had free booze on base, so.
Been messing with those dependers, those military spouses. You know,
Dude, that's a
somebody has
dangerous
to be
game.
Jody.
For me, that's a dangerous game, bro.
I've seen it personally, bro. I've seen it, and I actually went through it a couple times. They didn't tell me they were married.
Yeah, and then you're just like, oh shit, there's a dude with access to a lot of guns that knows I fucked his wife.
Hey, it's gotten so bad in the military. At times, these dudes accept their whorish behavior. It's pretty sad.
No, it is.
Yeah, it's pathetic. Rishi, where you at? He's not. How are you going to ask me for a link and you not say anything?
Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
There we go.
What is going on?
Rishi, did you watch the Pussy Massacre stream?
Oh yeah, I watched that live.
What did you think of the showing?
It was ridiculous, dude. This guy is like, it's clear to me that like he doesn't really believe in anything, bro. He's just
he believes in the power of ratchet pussy.
Ratchet pussy and fleecing guys, like literally. I don't know. What was the best part of the stream in your opinion? Definitely the doxing part, because he had no regrets over doing it, and he just flat out admitted it. Like, dude, I'm seeing, like, I just opened it up today, and it seems like people are like not affiliated with us. People I've never seen before, like clipping this. Like,
who's doing that?
I don't know, just like these like guys. Like, there's one I just saw is like his name is like David Malkar. He's just like 900 subs.
Good. I mean, look, I got him to defend doxing. I got him to say he had chlamydia 4 times, and then I roasted his bitch in front of him. Those are great clips.
Very true. I definitely saw like the arm touch thing, dude.
And then when I said I'd fuck her, she was like kind of smiling. She was like, "Oh, I am high value." Yeah, yeah, sure. Enough for some green zinc. He's like, oh, Rishi, who am I? How dare you say you want to have sex with my sexy, beautiful girlfriend you never get? How dare you?
My girlfriend's high value. You fucking incel.
And Alex was like, I met a high value woman off of. Oh wait, Rishi, look at your Discord, bro. Look at your Discord. This is Alex, the host. This is his high value woman he met on Tinder. I put that in the face recognition app. It recognizes it as a man. I'm not even kidding.
Dude, is he fucking lady boys or something?
Well, she's high value, and he met her on Tinder, and she's nice, and they enjoy their time together. So, like, you know.
Oh yeah. I don't know. She's like, I don't know. She's got like a broad shoulder. It's just like.
See, I said the same thing.
New art idea, guys. New art idea. So I've been calling these people pickup roaches, right, Rishi?
Yeah.
And so this pickup roach, he gets in a lot of fights with other pickup roaches. So it's like, you know, some like Frito-Lay chips in the back of the cupboard that got opened up from some like 8-year-old who just threw them back there because he was snacking at, 3 a.m, a little fatty. And some roaches are eating it. And he's just like, I'm the biggest, strongest roach. I get the most roach puniti. Right? And all the other roaches are like, no, I get the most, and they're fighting. And then Chronic opens up the cupboard. I'm like, ooh, pickup roaches. And then we rate it. But here's our idea I have. It's like a roach den, right? And it's like there's like a reishi mushroom above it, just smiling, and it's like sends out its mycelium or it's hyphae. It sends out its hyphae, like the strands and filaments of mushroom, and it's just spitting out the spores, right? Have you heard of the cordyceps fungi? The one that will control an insect's mind and make it do what it would do? Yeah. So the reishi cordyceps fungi infects the roaches and have them walk out where they get flamethrowered by necrotic.
No, man, that'd be great.
There's high quality roach puniti out there. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well,
it's like I'm like a little tumor growing on, just feeding them bad.
They gotta have the Rishi face too. They're all smiling like hee hee hee.
Hey, yo, Chronic, it only took you 1 cent, bro. That's all it took. Bragging about that's his main girl. It only took you 1 cent.
That's to trigger him, yeah. Like, look,
his girl was smiling like a motherfucker.
You get all Oh, you say God fuck her. Yeah, no, she starts lying. Like, yeah, it's like I think she wouldn't realize either. Like, I'll give you the schlong. Now, if you've been with John Anthony, it's gonna have to be through a hazmat suit with a military grade polymer protecting my schlong. But I give it to you. I'm just not gonna marry you, give you kids, or pay for your shit.
Yep, it seemed like she was cool with it.
That did not go. Someone said that it's like playing the wrong Yu-Gi-Oh card. You get fucked.
I saw that. And then there goes Undead Chronic. You falling for my trap card.
Undead Chronic. Ooh, zinc trap. Extra effective against Cuck Murphy, or extra effective against sperm war types. Cuck Murphy. He's like, ooh, zinc. Just jumps in head first.
Slippery slide.
Slippery slide.
Yeah,
slippery slide. Oh, bro.
Oh, this dude.
So the one benefit, because they said they wanted round 2 tonight. The one benefit is they said they take away the rules, so it could be more roasty. Ooh. So I can ask questions like, okay, ask your girl how many dicks she sucked. Okay, now kiss her on live stream. Kiss her on camera. Go ahead. Do it for the fans. Fans. Come on. She's high value. If you think she's high value, you wouldn't have a problem with this. You think I'm just an incel with weird standards. She sucked 80 dicks, or she sucked 12 dicks. Kiss her on camera. He does it, and the chat will go on like, it goes chlamydia round 5.
He was so upset that a man has standards. He was so upset.
That's really what it was. I mean, my biggest gripe with him is that he doxed wheat waffles.
Yeah, that's the biggest bitch move you can ever do. So much for being what? Alpha, right?
Like all that time you spent studying philosophy, you still can't make an argument for shit, though. So either you're stupid or you're lying about having a philosophy degree. I'm cool with either one. Either one makes you look dumb. Either one is, makes you look bad, but
it's probably a community college degree.
He probably paid Trump for that degree. The Trump school online.
Yeah, Trump University. Yeah. Oh shit. It's pretty sad. It's pretty pathetic that it's gotten to this point. And I see why we stripped all titles of the Manosphere and shit a long time ago. Because look what it has become. Fucking grifters attacking grifters. There's a whole civil war with a bunch of grifters. It's insane.
I can tell you how to get puniti. No, I can tell you how to get puniti. No, I can tell you how to get puniti.
I have 1 book to sell. No, I have 2.
He literally sells he has a book. It's just like the 10 best kissing techniques. It's like for $50. I'm like, this is like what high school kids daydream about.
Kissing techniques? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Listen,
here's just like a video. I'll now demonstrate with my partner Alex.
It is insane.
Alex is like pulls back shots. Is like, did you just eat up my girl? How dare you? Runs away crying. Like, the same techniques work on the pussy lips. Well, my throat's kind of scratched. I've been coughing up blood. 20 years from now, doctor, you have cancer of the throat. Sorry. Oh no.
Oh shit! Fucking hell, man! It's insane how people will charge thousands of dollars just to say, just be confident, bro. That's a piece of shit, motherfucker, right there.
He's like, but game can be learned and studied for. It's all honestly like, look, if there was a service that could guarantee you get 4 new bitches a week, and you pay $10,000 for it, even if it worked. How much time did you spend trying to get 4 new bitches a week? It's all your waking hours, texting them, swiping on them, flirting with them, meeting up, dancing, buying them shit. So let's say you could just magically get 4 bitches a week. A man who spends his life chasing low-quality pussy like that, I mean, what do I say? A man without purpose finds it in women. That's the definition of this dude.
Yep. That's the epitome of what John Anthony motherfucker. That's who he is. Okay.
I really wanted to tell him that, but I feel like he would be like, that's a personal attack. I'm on my purpose.
Anytime somebody questions him, how many bitches you got? Huh? How many bitches you slept with? Huh? I'm on 1,586 and a half Why a half? Don't worry about it.
Well, if they consent, if they don't consent, it's a half.
Jesus Christ.
He has that kidnapping charge, right?
Oh no.
Maybe I just tell him be like, I don't care if he just doesn't pull that shit. I'm like, bro, you are a liar, a grifter, and I don't know any population of men where they would consider you attractive. I sent your picture to 4 female friends. They all thought you were a 2. I think you're bullshitting about your number. I pretended to believe you the first time we talked, but I think you're full of shit. Because dudes who are full of shit dox people because they don't have arguments. So you're full of shit, bro.
And that chick that he's with, I don't know where he's located. I don't know if he's in the U.S. or not.
He's in Brazil.
Oh, so that chick that he's with, she's for the green card, huh? That's what he said he's gonna. That's one of his main girls. He's gonna try to get the ring from him, get that green card, and escape to the U.S.
I mean, if you look at the picture I sent you guys, this is like in their crib, and they're making so much money. They're rich and all this stuff. The crib looks like shit. They don't got pictures put up. And you know what barefoot wine is, guys?
That's the cheapest fucking.
Barefoot wine is what I would buy in my fraternity when I wanted to, LARP like I cared about a bitch to get her to suck my dick because I didn't get her Franzia. And that's like the liquor he's proud of that he displays on the camera.
Barefoot is the cheapest liquor you can, cheapest wine or whatever it is. Moscato.
This guy's like just above the poverty line, and any kind of support he gets, he just spends on hookers.
That's a pathetic way of living.
It's like I have the Undercrock studio in the background. You just see like fucking like what is it? I'm trying to think of the shittiest vodka, like Svedin vodka, or like you fucking see like what is it? Barton's vodka, maybe some like Natty Lights up on the shelf. I'm like, yeah, dude, I drink a lot. I really know about beer and liquor. Here's some Natty Light. This was a Natty Light tall boy, huh? You guys impressed?
Oh fuck, man! It's there's no way for him to get out of this one. There's no fucking way. You cannot. This alpha bullshit is gone. This PUA bullshit is gone. Of course, any Brazilian chick will fuck a white dude from the States. Like, we ain't stupid.
And a dude, like, I know Brazilians. They told me she's under a 5 for sure. The girl he showed off. He's like, yeah, that's not even over 5. Dude, she kind of reminds me of the female lead from Planet of the Apes. I'm not even kidding.
Well, not
even with goofy ass eyebrows. Look about it. Look about it, bro. It's like the bitch from Planet of the Apes was like, put in a different movie, and Michael Jackson going hee hee, and just zinked into her, and then that bitch came out.
Oh shit, man!
This is what I'm doing on these streams because these guys want to be able to emotionally handle this kind of personal attack.
OG. John Anthony would not handle old school Chronic. He would have gotten destroyed. It would have been no.
Yeah, who said? Someone said in the chat. Who said it? Alex says Chronic exposed John even with the moderator trying to restrain him. If Chronic was allowed to actually talk to him a little longer and unfiltered, it would have been much worse. Yeah, dude. If he had his girl on, it was like, hey, you want to flex her off? She's just sitting around looking pretty. Let's talk to her for a little bit. Okay, babe, this is what I need to do. Change to your best bikini, come back here, and jump up and down because I think they're fake, but I'll let you know once you jump. Can you imagine how pissed off he'd get? It's like, bro, you want to flex like she's some like 10 out of 10. Let's let a master assess it. You know what you're talking about. You're an incel. Let's have the discussion. Let's let the chat decide. Wow, those things are moving as if they're like, bowling balls. Yeah, that shit fake. So how many courses do you have to sell to buy those titties, John? 2, 3? Is each tit some sucker you suck? You bled dry?
It is, man. And that other dude, who the fuck is that other dude? I need to figure out who that the moderator. Alex,
dude. He reminds me of every like sidekick beta boy that was chasing around the Chad in a fraternity. So like, imagine you think John's a Chad. Yeah. So imagine that. He's got the fuckboy haircut, and even with the fuckboy haircut, being white in a second world, maybe third world country, you saw his bitch.
Yeah, no, that's
the best you can do.
Way below average chick in Brazil.
Oh yeah.
Kind of reminds me of Fed and Simp.
The dynamic duo, beta boy and cuck boy.
Pretty much.
Beta boy and alpha cuck.
Beta man.
Chlamydia. 1,500 bitches.
So the fact that you don't have time under chronic to be messed with 10 bitches a week, unlike John Anthony, I guess, you're in the wrong according to them that you're not focusing on the below average bitches.
All the Warband members, I mean, Manic's probably half his age. All of us have like 15 years under him. We all have already lived more fulfilling lives than this old man.
Literally.
Yeah. Like, I'm not even, that's go up to 100 people. Hey, who lives a more fulfilling life? A veteran who is just, shit talking on the internet for a couple years, or a dude who's been chasing pussy for 40 years and all he does is talk about the pussy he gets. Everybody says you.
Yep. And on top of that, him and his little, minions that say, "Oh, under chronic, he just an incel, he just an incel." I'm like, bro, like, you look at how you're living, John Anthony.
His beta,
is he really the incel?
His beta, bro, Brad, butt buddy. B to the 5th.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Honestly, if you go back on there, just dunk on him. Make like clippable moments.
Oh yeah, I'll just go for it. I'm like, hey, you guys want to prove something to me? Take off the shirt and flex your pecs. Because you can bullshit about the bitches you get. You can't bullshit about how much you bench. Let's see it, boy.
But how quick are they going to hang up though? That should be a speed run.
That's speed run it. Hey. You know what we should do? We should in our private chat. We should have like a betting pool. I can't bet because I'll control it. But you guys should bet like, or maybe we have like different roasts or whatever. You guys bet like this one will get him off. Now this will get him off in 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Like, oh, he got off in 4 minutes. Rishi won 200 Kush coins.
Damn it!
I need that 0.00001 cent.
Oh shit, man!
I've made it. Now I can retire.
That guy P, you are active in the chat today. Human consciousness dictates men seek more meaning than just boxing survival. Cope or not, humans have built a massive world with so much to do. Purpose supersedes box.
So, when do you guys think the male brain ends development? Like, when are you at your peak maturity? Like, what years? How old are you?
I think like 25.
I say 20, 25, 26.
Yeah, it's like 25, 26. So that's when you get peak consciousness. I don't mean this as an insult because it's sad if it happened. I think John Anthony was diddled as a little boy, and that arrested him in development. So now he's trying to prove, or he was just so traumatized by being a beta in high school, he was trying to prove that he's a big boy alpha, and he has the same goals he had when he was 16. Being his dick raw to Brazilian fart porn. It's pathetic. That was a personal insult.
Oh shit! Hopefully it didn't happen.
This guy jumps on. I say this kind of shit. He's storm off stage. She's giving the background. Oh, I didn't mean it, Jeff.
Like, John, hold on, man. Come on. It was just a prank, bro.
It's not true. He's like, how did you know this about me? And he talks to me. I'm like, oh, I was right. Oh, shit. If you want to support the mental health for John Anthony Cuck style, oh, fuck that. If you want to support the roast, consider donating to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus.
Yes. If you want to donate to your boy, go ahead and click on that link on top of the chat.
If you want to give me money.
Yes.
Please.
You know what? You guys have no choice. No. Fuck donations. I'm stopping the show right now until you give me 1,000 likes and $200.
Guys, I need that money. I really need that money, okay?
I'm rich. I'm rich and I have models. I just need that money for you guys, for business.
Bro, just trust me.
You see some Brazilian debt collectors outside the window knocking on the thing with a bat. I need the money for you guys, I swear.
Guys, I really need that money. Okay. I got bills, I got house payments, I got groceries, I got taxes, I got WWE.
I got 15 girls on my rotation.
I need that money. I really
I'm going to pay for all these dates, man. How am I going to pay for all this? Please give me money. These lights are going out.
No,
it's cold up in here.
I'm like, you sell a product, John Anthony Lifestyle. you sell copium. You sell the idea that there'll be Giga Chads. When people donate to me, they get my product immediately. Hey, what's your product? Making fun of pussies like you. So like they're seeing a pussy get smashed right now. Right now. Thank you for providing content to my fans. And then he leaves. Oh, dude, I don't think I can control myself. This guy's it's gonna be a lame stream, like 30 minutes. He just leaves. I'm like, so just let's bring up picture of his bitch.
If he wants round 2, he better be prepared. Unlike yesterday.
Like, what are his? I've never heard him give a good roast.
No, his thing is pretty much, oh, he's lame and I'm alpha because I got 1,500 bodies.
He's like, why don't you show your face? Because you already proved yourself as a doxing piece of shit.
Yep.
Like, it's no argument. Like, all the arguments he would make against me are the ones I've heard from leftists for years now. So there's nothing new he could say.
Why don't you show your face? The same thing I say, why don't you stick your hand to the fire?
The amount of laughter, because I'm giving my boy a bar crawl in this area for the next couple of days. The amount of laughter we've had at this dude's expense, I think we've extended our lifespan by 10 years. I'm not even kidding. My boy just said, quote, he's just like, he's like acting like a cucko. He's just like, I like a high quality woman with a good heart that fucks me on the second date. Oh, I bet your mama was like that, huh?
But bro, yeah, the clip that I seen.
My mama. How dare you talk about she's a good woman? Is your mama proud of you? Is your mama proud that her son's business is dealing with whores? Like, seriously, do you think your parents are proud of you? That's another question.
Nah.
That's like seriously, do you think your Catholic parents are proud of you right now?
Shit, my parents look at me in disgust. Like, you disgusting piece of trash.
You're probably like, I don't talk to them. They were abusive. I'm like, oh, so you keep track of how many people you've had sex with. You try to dox people when you can't argue with them. And you say that the people in your life that don't have a relationship with you were abusive. Do you know who says all that kind of stuff? A woman.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Rio says, hey, Chronic, no personal attacks. Obey the rules. Not on this fucking channel.
Oh, shit. I can't believe they had rules. I never heard of a debate having rules like that.
People were like, Chronic couldn't come out doing like, the jabs and the uppercut because these beta rules. So I was like, that's okay. You don't have to go out and just go for the knockout punch. Just a slow chokehold.
Yeah, just slowly. Just go to sleep. Shh, it's all over now.
And then when he thought he's like, he can barely see. He's barely standing. He has like one glove up. He's like, it's time to use my secret trump card. He's just like, babe, pass me the secret weapon. He like douses himself in oil and he goes, you can't choke me because I have a high value woman in front of me. And Kronic's just like in the corner, he's like, you ready? Last bit of the blunt gets smoked, flicks the bud, lights him on fire. Look at that roach bird. He thought he was good. He thought he was so slick with that, bro. It's just like he just set it up for the dunk, dude. He's like wakes up in the morning. He's like, bro, what's on my face? What's on my face, Alex? And I'm just like, dude, it looks like someone's imprint of their testicles on your forehead. That's how bad I dunked on that white boy.
I'm telling you, man. It's that bad. And the fact that he attacked somebody and literally destroyed any type of credibility, if he had any in the first place, of being a fucking alpha or whatever, who claims that they're alpha? That's fucking weird.
Arknight makes a good point here, right? Because I was following the rules on their show because it's their show, and I do respect. As much as I shit talk Alex, it's part of the shtick. It's part of the roasting. He let me on a show, and he did a decent job making sure we didn't talk over each other. Now, when he interjected, he sounded like a beta, but that's just whatever. But he was a decent moderator. But Arknight says the rules are out the window when the beta docks Sweet Waffles, in my opinion. Yeah. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to take my boy. Everybody pray for his liver. Hey, wait. Is there the prayer emoji? Is there a prayer emoji in this thing? Rishi, is there a prayer emoji?
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, I think there is.
Let's find it. Okay. Here we go. Everybody put the prayer emoji in chat for my boy's liver this afternoon. Yeah, go ahead. There you go. Yeah, in the chat. Because we're going to go to a nice bar with some live music. and me and him are going to bring a laptop, a picture of John, a picture of Alex, a picture of both their bitches, and I'm going to take out the fucking inkwell pen and write the most scathing roast I did of a pickup roach and his bitches. I put up on Odyssey, but like the YouTube, like courtesy rules, like I wouldn't do this for any beta, any simp, but if you dox someone, the very least I can do is verbally eviscerate you on an Odyssey video.
Yeah, he deserves it. That's the
It'd be
most
fun.
the
bar host is going to be like, "What are you boys writing about? You doing a story?" It's like, well, kind of like that. Well, what's it about? Kind of like an apocalypse, a micro apocalypse of one man's career.
It's over.
Hey, dude, look at all people praying for your liver.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this man stubbed his toe 3 times in 10 minutes last night. I was like, sit down. He's just... Oh, man.
Damn, I know his toe was fucked.
This podiatrist is going to choke me out. He's like, how dare you? He had beautiful feet.
Is he able to handle his liquor at the bar?
He spends more time at the lab than he spends at a bar, so no. Well, I mean,
Okay.
he handles it. He just,
so he's not
I think at the
white
first
claw
month,
guy.
you started drinking a lot.
Okay, as long as he doesn't get drunk off for like 2 claws.
Well, dude, imagine having 4 or 5 beers with your boy. You put your head down, and when you put your head up, you just see big, ratchet, fat, titty, pancake areolas. I gave my man PTSD.
I'm surprised he didn't throw up.
They're like, Chronic, I don't want to go to the bar again if these are the bitches who go there.
And that's literally what the bar is. It's actually getting crowded with these 304s. They're literally just waiting there, just waiting for their prey.
He's sitting there with his drink.
Ugh.
It's like the scene from Jurassic Park with the water. Boom, boom. He looks up.
Jesus. I would
I
have
looked
ran.
right in the bathroom. I'm like, he's not gonna be this crazy shit. I'm like, oh god, the local horror club found him.
I would have ran away so quick. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my God.
No. But Chronic, come on, man, take me out of here, bro. She won't leave me alone, man. She won't leave me. She's touching my shoulder, bro.
Couldn't, dude. He was like couch locked on that chair. He was just trying to stay alive. He had 1 HP left on the last Pokemon, the Elite Four. He had no potions. He's like, I gotta hope. I get a critical hit. But them big old titty areolas, they got a whole lot of health. I do low kick. Bitch goes, 1 hit KO. We're champions!
More drinks.
Bro, I would make Pokemon teams. Do you play Pokemon, Yeetus?
I did before, not anymore, but I did play a lot of Pokemon.
right?
Yeah.
Any of them?
Yeah, I
played
stopped at
one.
I stopped at Platinum. I played from Yellow to Platinum.
I think I stopped at Ruby. So I would, because my brothers would play, dude, I would make a team of all explosive types. I'm not even kidding. I'd rename them the top 6 CIA targets. Like Asana Hualabid.
Oh no.
My brothers hated me. They're like, fuck, this isn't fun. I'm like, explosion. I switched it up, and I changed it to some Chechen terrorist group that put out the poisonous gas for a wheezing. So I tried to get one Pokemon down with some poison. But that didn't work.
Oh god. Oh god. Who
I was
would be the Pokemon trainer for that?
My bros were like, no, boring with you.
Who would be the Pokemon trainer for these Pokemon?
What was his name? It was just, I think it was, I wanted to make it Osama, but my dad wouldn't let me. I think I made it Soamo. I think Osama backwards some shit. Dude, I traded one of my, I traded a golem, a big rock one, and I think his name was Ahmed. I traded to a friend at school. He's like, dude, this thing only has defense curl, tackle, rock throw, and explosion. What kind of moveset is this? I'm like, well, I only use one move. Oh man, that shit's funny though.
But yeah, I did play Bad Company, the Bad Company 2 favorite games.
I mean, it's kind of like these pickup artists when they talk to Unchronic. It's like the same thing goes down. They're just exploding their career. Like if they just watched any of my debates or videos, like it's like they have no idea how I go into a discussion. And I'm just like, you're coping, you're fake. I don't do that. I just assume they're telling the truth, and then I have them explain their values. Because if the values are trash, it doesn't matter how they lie, the values will come out, or lack of values, I should say.
Yeah, you can't really lie about values. It's very hard to lie on your values. You know,
is it hard to lie about your body count?
No,
not
at all.
Yes, I'd say it is. Yeah, it's easy to lie about your body count, right? I think we agree. I think you said no, it's not hard. Yeah, so bitches lie about it, and John Anthony does a lot of bitch things. That's a lot of bitch think. I'm gonna assume he lies about it like a bitch. Well, that's a fair assumption. Is that fair assumption?
Yeah. And let's say supposedly he does have that body count, and it was some low value motherfucking women in the third world country.
Mm-hmm.
Or second world. I'll call it
out there with a shaved monkey. He just doesn't care, huh? What? Well, we do share 99.2% of our genome, so sure.
Hey, channel. That's what Undead Chronic says. If you have no values, no more compass, no nothing. If you have nothing going in your life, you're just gonna invest it in women. You're just gonna focus on women. You're gonna mindlessly chase women. And that's
think about
a horrible life to live.
Yeah. Dude, think about Arishi. I want your honest, visceral reaction to this phrase. He's going to do the pickup artist scene. What do you think when I say pickup artist scene? Like, what comes to mind? I imagine a bunch of what is the slur for Italians? The Jersey Shore guys, Guidos. I imagine a bunch of Guidos with frosted tips in like 2002, pouring vodka in each other's mouths while some spray tanned whore in the background shows off her fake tits. That's what I think. That's literally what I think of. What do you think of, Yeetus?
Yeah, pretty much command, and superficial motherfuckers that are just compensating for things that they lack in their life, pretty much.
I think of a guy, red suit, like a cheetah kind of shirt pattern or something like that.
That's a
balding head, greasy, very greasy guy. He's like, "Hey, listen to me, all right? You picking this up? You picking this up? All right, I'm gonna tell you how to get these bitches. All right, you just follow my lead. All right."
Dude, we didn't make an animation of this pickup roach giving advice, right? Like this cockroach with chubby cheeks and his little pussy slayer shirt on. You're like, you picking up what I'm putting down? You picking up what I'm putting down? Oh, look, I just dropped an STD panel. Yeah, you're gonna need that.
This is what we artists call the occult approach. All right, paying attention, slick.
Hey, if you mean by describing what you see, my bad. It's pretty much a dude that rents out a fucking suit from the mall, right? And then he has a green screen in the background pretending to live this lavish lifestyle while paying for this mediocre fucking 304, to sit right next to him and pretend to be happy and shit while he talks about the most retarded bullshit. Like, here, man, hey, let me give you these 100 reasons to get laid. But before that, buy this book I just made yesterday, and I pretty much copy and pasted off of, the Warband's ideas. But don't worry about that. $10,000, this book right here will give you all the secrets. That's what I see. Just average man just trying to pretend that, getting bitches is the way. His whole life is a facade. And hopefully he'll make it. So
I'm just imagining like John Anthony the Roach and Alex the Roach, and John just like looks at the ears like, I'm gonna show you guys what a cool approach is. Grab the cubes, and Alex pulls out 2 ice cubes and puts it on his nipples like, I'm almost ready. Okay, I'm a big boy. Alex is like, you're a big boy. I'm a really big boy. You're a really big boy. Number 1572. Number 1572. It goes up. It's like, hey, I'm a DJ. Gets slapped.
He just said, "Well,
Imagine being so fucking cringeworthy and not realizing how much of a fucking joke you are. Like it, I wouldn't pay, but I would love to see some of his pickup artist videos. I would just rip it apart.
we need to get somebody to go pay for it." Nah, I ain't gonna let somebody go through that. Don't pay for it.
I mean, I don't trust it, but we can have one of our contacts in Brazil take him to a club of my choice and see if he can bring a girl home, how long it takes him. Because if he's so good, he should get a girl in 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
But then since he pays for all the whores, since he pays for all the whores he takes home, we'll just pay off all the whores there and have them be like, ugh, dude, where's your hair? Just like roast the fuck out of him on camera. Just destroy his soul. He's just like, my life's. It's like, he like drops to his knees. It's like an anime. Everything goes black. He's like a spotlight on him. He's just like, my life's work to get. To get pretty. No.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
I can see that.
I knew my acting classes would work well at some point. A little high school. I joined the acting club, and it was the amateur acting club in college. Do you know why I joined it, Rishi?
Why is that? To get bitches?
To get some alt pussy. Dude, I got kicked out because I was I was caught sucking titties during a rehearsal backstage.
Hey, you were
I literally didn't think to open the curtains that much. The girl just screamed. I looked towards the front. I was looking at me. The teacher's screaming. I threw up a salute and I fucking ran out the door. Never came back.
Damn. Hey man, you were method acting. They're interrupting the scene.
I need to put myself in character.
Oh my god,
dude! Speaking of acting, these guys are so humorous. If we ever get a movie studio or something like that going, we got to make it a movie. We'll call it pickup artist. We'll call it something pickup artist.
Pickup roach.
Pickup roach.
Can Undead Chronic in an actual cockroach suit get pussy before John Anthony lifestyle?
Dude, it'd be crazy. It'd be like the Wolf of Wall Street, something like that. Maybe mixed in with Do
you want one loyal, submissive wife to give you children and love you throughout your life? Those are rookie numbers. There's 10,000 fat whores out there for you.
Gotta up those numbers.
Oh man.
Oh, the more I talk about this, the more I think it's going to be hilarious tonight. Especially if it's just look, if I can roast, I do want to see how he reacts because it's going to be a good time. Because you guys have seen the private chat, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah, don't spill any of the beans, but potentially we might get a good surprise for him.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hopefully you do join. Round 2. I know you're gonna be busy getting a drink.
I mean, it's really up to my boy. If he's just look, man, my back's hurting. I can't cringe anymore with this shit. It's all good. We'll just play some Halo. I don't care. It's not little I care about this roach. But he's just you know what? The sounds of a lying, grifting doxer squealing in pain while Daddy Chronic pulls out the flamethrower. I want to hear that as the background for our old fashions. That's cool too.
Man, that dude, it was great content yesterday. It was very good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Another fucking grifty motherfucker exposed once again. Thanks to Undead Chronic and Hammerhand.
Yeah, Ribby thinks it's hilarious. Ribby was just this fool will be exposed to a wider audience for what he is. And that's what Hammerhead said. Hammer's this guy doesn't realize what's going to happen to him. To go on and unabashedly push doxing. I mean, you can keep your pickup grift, but most of your viewers aren't there for the pickup grift. They're there for you to take down pickup grifters. That's his most viewed videos, is him attacking other roaches. Because people don't like roaches. And then I was wait, this guy's a roach? It's yeah. It's ugh.
It's literally a civil war in the Manosphere right now between fucking 5-6 fucking roaches.
It's
hilarious. eating each other alive.
Roaches will eat each other.
Yeah, literally, they would. Yeah, it is hilarious. I'm like, bro, like, all you guys are just sound like fucking idiots. It's like a merry-go-round. It's, oh no, he's the grifter. No, he's the grifter. I exposed this grifter. But ho, Uno reverse card. You're also the grifter. How did he know? Like, it's just like crazy nonsense right now. Crazy.
My favorite is just talking shit to their fans in the comment sections of my videos because they're getting so assholes about it.
Oh man, I saw that this morning on that clip.
Yeah,
you're just jealous, bro.
I said this guy commented, he's just like, dude's like, Chronic made me laugh. Have fun being single the rest of your life. And I was just like, what did I say? Have fun marrying a slew. And he goes, yeah, I expect that from a kid. It's slut, not sloot. Okay, well, obviously I'm not going to type that out because, I don't want my channel getting taken down. I avoid those words, but you don't understand. These guys don't even know that YouTube censorship exists. Like, they are so focused on the atomic bombs will be dropping, and these guys will be at the fucking Golden Corral, neck deep in some fat pussy. And they'll be like it's been kind of hot back there. Ah! They just burn up. They still care about anything else. So I said, have fun, Mary. So he says, like, I've been with my girl for 15 years. You? And I go, I respond to this guy. I'm like, I'm sure she took better schlong before you. She probably thinks about it during your biannual love sessions.
In the Golden Corral, that greasy chicken hands. Come get this bacon grease between these legs, hun. Like, But
Come
of course,
get this Burger King grease, boy.
Yep. And John Anthony is like, oh, this is 1,593 right here.
He's like has like a ledger. He's like, Alex is like puts his eyeball like a centimeter away from the action. He's like, is that? And then like in his eye, not again, chlamydia. I told you, Alex, to wear glasses, but I can't see the real legend. That's John Anthony Schlong and a fat woman. Unless I get as close, and my eyeball needs to be touching your scrotal sac.
Oh shit.
My God.
I feel like
I'm just talking. I don't even know any scripts. I'm just talking shit about these two dudes. This is losing my shit. This is so funny. It's like fucking it's like you never expect these people to become paradigms of just absolute tomfoolery until you have a discussion with them. You're like, this is real. Like, this is fucking real life. It's like there's some like a glitch in the Matrix where it's just like writing code to make sure Chronic absolutely slaps these dudes with his green schlong. You used to like look in the mirror, it's just like, is it really that easy? Or is there another force at work here? How can these guys just fucking implode every time they talk to him? What's going on?
What's going on?
It can't be that easy. Chronic's performing a dark kush ritual under YouTube headquarters.
I really hope you do the round 2 tonight. I think it will be better than yesterday. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot better than yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely want more Warband members to jump on afterwards to do the analysis.
Oh yeah, I expect me to be on tonight. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
Especially because he's gonna get triggered. He is going to get triggered for sure.
Yeah, I'm like, why are you being rude when you're just speaking facts? That's the funny part. Quit being rude, okay? Like, he's just stating facts. Why are you?
I take it back,
so mad, bro.
I take it back. Your woman is absolutely repulsive. If I want to have sex with a sex doll, I don't want it to be pre-used. Is that better? Is that better? That make you feel better, Mr. Alpha? Okay. Okay. How about this? I know you guys obsess with her pussy hole. So I'll just put it in her butt to make her scream.
Damn.
Like I said, the Brazilian national anthem.
Oh shit! No, that's see. I would be offended if I was Johnny. Like this motherfucker.
Well, anybody be offended if you bring your bitch on as a flex and the guy says you put it in her butt to reserve her pussy hole for you? Yeah, that's offensive.
Yeah, the crazy part, like
you want to bring your bitch on to make a point.
Bro, what if he brings her on again? Ooh. Oh my god!
I already have like 8 questions I'd ask her. First question: hey, do you consider yourself to have a good heart and good morals? Oh, okay. Next question: what's your father's name? Next question. Are they real? Are they fake? Let me prove it. Drop up and down for me. Come on. Next question. Are you concerned that your main partner is going to bring back virulent sexually transmitted diseases to you? Does he wear a condom with you? Next question. Is it just you don't believe you can get one man's attention and soul, so you have to settle for like 10% of this dude's?
Damn.
Dude, by the end of the question, she's going to give you your number.
Yeah, she's gonna give you her number while crying, like tears down her face.
You sound like a real man.
Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. The green man will make it all right.
You really think so?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
shit! Oh my god! I'm sorry, man, but yeah, like if I was John Anthony, I bring one of my main chicks on, and I hear she's low value.
It's like a break in his reality, bro.
Yeah,
He's so used to his betas telling him he's a Giga Chad. He's so used to it.
Did you see his face? He's like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, she's low value, bro.
What's that clip? Let me see. Where's that clip at? Let me see what's that view wise.
Oh shit! Hey, Arisha, you ever bring that up?
16,000, bro. 16,000 views.
Yeah, it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up because now he for the first time he got exposed. He met his match. No, he's below you.
It's just like if you're gonna step up to someone, given my track record, why the fuck would you step up to me? Like, why? Like, there's a million other people that don't like you that you could, somewhat win my argument. But to me, why?
You're
so uneducated.
Yeah, you're known to end careers.
Literally, what happened to Cuck Murphy? Huh.
Gone.
Huh. Why?
Is he like a child of God now? Something like that?
Dude, I don't know.
I think religious motherfucker now.
No, if you don't forgive me, you're not Christian. That's his shtick now.
Yeah, pretty much. See, good done. I'm
like, look, bro, that might work with. Actually, I don't know anybody that's worked with yet. I'll be honest, I don't fuck anybody that it works with.
He's gonna learn. He's gonna learn very soon. This isn't a battle that you can win.
Would you rather be Cuck Murphy and be exposed like he was, or John Anthony lifestyle, but you wake up the day after your dick falls off?
Ooh,
that's a would you rather question. That's a great topic of conversation for the Warband. He'll like leave in a fit of rage, but stay in the chat and keep listening. He's like, ah!
That's a pick your poison scenario right there.
I'd have to say maybe John Anthony. I think that's a bit better than being Cuck Murphy.
I guess it depends on what other medical conditions he has, right? Because John Murphy can just straight up like grow out his hair, shave the beard, and move to China and just forget it all. Yeah, John Anthony will never get his dick back. The thing blew up. No, not even throw off. It blew up. Like it exploded. Doc was just like, can I run a case study on this? This just never happened before in modern medicine. He's like, oh, I was about to hit 1,600. And Alex there rubbing his shoulder. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay.
But here's the thing. Being like caught, that would like stick with you. So it's a lot of personal shame in that.
I guess Anthony has no shame. I guess, would you rather have no shame or no dick? These are very philosophical questions we're asking here on the Yeetus Thought stream.
Wait a minute. Did you mean would you rather have shame?
Basically, would you rather have, the shame of the world, basically undead chronic, like, stage master, opening up the curtains and it's you on a dildo with your wife getting banged, and the whole world's looking and laughing, or your penis actually explodes. Let's add another one. And your nuts. It's like a firecracker. Actually, no. Your testicles start over functioning, so your sex drive is crazy, but all you got is a little urethral hole.
Ooh.
He's just like, stop. I don't like the science. I don't trust the science.
I know, man. like what Channel said, I like to keep my junk.
Now I'll make that a poll if I talk to him tonight. I'll make a poll. I'll tell him like, okay, John, about 30% of the people in my audience would rather be in the Jack Murphy situation than have a dick blow up like you. My dick's blowing up at a lot of women. I'm like, yeah, man, sure. I would be super sarcastic when he talks about how many bitches he gets because they'll piss him off.
Yeah, walking petri dishes that he caught STDs 4 times that I know of. Fuck that. And he's bragging about it.
If I was Jack Murphy, would I still have to like, fuck my own ass?
She's asking the real questions.
Would I still have to be gay? Like,
no. But you have permanent damage to your external anal sphincter. So sometimes when you poop, it shoots out sideways and hits your toilet paper. It's too much fun making fun of these dudes. They're fucking jokes, man. It's just too much. Chronic's just internet drama. Well, it's a point though, right? We're taking these false prophets and we're roasting them.
Right. Like, we ain't serious. This isn't our livelihood. We got our own lives, unlike these PUAs and coaches that relies on tricking people so they can pay their light bill.
Well, here's another question. Would the red hen still want to eat my asshole?
Only with lidocaine on the tongue to alleviate the pain. So she's providing a medical service.
Jesus Christ.
You can bill that to insurance.
Oh my God.
It says here, tossing your salad medically. What is that? You want to explain that? To Mr. Scheckelmeister, CEO of the insurance company. Oh, I understand it. Well, sometimes your wit says, she puts a big old goyim asshole.
And that guy, Pete, yeah. Traditional minded men would be perfectly content with just one girl. You don't need 1,000 girls to be valid. And here's another thing. I'm not saying that guys that wants to go get bitches is bad. But if you wrap your whole life around just chasing bitches and that's all you have, that means that you're doing nothing else with your life. That's pretty fucking sad. So, not saying you can't get bitches, but if this is if your top priority is getting bitches like this, it tells me that you're not really doing much else in your life.
I mean, it's their entire life.
Yes.
What you saying? Channel says, speaking of Hammer, if there was a moderator on Chronic's possible next debate, who would Chronic's mod be? I would vote. Yeah, I'm not doing a 1-on-2 this time. I mean, I would handle it, but I think I'd give Hammer the platform to at least confront them.
Yeah, because 1-on-1, that's how it's supposed to be. When there's a middleman, nah. That's especially a moderator is supposed to be somebody that is at least unbiased. He brought his homeboy to be a moderator. What the fuck?
And once the thing is, I only call him a pussy once they started calling me a troll and bitch mate or whatever they were saying at the end. Like, kick his ass off. He's just fucking trolling, that kind of stuff. Like, okay, bye, pussy. He's like, bye. Looking forward to date 2. Maybe I'll, open up on date 2 like my high value woman did.
Oh man. Oh, watch. Okay. Do you think he'll pull you heard about that that one time when Crowder was supposed to debate that Ethan Klein dude, that Ethan did a switcheroo and somebody else went in his place? I would
enjoy it. I mean, I'd enjoy it. I'm like, so this is your champion of the Zinc Scorpion squad.
This is your king.
I accept it. I accept your challenge. How's your relationship with your father? I gotta ask both of them that next segment. I think that's the thing I open with. I'm like, I just want to know what kind of relationship you guys have with your dad. John here was horribly abused as a child. You told me. Was this emotional abuse, physical abuse? Did you learn about game early on in life, unwillingly?
Daddy wasn't too nice to me.
If I ask him if he learned about game unwillingly in life early on, that's like I'm making fun of his stupid ass lingo, and I'm insinuating he got diddled. So I think that dude, he'd be leaving the stream in the first 3 minutes. I gotta be careful, man. I gotta be careful.
Which is fucked up. Which is fucked up if it happened. You know,
I gotta bring on. It's gotta be like a more like a medium roast instead of a slow roast. I can't just like flash fry them.
Yeah, you gotta like kind of like boil the frog.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get like probably enough time, you just like reach the climax and be like hit him with the one question.
Mm-hmm.
And if that doesn't work, just keep on going.
So many options. But I gotta get out of here. My boy's getting hungry. So hey, I'll talk to you guys. I'll let you know what the plan is for tonight.
All right, man. Cool. Too easy. Have fun, bro.
Peace.
Peace out.
Peace. All right, Rishi, how you enjoying the conversation so far?
I like it.
All right, yeah, it's pretty chill. You missed my epic rant earlier in the stream.
Oh yeah, actually, I was listening.
Oh, you
I was
were
listening in. Yeah, for sure.
What do you think about the topic? So far when it comes to these PUAs and these coaches in the Manosphere, even though we're not part of it. What's your thoughts on that?
I'll probably have the same opinion as Chronic. These guys are like, it's so obvious. These guys are like jokes walking, but I want to agree with you on something more important. This guy, like John Anthony Lifestyles, like picked that Chronic sense. I don't know. It looks kind of sus. The broad shoulders, the masculine face, might be dealing with a man.
Yeah, dealing with a transformer.
Femboy check, lady boy, something like that.
Lady boy check, do a nutsack check, just bam.
John Anthony doing Polaroids with lady boys. But yeah, I do agree. Like, it's kind of obvious with these guys too. Like, you just like look at these guys and you look at like what they do. They're obviously just con men, coming in here telling, I got the secret sauce. Me, I can lead you. All you have to do is just give me your money. And then you buy my book, Red Pill Dialectics or something like that. There's always something kind of basic, Red Pill Dynamics, Red Pill Dialectics, the rational male.
Just be confident, bro.
More text game, more cold approach. Just emotionally manipulate a woman and get her to sleep with you.
Just tell her I want to fuck. That'll get her weak in the knees. You might go to jail, but just try it.
And also, I think it's kind of fitting though, like, because these guys can only sleep with women if they, one, pay them, obviously, or two, they like manipulate them, right?
Right.
Because they always teach, like, here's what you need to say, here's what you need to do, here's what you like to say exactly in this text. Here's how you need to treat her specifically to get an emotional reaction. Yep. It's almost like lying. Exactly. Channel. Very true. It's almost like lying. It's just like.
But before we start adding people in, because they've been waiting a long time to join, if you want to support your boy, Sir Yeetus, if you want to support the Warband, go ahead and click on the link on top of the chat. If you have a question, if you have just something to say, or if you just feel like donating, go ahead and donate to paypal.me/SirYeetus. All donations are appreciated. And I'm not going to stop my live stream to force you to pay, because that's a bitch move. Yeah. So, Gray, what's going on?
He fucked 1,000 whores. That's how we got the clap.
Carry on. What's going on?
I'm good. I'm just feeding for eating, man. I can't stop.
I need it.
I'm gonna add one more person. Constantine, what's up?
Yo, what's up, brother? Puniti.
Cool, Niti. I'm gonna start with Gray. Then we're gonna go to Carry On. Then we go to Constantine because I know you got a good amount to say. Shit. That guy Pete, what's going on, man?
Yo.
What's up, my Buddha?
All right, we have a full house. We're gonna go in order, okay? You'll go Gray, Carry On, Constantine, then that guy Pete. Gray. So I don't know how long you've been listening to this live stream so far. But
I was here at the start. Yeah.
Are you there?
So.
Okay. What's your perspective on the topic today? What's your opinion?
Honestly, they've gotten worse in the past decade and a bit. Like, I don't know. Like back in the day, like it wasn't just fucking like video. Like, it wasn't just some fucking like website and books. Like there were still books and websites and memberships and meetups. But fuck, you could get like full on DVD sets. And you got like more than just like it wasn't much more than Be Confident, but they'd actually break it down into some fucking details. Like this shit nowadays, like, it is fucking bare bones. Although one thing, I did see quite a number of their sites, and I swear they all probably took the same goddamn marketing course. You'd literally think that it was one fucking meta organization writing all the websites for the same guys.
Yeah, pretty much just took that business certificate course.
Well, God, no, it's like seriously, if you actually compare the web design, it becomes obvious the fucking marketing tactics. Like it's a continuous scroll, the font is the same, the layout is the same. Like they pace it out between their pitches and like the customer testimonies.
Very true. But before you continue on, hey, yes, I'm gonna dip really quick. I got a few things to do, but be sure to bring on Singletown Bachelor when I get it. All right.
Too
all
easy.
right. All right, boys. See you later. Probably
See you,
tonight
Reach.
when we
Peace.
see the great Russ. Peace
Yeah,
out.
it's gonna be good. Puniti.
Puniti.
Let's go.
Yeah, like I still got to catch like the main roast itself, but like for fuck's sakes, like yeah. Also, the women were hotter. Like pre-2010, I can definitely say for sure that the women they fucking brought on for this stuff was way fucking hotter than this bullshit.
I agree. I agree. And now they're not even hiding it on how much they're trying to scam men. In fact, it's getting so bad they're having a civil war in the Manosphere currently.
That's the other thing, the infighting. It's like shit, you used to get fucking collaborations and crap. Now it's fucking infighting. It must be because their pool is getting smaller. Like there's more of them, and the amount of men that are still around and actually believing this stuff are definitely getting smaller.
Men are getting more into that red pill, and a good amount of them eventually lives a MGTOW lifestyle. They probably don't even realize it.
Although, actually, one thing that's funny, I can think of one PUA that actually ended up going the mainstream, and I know now he's kind of getting roasted. Did you ever hear of Richard Lavarina? That guy?
No.
Did you ever hear of the game Super Seducer?
Nope.
Okay.
What the
Well,
fuck?
yeah, no, he legit made a game called Super Seducer, which I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of like I think a video choose your own adventure kind of deal where you learn to pick chicks. And all I've seen is it's getting fucking roasted by VTubers who use it as fucking content.
I'm not even surprised, man. I'm not even surprised, but you are definitely against these type of people, right?
Yeah, like the fucking hustle's there. Like that's the thing. No, I don't fucking support the shit, especially when there's so much of the actual content for free. Like I fell into that rabbit hole before. Like I even knew what the hell MGTOW was.
Right.
So I get it, but I see this shit now. I was like, oh Christ.
Yeah, it's just getting out of control. But carry on. You're next. What's your perspective on today's topic?
I think you said them and like Twitch thoughts and all that were similar. I can agree they're similar, but these PUAs are somewhat worse to me because Twitch thoughts, they're open with what they're doing. Like everyone knows what's happening. They're gonna act like hoes and sluts for people online, and you're gonna give them money. It's technically going to a strip club. It's like, hey, yeah, it's a virtual strip club. With these guys, they're acting like they're helping people. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna help people. In the end, it's like, how much people do you actually help? And all the people that they say you help them, how do I know you didn't just pay them off? Or these guys are just like not your friends or some shit like that. So it's like, can we really even trust you if you have testimonies from people? I read a lot of stories online, this random story that people make, and I look at the reviews and like, oh, 5 stars. Like, this story is not 5 stars. This story is like 2. It's shit. So it's like I can't trust any reviews that anyone leaves. I have to look at it for myself or see someone that actually went through it and it's like, oh, it doesn't work. I need to see the downsides too. They don't say any downsides. Oh, it might not work if you have this. You have to do this. But it's like, nah. And I watched all the PUA stuff. I was interested when I first found it. It's like, oh yeah, let me just see what it's about. I was like, oh yeah, this women do this, and I was like, yeah, that's true. I seen that. Oh yeah, I never saw that before. After a while, I was like, I got bored of it. I was like, I just talking about kind of get pussy now. I was like, it got to a point where I was like, is that all there is left is pussy, or the idea of trying to get a woman to be interested in you? It's like that just sounds so much. That sounds like those movies where like people make fun of the guy that's trying so hard to get the girl. Say, oh, I'm gonna go. Like, there's always a PUA guy, and they always fail. Why? It's because these guys are scamming you. It's like a used car salesman. It's like, oh yeah, you can get this car for. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's like, yeah, but you're not going to tell them the downsides of it. You're just going to tell them the positives and so on. You're not actually going to tell them to improve themselves, anything like that. You're going to give them a half truth and all that shit. So I don't like these type of guys.
Yeah, they're. I don't like. I have a thing against them. I just do. I'm not done with my rants. I'm just getting started. I'm gonna make sure that. I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna get my point across about this situation. Give me 1 second, y'all. Bachelor.
Hello.
What is going on? I'm gonna let you go soon, but I'm gonna let Constantine and that guy P go.
Right.
Okay. Constantine, you're next.
All right. Well, I think that a lot of these dating coaches, like we all know, they're scammers. They're a lot of them are just in it for the money. Even sadly, Greg Adams a while back became, really showed that he's become more about the money now, and stopping his live streams when people aren't doing what he wants to try to get money or to try to boost his views on YouTube. It's ridiculous, and it's a very, very unfortunate thing to see out there because you can tell these guys that are these dating coaches have problems. I know if anybody hasn't seen it already, I would personally recommend watching Think Before You Sleep's video called Why PUA is Dead. And it's a very good video. And in it, he talks about how a lot of these PUA guys, they live very unstable and just crazy lives. And, how can, and he literally asks his audience, you really think these guys are happy living these lives they live? Like, and he even brings up what Chronic brought up. These guys are just focusing on trying to get women all the fucking time. They're just, telling guys to do all this different fucking stuff to get women. It's like, do you have time for anything else in your life? Do you? Like, what else are you doing with your life? You have any actual hobbies? Do you got a job? And that's the other thing. John Anthony, had a job at IBM, and what did he do? He let from what I understand, at least, he let his desire for puniti get him fired from his job at IBM. IBM pays well if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It really does. I know a guy who has a work from home position there, and he makes good money, and he is, he's doing well for himself. And, it's with, any kind of programming job if you know what you're doing. He went to school for freaking computer science, and he just let that career go all down the drain because of being dumb and chasing puniti. And just being and trying to be and also I think part of it, he said, when Chronic asked him about it, he was saying it was also because he got, he was out partying too much. It's like, bro, it sounds like you just never grew up. You never grew the guy. It sounds like the guy never grew up. And like Chronic said today, he's still living in the past in high school as the guy that got rejected a lot and still feels the need to prove himself to everybody. It's like, bro, what are you doing? You got to leave the past in the past and focus on becoming a better person. And you got to address that crap. Like, like for you, no one else. Like, no one else is going to be able to do it. You've got to be able to buckle down and do it for you. And he just doesn't even have a moral compass at all. And Chronic really just revealed that to a lot of people yesterday. He stripped away the layers of this guy. And I was like, look at this, guys. He changes his philosophy. He changes his values based on what the situation is. He doesn't give a shit that he doxed a young man all because he had a different opinion than he did. That's fucked up. And the funny part is, it's like you guys are saying, this guy is just trying to, he makes videos attacking all these other different people to try to say, I'm the best. Buy my course and no one else's because they don't know what they're talking about. I do. That's what he's doing. He has attacked other PUAs. He has attacked red pillars. He has attacked black pillars, which ironically enough, he didn't mind going on a MGTOW dictionary live stream to bitch about Myron Gaines stealing his product. And then he decides to attack MGTOW in this most previous attack that Hammerhand covered. And it was real funny because I was just thinking a while before, up to this point, I was thinking, man, it'd be pretty funny to watch Chronic roast John Anthony Lifestyle. That guy is a turd. That would be a funny person. That would be fun to see that guy get attacked by and taken down next. And then sure enough, Hammerhand does a live stream because this guy thought it was a good idea to freaking attack MGTOW and attack Sandman. And Sandman responded to that video and said, look, dude, I tell guys if they want to date, build experience. And he even told the guy, I have 20 years experience of dating. And I tell men, go out there and date and, have your own experiences to compare to other men. That's not a bad thing. I'm not telling you never to date at all. I'm just saying be careful. And it's just, this guy. And then, and then you can just tell, like, even I could tell there was something off about him because he never shuts the fuck up about his lay count. He never shuts the fuck up about it. He never does. It's like all his videos, most if not all, he's always bragging about it. You go back to last year, it was like, I've slept with about 1,000 women. I know what I'm talking about. Like, dude, you're just that's so immature, man. You think people that actually have other stuff going on in their lives care? No, we don't. It's like you have no morals. You have no real values. Your value is literally indiscriminate fucking. How much pussy you can get. That is not a good way to live your life. You got to have stronger values than that.
I agree.
But if you're
This game out too.
it's just sad, and I think it's a big mistake that he decided to try to talk to Chronic again. That is a big mistake. I think he was just I have to just think he just was all pissed off. Chronic's like, yeah, I'd fuck your girl, but I wouldn't put a ring on it. I think he just is real triggered about that and wants to talk to him again because of that alone, just because of that's what made them kick him off the live stream. So I think that got to him a little too much. So
all he said was his girl was low value.
Yeah. I mean, literally, Chronic literally just asked her the simple question: you ever have sex with any other men before? Are you a virgin? He's like, yeah, I've had sex with other guys. And Chronic's like, okay, well, I know where you stand in terms of what I would do. and
But
he was honest about it.
the reason they got pissed off is because his girl smiled about it. Where he said, "Hey, I'll fill you up."
Oh yeah,
His
oh
girl
yeah,
smiled.
Like a
Yep.
dump truck.
I was
Double
just
load of
listening.
lead.
The thing is, I was just listening to Chronic's roast or Chronic's live stream. I wasn't watching the actual John Anthony live stream to see what his girl even was doing, because but
No,
it's
she's not ugly. Like, she had a weird outfit, but she's not ugly.
well, yeah,
No.
it is what it is. It's just like I said. The main thing is he is just trying to take advantage of dudes that need help. And they need to understand, and the worst part is they're giving guys quasi red pilled messages of go to the gym, better your money, work on your social skills, but they're doing it in a way where it's like, pay me money so I can tell you how to do this. I'll go into an extravagant amount of detail on how to pull it off. It's like, no. That's not the way this shit works, bro.
Pretty
They're
much.
giving out red pills, but it's like blue pill covered in red. So
What I call
pretty
it,
much.
I've come to call it a blue
A sink
pilled
pill.
turd covered in red pilled ice cream sprinkles. It's really what it is.
But hey, we're gonna let that guy Pete go.
Alrighty.
I'm eager to hear what he has to say.
Okay, so we're talking about PUA, right? So
PUAs and coaches.
right. So if you look at my main video on my channel, you'll notice in the red pill space, I divide between PUA and grifters because I do think there's a difference. I think that PUAs, good PUAs, if they're going to talk about game, you should do it for free. You shouldn't put it behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Just as MRAs educate you about the law, just as MGTOWs educate you about the merits of going your own way, PUA should just be another piece of the curriculum that is free. We're not going to say things like, for example, the mystery method, right? Mystery is one of the most well-known pickup artists of all time. And Neil Strauss, who wrote the book The Game, he worked under him, also known as Styles. And when you look at the methods, it's like, okay, yes, you kind of have to neg a girl, basically like bust her chops to pique her interest. Then you build rapport by spending time with her, and then you bring her back to your place and you smash, right? You establish comfort, right? This is common sense shit, right? Because a girl's not going to bang you if she doesn't feel comfortable around you.
Right.
So there's merits to the information. It's grounded in evolutionary psychology and how that works. But again, treating it like you have some sort of special sauce and putting it behind a paywall, I think that's kind of where we have the issue. Yeah. So I look at it like, okay, even if you take a guy like Neil Strauss, right? He wrote the book The Game. He talked about his escapades. I read the book. It was a good read. It was entertaining and all that shit. But eventually what ends up happening is he got married, but then he ended up getting divorced.
Ooh.
Right. So exactly. So the reason why that happened is, again, because he just embraced a PUA persona. There is a difference between having a PUA persona, which is just wearing a mask, and actually internalizing game. It is common sense that you cannot be socially awkward. It's common sense that you can't go around saying stupid shit when you're talking to girls, right? It's about the mood and all that stupid feels before real shit. We know this. So I think with Neil Strauss in particular, he tried to take his PUA skills. He ended up getting married. The PUA skills don't work in the context of marriage. And then the mask fell off. Wife realized she married a beta. And she was like, all right, I'm getting the fuck out of here. So again, that's the difference, I think, between PUA and internalizing game. Once you make game a fundamental part of who you are, you're no longer a PUA. You're just a guy with game at that point. But yeah, it's obvious that the paywall is the big issue. I don't think there should be a paywall. Information should be free.
I think a lot of it also is, a lot of these guys, even me, I've told Yeetus this before. I don't have the best social skills with women and with people in general. So really, I would say that it really is just needing to improve your social skills. That's kind of what it comes down to, is what I'm getting from it. And, it's like what you said. They shouldn't be putting this crap behind a paywall because it's just not a good idea.
Disingenuous.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you. Honestly, I had a pretty neutral opinion about John Anthony, and then like when he started going in on Fresh and Fit, my opinion kind of went positive. But then Undead Chronic, he kind of changed my mind on it. He really had me thinking. So sometimes you just need someone like Undead Chronic to come in and just kind of tell you what's up, and it's like, oh,
And Hammerhand.
but yeah, on the front of
Yeah.
social interaction, Constantine, I'm actually curious. Would you consider yourself above average or high IQ?
Well, I did graduate from college summa cum laude, so I would say, but I had a criminal justice degree, so it wouldn't really be that. It wasn't that college wasn't that hard for me, I would say.
Same.
So
Yeah,
for
the
me,
reason. Yeah,
I'm
the
not
reason I
high
asked that.
IQ, but I say I'm above average. Let's say that.
Yeah, the reason I ask that question is because a lot of people with higher IQs, they tend to struggle in socialization skills. So
Yep.
basically, they tend to say like the Goldilocks zone is like between 125 and 130. That's kind of the zone where it's like, okay, you can have leadership skills, you could socialize, you have this good balance. But then once you get over 130, it's like you really start to struggle. You become very neurologically divergent compared to everybody else who's neurotypical.
So what
'cause-
about the people that don't feel like talking to people unless they have no choice?
Right.
They put in a social situation, but they can still have good social skills.
Right. So, I mean, people that are more introvert, again, like what is it, like the 5-factor personality? I might do a video on this. But yeah, the idea of, being extroversion being one of the 5 marks of a personality like that. Introverted people would probably be considered neurologically divergent. So, of course, people like that are going to have a more difficult time internalizing game, as are people like myself who probably score very high in neuroticism, which is another of the 5 personality traits.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
again,
that
yeah.
weird guy because I couldn't have conversations very well with everybody. I think because it's also my mindset is different because I don't look at women as goddesses or whatever. I look at them as, regular human beings that can be just as shitty as anybody else.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not gonna lie. Most of my conversations with women, I mean, I try to keep it light. It's mostly jester maxing, which is basically just being the comedian. That's just kind of how I am. I love comedy. That's kind of what I do.
Yeah, having a good time. Yeah.
So I mean, that's just kind of how I am.
Yeah.
But again, if you go to a black pill space, they'll probably say like that's cope and shit like that. But at the core, all I was trying to get at when I asked the IQ question is that neurologically divergent people. I mean, PUA at its core is built for neurotypical people, which is most people. So it's going to work for most people. But if you tell me that, a pickup course is going to help an autistic kid get some puniti, you're fucking delusional.
it takes a lot of work for somebody that has those kind of things going on mentally to succeed. It takes a lot of work. I know that another good example would be another one of Think Before You Sleep's videos where he was talking about addicts. And he was saying that you got a whole team of psychologists and other people that are all working together to try to help one addict break their addiction and essentially overcome their maladaptive behavior. And it's just, they could all be working together with this person, and the person still is addicted to whatever it is they're addicted to. Work. So it's not easy, but I think that the first step, of course, is just realizing there's a problem and then trying to figure out ways to fix it. You have to have the attitude of I need to fix this. And with somebody in John Anthony's case, he's got a bunch of issues for you can just tell, especially when Chronic again peeled back the layers and performed a vivisection on him. It's like, look at all this guy's problems. This guy has problems that he has left unaddressed for many years, and he needs to do something about it for himself because it's only hurting himself at the end of the day. And that's kind of what a lot of guys that go through the Manosphere realize about themselves is that they have their own shortcomings. They have their own issues that maybe are not just affecting them negatively with women, but with other areas of their life, such as their friend group, their job, and how they feel about their supervisor, their employer, in terms of their relationship with their employer and stuff like that. And because they always just make it about women. But what about the relationship you have with your boss at work? What about the relationship you have with your coworkers? How about why don't we talk about that to try to make sure we can minimize stress in the workplace that you'd have to deal with and drama you got to deal with. Why it's always just about getting puniti, but that's what these guys do.
Well,
Yeah,
he has an addiction to box. He's addicted to box. And I think, honestly, again, you can be a PUA and not make box the center of your life. There's people who spin plates and shit like that all the time, or just do pump and dump one night stands. But again, people like this, where you make it your business to have 1,000 lay count. I mean, it's like you're obsessed. It's like I see it as no different from like my former alcohol addiction or my porn addiction. Like I just look at it like, okay, you're just enslaved to a different beast than me, but the behavior is the same. And clearly, a lot of these PUA grifter types, they tend to have a narcissistic psychological profile. Yep. They are incapable of entertaining the idea that maybe, just maybe, they might be wrong about something, or there's something they don't know, especially if they are in the presence of a woman and they are being made to look wrong. This is very feminine behavior. Avoiding social disapproval, that's girl shit.
Yep.
As a man, you shouldn't care.
You should be willing to have people correct you when you're wrong, and then say, okay, given what you've shown me, I'm going to change my opinion. And having multiple people explain all that to you also, helps. Being able to see it from other sources, not just people that you're directly talking with that are disagreeing with you, presenting the information. But with this guy, Chronic's value system is so foreign to him. It's just, he can't, it's like he can't stomach the fact that people value different things than he does, because,
well, I think it's more he can't stomach the fact that things like having a moral compass and things like this might make you miss out on opportunities for pussy.
Yeah. Or you might.
Pussy is more important than morals.
To him?
Yeah, to him, I would say. I would also say that maybe having a better moral compass will get you higher quality women into your life.
I think for him it's a numbers game. I don't think he cares about quality.
With him he doesn't care. Obviously, with him he doesn't care, since he's always bragging about how many women he's been with. It's like Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother. That one episode where he's like, "I've had sex with over 2,000 women, yeah!" And then like one of his friends, I think it was either Ted or it was Marshall, was like, "You should be proud. You should be tested, but you should be proud," or some dumb shit like that. And it's unironic because, given what John Anthony said, he probably should be tested.
There are guys that will settle for banging 3s and 4s. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but there are guys that will settle for banging like 3s every single month. They'll choose that over, hey, maybe they'll date an 8, but they'll only date for like 1 year in a 10-year period. They'll settle for just 4s every month for 10 years over just having a one high quality girl. Even if you only date her for a year, they'll prefer the former over the latter. It's just a different. We actually call this life history. R versus K. Some people are just on that R track, just get as much as you can, and then there's people on the K. They live a more like slow life history where they're just kind of like, nah, I want quality. I want that. And I think most men are like that. They kind of want something high quality. The problem is, though, there's just no fucking quality left. That's the problem.
Single town bachelor.
Well, the thing that's really that John Anthony is utterly, I wouldn't say disgusting, but it's clear he just think about it. It's a numbers game, and he doesn't get it that the women that he's banging. Think about how many men they have had prior to him, and the numbers game. It's about get out of dodge faster than your legs can carry you.
But if you have that enough time to go after 1,500 women, that's that's not quote unquote alpha at all.
No, that's beta bug.
Like you will take any woman you can find, so you can add her to your collection of. Oh, look at all this puniti I have. I got more puniti than you. Yes, I have multiple diseases in my body, but I'm still more alpha. Like
Or
what?
Incels have more standards than him.
Or as Hammerhand would say, a rotisserie of hoes.
Oh yeah. No, I don't know how old is Hammer.
25-year-old grandpa himself.
Yeah!
Hey, I am 54. So bring it on. Oh, no.
So
It's
does
really
PUAs and these coaches have a place in the quote unquote manosphere? Do they have? Should they even be allowed in the manosphere?
They do have a place. Personally, I will say they do have a place. You can learn a lot from them. But I feel like some people they only learn. They are so convinced and their sole purpose is pussy that they just don't take it yet. It's information. It's information. You don't have to live your life chase some pussy and just be a PUA. That's my personality. I just chase pussy. I'm a PUA. Yada yada yada. It's like, yeah, no. I have some skills. What they said made sense. Oh yeah, I can implement that in my life. You don't have to use it to like sleep with women. You can use it like, oh, I'm gonna use this technique in work since it helps me and makes me a little more confident. So on. So yeah, PUAs do have some good information. It's just that people get too dragged away with certain aspects of it and it just go crazy.
So the PUAs that don't have paywalls, the coaches that don't have paywalls, they're not the bad ones. It's the ones.
The coaches
are no different to me than PUAs in the manosphere.
Well, let me give like some practical advice that if a PUA was to put out a video on YouTube, like one video to discuss each of these, then I'd say that they have a place. Like, for example, foot posture when talking to someone. Don't have both feet pointing towards your subject. Always have one foot at a 90-degree angle, so that you can step away, or have a barrier, like a low retaining wall, like between you and the other person. Another thing is when you're talking to someone, make sure that when you speak, you have at least 2 topics for the other person to jump off of so that you can keep the conversation going. Like that kind of socialization stuff, especially nowadays with all the fucking bullshit actual socialization that kids are going through, we're going to run into a lot of social issues, and being taught how to stand when interacting with someone, how to have a conversation. I can see that being in demand, and it probably would help some guys who don't understand why they're not having successful interactions with women.
Agreed.
I would completely agree. I would completely agree with you there, Gray. I think that, if guys would be taught how to talk to people in person. Like I remember back whenever me and my brother were visiting our old high school just to say hello to some of our teachers we had, and we were talking to our old band director, and he was not even looking him in the eye, and I was just like, well, what? You're just looking down at the ground or looking off to the side. It's like you're not making eye contact with him. Like what? Like, come on, dude, what are you doing? So and then I was thinking, man, how little do I actually make eye contact with people when I talk to them? Damn. It's one of those things where, it really, a lot of these guys just simply need to be, taught how to communicate in person with people and body language and all that stuff. And they need somebody that's willing to work with them and not just be like, give me my $200 and I'll tell you how to do this or that. No.
Yeah. You don't need to pay $1,000 to understand choosing signals.
Yeah.
Yes.
You shouldn't have to at all. Like I've seen I've picked up, information like that, like body language women will use whenever they might be interested in you or something like that. I've seen videos like that. And they tell you that for free, and then they're like, "But buy my course." It's like, why? You just gave me information.
That's
for
the thing.
free.
Like everyone that says buy my course is like, "Hey, I'm not gonna buy your course. I'm just gonna sit here on YouTube and collect all your videos because you'll give me all the information from your course. The course is just it's all distilled into one, like the most simplest form. Like I don't need to do that. I can just watch your catalog and go on to the next guy, and after the next guy will teach you all the same stuff. It's like, okay, everything that they're saying that's connected to each other, that's probably what they're going to teach me there.
And
Like there's something you have to buy.
I would say a lot of these dating roach and these dating roach types of people, a lot of guys can pick up the little bits of good information. Because I remember whenever Joker from Better Bachelor made a video talking about all the drama that can happen in the Manosphere, he was saying you can always go into people's videos and find a little bit of good. And he said that's what he likes to try to do, is find a little bit of good information and then just disregard the stuff that he knows is not good information. And eventually I would also say that a lot of these dating roaches show you what not to do. So in a way they're still teaching people, because they're showing them what not to do. So that's one way of looking at it as well.
It's just that people need to know what is the mistakes that they're making.
Yeah, how do they know it's wrong if people like us don't call them out?
Yep. If people like Chronic and Yeetus and others that are out there aren't the ones saying, guys, you're spouting off bullshit. You're acting. You're not doing this right. This is. There needs to be people that are able to do that and correct them when they are genuinely wrong. Like in this case, like the guy supports doxing. Like, bro,
big red flag.
I mean,
that's the biggest bitch move ever.
I mean,
on the internet, like, no one likes that shit.
I mean, he was on a MGTOW. He did do work with MGTOW Dictionary, who was doxing people and turned out to be a massive scumbag. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised that it turns out this guy doxed somebody and decided to, say it's not that big of a deal, guys. He's doing this or that.
So
right.
It's not a big deal when people may do it to him, but knowing what will happen to a man if their friends and family, his job or whatever, finds out that he's speaking on this type of content and his life will be ruined, and that John Anthony, he knows what's going to happen, yet he goes ahead anyway out of spite because he got emotional.
Yep.
That's the biggest bitch move ever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Destroying somebody's life just because they do not agree with you and do not have the same set of values that you do, just trying to completely destroy their life. That is pretty reprehensible. That's very low and very, very telling of his character.
And here's something that you should probably consider. If he fucks with the wrong guy, I'm willing to bet that assassins in Brazil are cheap.
Man, it's insane. That's one thing that his credibility is already gone. Under Chronic already exposed him, but just to reiterate, it's just insane how you as a man know what's going to happen to that man if you dox him over talking about stuff like this. Really? Like, you don't belong in the Manosphere. You don't belong on the internet. You are the biggest bitch ever, living in a second world country, which is Brazil. I'm assuming second world. Out there doxing people just because you got proven wrong, and you become an emotional little bitch.
Bitch boy.
I think.
How can you call yourself alpha at that point?
Yeah, it's very gynocentric behavior.
Exactly. Fucking. He has some issues. I do agree with Chronic and everybody else is saying. I do believe he has some deep-rooted issues.
Well, that's one thing. I look at him and you see the face. There's something about that face. You see it in so many guys with gynocentric behaviors. That same face. There's something about the ratio. I'd honestly like to get a collection of them and go like full fucking, I don't know, categorization. I forget what the exact term would be. But basically, like really break down these facial proportions and these features and be like, is there something here? Could you actually look at early life trauma and then see it expressed in how the face develops over time?
I can tell he looks expressionless, literally emotionless. Nothing. Like it's crazy. even when he was exposed.
Like that's the thing. Like we can
Yeah.
see the 1,000. Like we see the 1,000 cock stare in women. We know it. We've quantified it. We don't exactly have a specific image that we can call up as reference, but we know what it looks like. We've identified it. This is kind of that equivalent.
Well, the 1,000 pussy, dive or some shit like that.
By all means, get your swim on. Oh god.
Well, anyone that has to have like knows that much about partners definitely is lacking something internally inside them. And we knew this for generations.
But that's the thing. Like, does that come about? That's the thing. I think I've seen that face in people who, okay, yeah, like John Anthony, who claim to have a shit ton, but at the same time, it's also in guys who you suspect get absolutely none. So I'm wondering if it's tied to something else. Like women, they get the trauma from like that, from that 1,000 lifestyle. This looks like something else, like something. Like again, I'd be curious because, like, again, Think Before You Sleep specifically talks a lot about like early childhood trauma and how it affects in the long run.
He does.
It's entirely possible that Mr. John Anthony did experience something traumatizing in his youth, and he's compensating for that, and that's part of why he's got this face.
Yeah, I agree.
I will.
100%.
I will also say that the way that the brain appears on an MRI scan or one of the whatever other kinds of scans you can do on the brain can tell you a lot of information as well. For example, from what I remember from some of my classes for my degree plan, whenever I was still in college, whenever you have like a child abuse victim, their amygdala is going to be really big, and it's not supposed to be. And it's because of how active it's had to be over that child's life getting victimized so much. It's very sad and unfortunate that happens, but that is another thing to also consider as well, because definitely stuff from his past could definitely affect it. Chronic has even talked about how stuff like that happens in women and causes them to develop quicker, but then compared to women that grow up in healthy childhood environments.
Yep. The same thing can happen to a man.
Yep.
At least mentally.
Well, and the sad thing is that might actually be part of the appeal. Like if he's broken on the inside to the point where he genuinely doesn't give a shit.
Doesn't give a shit about doxing. Doesn't give a shit about having STDs 4 times.
That's the thing. But there's two things, because as we've seen with Chronic, there is something he does care about, because he's like he's got this projection problem that I keep seeing with these kinds of people, where they automatically assume that everyone else shares their values, and it's painful to them when someone doesn't. Like it's so foreign and alien to them, the thought. Like he brought that girl on thinking that Chronic was going to be impressed by it, but he only thought that because that's something he would be impressed by.
Yep.
So solipsism, another feminine trait.
Yep.
And then he got all up in his feelings whenever Chronic said, yeah, she's good looking, but she ain't a virgin, so I wouldn't be in any kind of committed relationship with her. Yep. I'd have casual fun with her if she wants, and after we're done, send her on her way. And she was like, oh, thank you. Oh. And he was just like seething over there. Alex was all pissed off too. He's like, Alex was pissed off too, probably thinking, good thing I didn't bring my wife onto the show. She'd be getting all smug with him too. Seethe.
But hey, Constantine,
yes, sir.
There's a bunch of people still trying to join, but do you have anything else for the Warband when it comes to this topic, or anything else?
Not really. Although I will say, like Chronic said, there is going to be a part 2 tonight, because John Anthony just thought it would be a good idea. So I guess we'll just have to stay tuned and wait for Chronic to share the link. But be waiting for that. I think it's gonna be funny, because they also said, the kid gloves are off. You can insult each other now. So that's going to be
What a
That's
It's
joke.
gonna be a shit show in the making.
That's going to be some good content. I know Chronic already has said he's gotten some good shorts from the live stream from yesterday, but this I think is going to be even better. So it'll be some pretty fun stuff to watch for sure. So just be looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yep, I'm looking forward. I'm probably gonna be on the live stream tonight, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there. But thank you for joining, man. You had a lot of input today. I appreciate it, and they should be a live stream tomorrow. Depends what happens, but I'll see you later on tonight on Chronic Stream.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, Yeetus. Puniti.
Niti,
Maybe.
Single Tile Bachelor, you as well. Do you have anything else to say to the Warband
Of
when it
course.
comes to this topic or anything else?
Well, I think it was an unforgivable big move to dox that guy, and of course you should roast him very much over the fire. So and puniti, that's the word, the key word.
Niti.
Unity.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
See, yeah, I'll call John Anthony the Judas. He's a Judas. He wants to dox other men. He's a betrayer.
He's lower than that. Judas actually got paid to do it.
Yeah, you're right. Judas is bitch. But before I add 2 more people up in here, if you guys want to support your boy, Sir Yeetus, support the Warband, go ahead and click on the link on top of the chat. Donate to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus. If you have a question, if you just want to have a statement, or you just feel like donating. All donations are appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to add Real Talk. What's going on, Real Talk?
What's good, my brothers?
And Andrew.
Hello.
What's going on, man?
Going
Going good?
Fine, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm resting a little bit.
We'll start with Real Talk. Real Talk, you've been here like the whole time, right?
More or less. Before everyone got on, I kind of got in. Like you and Rishi were on the stream for like almost 2 hours, so I didn't get the whole thing. But I've really looked. I've investigated this guy for a while and shit. I always thought he was full of shit. But go ahead.
Well, what is your perspective on these PUAs and coaches in the Manosphere pretending to be something that they're not, pretty much putting up a facade and putting up all these paywalls to take advantage of these vulnerable men looking for guidance?
Well, you can always judge a man by his eyes. You can judge any person by their eyes. And yeah, I got to shout out to Gray because he read my mind. That was one of the things I was going to share. I was like, yeah, it's kind of like a version of the 1,000-cock stare. These men are lifeless. They're as soulless as the creature because they pedestalize women, believe it or not. I actually want to read off a screenshot of a comment he deleted of mine probably a month and a half ago, and it was about cold approaching, and he was trying to convince guys it was a good thing. And I just literally, I'm going to read it start to finish, and this is kind of my take on PUA, because it takes cold approaching. That's the fundamental thing, whether you're doing it online or in person. Cold approaching is paramount to these people. So this is kind of like my ideology behind it and calling it out. I said, this shit is hilarious. Approaching a woman puts her on a pedestal. If she chooses on you, she's putting you above her. Simps approach without an attraction confirmation, i.e. choosing signals. John's telling you to work for these women, and I put work in capitals. Pedestalize by approaching, and then put yourself in line with the rest of the orbiters and potential options. And then in all caps, you are an option if you approach, and you must work to be her first choice. I said, then, like, come on, dog. Anybody in the field knows what the attraction confirmation is via body language and eye contact. I agree about the texting part, but you having to be extremely timely proves how much you must work and pedestalize by your urgency. And then I quoted him. lead going cold and you'll lose the girl. And then I said, exactly. You are one of many. Why work when she should work for you? And then I asked him, will this get deleted like the other truth back comments? Because it was probably the third comment he deleted of mine. He would post a new video and I would just call him out with truth. And within a few hours, it might have a like or two, and then it would get deleted. So this dude not only doxes, he has no moral compass. He's like a woman. No moral compass. You can see it in his eyes. He's a lifeless being. And all he wants to do is pedestalize women and get in line and prove himself. It's the biggest fucking joke in the world. These PUAs automatically make themselves a doormat for the creature. And you guys know how I feel about this subject, so I'm just going to keep it at that. But they automatically are the fucking, they're like the guys that step in front of a puddle and lay over a puddle for a girl to walk on just so he can get a date. He tries to act like he's not a simp, but he's one of the biggest simps.
Yeah. I think the biggest simp out there. I agree 1,000,000%. I agree. That's his whole shebang is work your ass off to the point where you'll catch her attention, not the other way around, and then do whatever it takes to get her into bed. You know.
Yeah, he was trying to call out AMS. Because I guess AMS, he was trying to call out AMS because AMS like didn't cold approach these quote unquote snow bunnies, these young blonde girls walking by. And he's like, look, your God AMS. And he's like, he's shitting on AMS. And it's like, I'm not a big fan of AMS, but as far as strategy goes, he's like what John Anthony Lifestyle wishes he was. So it's like, okay, AMS is above me. Let me shoot some shots at AMS. And then let me take some video where he doesn't cold approach these women and feel confident. Like AMS just fell out of place. He's like, I'm not about to approach these women. And he was calling out AMS. And I'm like, I don't understand what you're trying to convey here. As in, if you can't, in John Anthony Lifestyle's mind, if you can't cold approach, you're a bitch. If you're not willing to pedestalize a woman, you're a bitch. He thought by showing off his girl in front of the audience with Chronic that we were going to be ooh and ah, but it's like we don't pedestalize women around here, Jack. That's only you. And that's why it was such an awkward moment for him, and he has such a sour taste in his mouth. Is like if you're a MGTOW, if you're a man with purpose and you're a man who sees himself as higher than the creature, you're not pedestalizing them, so you're not willing to go through what John Anthony Lifestyle is willing to go through. And since you're not willing to work like I think Pete says it the best as far as the feminine energy goes, women are the one who are always trying to work for that top guy. They'll do anything to get his attention. They'll fucking drop whatever they have going on. They'll make no excuses for him. They'll be accountable for that top guy. And John Anthony Lifestyle wants you to do the same. So yeah, I gotta digress there. Yeah,
I respect it. Because when I was messing with Western women years ago, you know, it's definitely the exact opposite. I don't approach women; they approach me. All right, when I go to a bar, right, a local bar that I like, I'm doing my own thing. I'm focused on myself. Okay, I'm here at the front of the bar, sipping on some good shit, looking at some news, watching some sports. They approach me, and that's how it should be if they want to come talk to me, because in the end, they are the gatekeepers of sex, right? So they have to choose me to give me the signals to get into their pants. And also, who upgrades somebody's life more, a man or a woman? So if I'm serious, a man upgrades a woman's life tenfold. Because once again, men don't give a fuck if you're a cashier at Walmart, as long as you look good and you're not a bitch. But these what is these broke women gonna do for you, right? Besides give you bucks. That's it. Yeah. So I agree. How it should be, they should be approaching you, and initiating that like I'm interested in you type shit, right?
Yeah, if I could add one last thing, it's going to be the last point. He was shitting on AMS because he didn't approach. John Anthony Lifestyle also says this. If you don't approach, how's she going to even know if you're there? Women have the biggest, what's the length, or I'm sorry, the vision. The vision from the side of our eyes, the
peripheral vision, yeah.
Exactly. Women's peripheral vision is like 20/20, and ours is like it's like 3 times as worse than theirs. They pick up on their surroundings because they can't defend themselves. So biologically speaking, they have to be much more alert of what's going on because if they have to run, they have to run. And women like to get out of dodge. They'll drop you at the drop of a hat if she's in danger. No matter what, I've had it happen to me before. But nevertheless, John's saying you have to circle her like a shark. You must be seen, and then you must approach her so she knows you're there. If she sees you and she chooses on you, she's going to be circling you like a shark. If you've never had a girl choose on you, then you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But literally, when they show attraction confirmation, they're letting you know, I want you. He's basically trying to convince you to do feminine behaviors. And I really think Pete has hit a lot of fucking points. How the PUAs act, they're basically women in men's clothing dressed in the best way they can to attract the female. And they might know a few tricks of the trade, a few ways to get in and outs. But nevertheless, it's feminine behavior cloaked in masculinity or a presentable face.
Yep. And just to back up your point, real talk, fun fact, women are better than men when it comes to reading social cues. It is what it is.
I think
they have to read the room. They constantly read the room.
Yeah, no, it's much simpler. Like if you think you need to get in a woman's face and talk to her before she even notices you, that's because she doesn't think you're attractive.
Yeah, she doesn't want you, bro.
Or you can just pay her money.
Like if she thought you were attractive, she'd see you.
Yep.
Exactly. It's no point. She knows how many men are in the room. Oh yeah, especially if she's with her girlfriends. Oh, they're definitely talking about the dudes around the room because that's their primary objective. Especially being at a bar or at a club, they're definitely looking at every man in the room. So.
If they know every man in the room, and they also know what every woman in the room thinks of every man in the room at a glance.
Exactly. So she needs to approach the man. That's how it should be. Okay? Especially in 2022. That cold approach shit will land you in jail. Okay? That's a no-go. If not jail, you're going to be fucking clowned on and embarrassed. And pissed off.
Oh no, that's even the best case scenario.
Yeah,
because
that's
for all
what
you
I'm
know, you cold approach someone. Like this is actually something that was learned in Russia, because in Russia, apparently the women dance and the guys watch their girl dance. So if you cold approach a woman, you have no idea if a guy who's got like 6 inches on you and 200 pounds of muscle is sitting right there waiting to fucking cave your head in.
Exactly. That's another thing. That's how a good amount of bar fights happen as well. Because you don't know if that girl is single or not. Or her man's in the room. You can't just walk up on her. Hey, come back to my place. You know what's happening. Come on. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Yeah. And then you feel yourself getting yeeted out the fucking window of the bar. About to get into a fight with some big ass UFC fighter or Muay Thai fighter.
Heck,
like, what the fuck?
They'll call up a squad even if they approach you, like just for fucking fun, and you escalate beyond the point that they want. So you fucking cold approaching, like there's a decent chance, especially nowadays, that you'll go home in a fucking body bag. It may not be a double-digit percentage, but it's not zero.
Never zero, because there's actually a man out there who has that white knight tendency to go Captain Saberho. No, it doesn't matter what she did. You did something wrong because you're a man. So in the end, I don't cold approach women. I never done that shit. ever. If they are interested enough to talk to me, they will let me know. Don't stress it, but don't walk around hey, my name is this, I do this. Nah. Okay.
Sounds like a waste of time.
Act like you have something to do, man. Act like you're doing something, I mean, you most likely are doing something at the bar. Just sipping your drink, watching sports, doing whatever you're doing on the phone, just chilling, Don't give them that free validation. They need to work for it. That's how it should be. But I don't chase Western women like that anymore. But that's how I was years ago. Okay? Don't be that corny motherfucker approaching a woman, let alone a group of women. I watched that. True story. A man approached a group of women, tried to woo them. He got clowned bad. I'm like, you stupid motherfucker. Seriously.
Isn't that common?
He thought he was hot shit. Listen, if you were Brad Pitt, I can see that happening. But you're not.
Yeah, God, even with Brad Pitt, the women approach one at a time. Like they don't send freaking 3 women to go after them. No, it's either one goes herself or one sends a friend on her behalf.
Yep. And then as time goes by, they'll start, approaching one by one, just because that pre-selection kicks in.
And that's even another thing. Like this, like one of the fucking PUA 101 things is that you need basically an equal number of guys to the equal number of girls so you can distract them.
Yeah, guys, a man has to take one for the team. I only had to be that guy once, never again. That was horrifying. But yeah, I agree. It needs to be an equal amount because if you leave 1 or 2 girls out, that's problems right there, right away. No,
because right there you're disrupting the social group, and the girls will always choose, like they'll choose their social group status over you because they got to have that social group like tomorrow. They don't have to have you tomorrow.
Yep, and if those women feels left out or wronged, they don't care if they don't know you. They will try to ruin you just because they weren't chosen. True story. True story. A few of my guys went out to the club one night. We went club hopping, actually. 4 of us. And then there's this huge group of women, just chilling outside, waiting to get inside the club. We were, talking, having a good time. And there was more girls than guys. And these women, they were having major attitude. And they were just talking amongst each other. And they started making a commotion with one of my homeboys saying that, he's getting too personal. I don't like that you're getting too personal with my friend. He's like, what? I'm just dancing with her. What are you talking about? Like, we both like, even the girls like chillax, like nothing's happening. Why are you freaking out? Blah blah blah. And they literally dragged the entire social group out the club.
Yeah,
we're like, what the fuck? Just because those 2 women weren't chosen. It happens.
Yeah, women's number one enemy is women.
2022. That can be like, he touched me, and then bam, fucking 20 white knights and Sims within a 50-meter radius is after you. Is that a fucking rooster?
I think that's a rooster. Yeah. Cock carousel's open for business.
Oh, that was you. I was about to say, who has a rooster in their room? But
I'm the chicken guy.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. The cold approaching shit, nah. They need to approach you. They need to approach you. Okay.
Quiet.
Or she needs to give you some major signals before you approach her. Major signals.
Yeah.
Like basically, here's all you need to do. Again, fucking PUA 101. Make eye contact with her. Smile. If the smile is returned, okay. Otherwise, move on.
Exactly. That's it. Not, quit playing hard to get, girl. You know you want this.
Yeah, you go to jail if you do that shit.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what that John Anthony dude is trying to promote. What the
Then Big
fuck?
Bubba's gonna start giving you the fuck eyes in the cell.
Right. It's insane. No fucking way a sane man would do that. No way. No way. And those men that can probably get away with it is the 0.00001% of men when it comes to looks.
Yep.
Everybody else, you need to tread carefully. But your rooster's angry.
Yeah,
He's like, wake the
he's on
fuck
me.
up.
Now the chat's saying that that the rooster's red pilled. They agree.
Rooster is
Yeah.
but
choke him out.
Andrew, what do you have to say about this topic today?
Well, I gotta say these dating coaches, they're very interesting creatures that needs to be observed in their natural habitat. Or you can just throw them in the zoo and just start throwing peanuts at them. That's another option.
Well, these
But,
PUAs
you
are
know-
trash.
Hmm?
So these PUAs are complete trash. You agree, right?
Yeah, I mean they charge too much money. Then again, oh, heaven's sake. Then again, they're being enabled by these men that want to have, want to screw around with women. But yeah, I mean, what the
They
heck are they
lead
doing?
men to the slaughterhouse, especially with that
Are they
cold
men?
approach bullshit.
Are
Well-
they men or they teenagers? Like, because
Well, any young men, anybody that can pay for a fucking course or whatever. I'll say at least 18 older. Let's say that, because that's when a man's life completely changes, because he can't fuck with high schoolers because that's straight up illegal, and he's going to be struggling with the women in college because the college women are looking for Chad Tyrones or sugar daddy. So he's going to be looking for some answers.
Well, it's kind of society's fault for telling these men to keep chasing women, and at the same time giving women, the choice to choose their own partner. That's kind of a
That's
mistake.
what
And
society wants men to do. Yeah.
Yeah. So these dating coaches, they saw the opportunity. They came up and say, "Hey, pay me a couple of $1,000, and then I'll show you how to get your stroke game going." But at the very least, there's you guys calling them out and trying to keep things somewhat balanced. So
Yeah, because these dudes are definitely getting out of control, right? Because
yeah, they're lost.
they're definitely
very
not
lost.
fighting for the betterment of men. They're fighting over their
New stuff.
customers.
Yeah.
So, and that's completely fucked up. I do have another question. Give me a second. So when it comes to these PUAs and these coaches that do the paywalls and all that stuff, would you say they're the main ones that caused the downfall of the Manosphere when it comes to the credibility?
Yeah, I guess so. Then again, these things only happen because men have a need to screw around with women, and society telling men to screw around with women, and also they let women to choose their partners, like I said before. So they kind of just took the opportunity and kind of try to scam men. I mean, it's partially their fault. It's not completely their fault. So.
Okay, what about you, Gray? Do you think the PUAs and coaches that do the paywall crazy shit, and turns out that they don't practice what they preach, do they ruin the credibility of the Manosphere?
They definitely damage it, and that's a huge part of why they're promoted. But I think that it goes a lot more to the people, like to the managers. I blame the algorithm more than them, because people like this were always going to exist, but they're going to get promoted over people who aren't trying to scam, because the people at the top don't want a legitimate Manosphere to exist in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
I can say that, but you can say that, but to a certain degree. that the algorithm is based on people. Like not like the people in charge, but like the people that input, like consumers, influence the algorithm. So
people like to be sold bullshit.
True. But do you think it's bad enough that these people capitalize on the bullshit since the beginning and never practice what they preach the entire time until they get exposed?
I honestly, I'd put them on the same level as the fake natties in the fitness industry, damaging the credibility of the fitness industry.
So like con men, pretty much. Well, what do you have to say, that guy Pete?
I mean, yeah, we're kind of getting a bad reputation on two ends. I actually read a book by Mark Zuckerberg's sister. She really did a smear job on the Manosphere. And she and I critiqued her whole work. I did a 3-part series just critiquing everything she said. And she basically said she tried to lump us in with the alt-right. So politically, she's already trying to burn us and make us look bad, right? Again, you can't, alt-right tends to be, associated with white nationalism and shit like that. Yet the Manosphere's got the whole fucking rainbow of skin tones. So riddle me that shit. But then on the other side, they're already trying to hit in on the, the scammers, and they're trying to say oh, we got some real grape vibes with the PUAs and stuff like that. She tries to play that angle as well. It's like, oh, great. So now you're going to lump in the Manosphere with these two types of people. That's awesome, even though it's completely inconsistent with the makeup of the men who actually inhabit the space. But whatever, write whatever you want.
You ain't wrong.
I didn't know the lizard man had a sister, but
I didn't know that too, man. I might just up my name.
Yeah, she's some post-wall chick.
Oh, then I take back what I just said.
Yeah, just surviving off her brother's money like the usual.
Well, no, she's got a husband, if you can believe that shit.
I don't know.
How much? What does her husband do?
I have no idea. But again, she probably doesn't need him. She probably doesn't need him to be to have money. She probably just has him around as like a manservant. Just like Sheryl Sandberg also has a husband who's basically a manservant.
Yeah, because sidetracking, just to keep it real, chat. When you do make it, when you do become successful, women in your life are going to expect you to shell out some money, give them money, even your own mother, even your own sister.
Yep, equality until the check shows up at the dinner table.
Exactly.
Well, you can do that by buying some coin and just throw at them.
Yeah, pretty much. Here's some Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, no, get some quarters. Here's 25 cents. Yeah, go buy some.
Check says, wait, what is? That is like, wait, this is not Bitcoin. This is Bytecoin. Psych, bitch, is worth half a penny.
But the biggest thing is, yeah, you guys need to accept that. Red pill, let's lean over the black pill. Yeah, when you guys do make it to that caliber, no different tax bracket, it's going to get to that point. I'm serious. Your own mother, your own sister, your own auntie, whoever female members of the family, they expect you to take care of the bullshit, their bad financial decisions that they made. I've seen it personally. I have my friend's older brother who is becoming a very successful lawyer, and he's about to open up his own law firm. And he already has family members left and right, sneaking in fucking hints of, oh, I would love to have this. Oh, this looks nice. Blah blah blah.
Just
just
throw them 50 cents.
And I would love to not give a fuck. That's what I would love to do.
That's pretty much what his older brother said. Like, I don't give. How are you gonna really? Not one of you were in the school for the last 68 years for me to become a lawyer. You guys weren't at the bar exam, and you guys were not there with me busting my ass for the last 5 years for me to save enough to get my own law firm. Like, no, I'm not supporting. But you're my brother, or but you're my son. Who's gonna take care of me?
Shit, you can take care of yourself.
Yeah, it's like, yo, it's like you're in the boat. Here's a paddle. Start fucking rowing.
Right, but I'm a frail, lonely woman. You can't do this to me. Yes,
Just
the
hand,
fuck I can.
just hand a Rosie the Riveter postcard. There you go.
I was just gonna
Just give him
plaster
50
the,
cents, man.
the "You Can Do It" poster.
That's
that
Rosie the Riveter, yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna put it all over their fucking house. Like, nah. You guys were strong and independent all this time. Good luck. Here, I hope you guys saved. I know you didn't, but just a rhetorical statement. I'm living my best. See, that's what irks the fuck out of me, right? It happens with women a lot more than within men. That they think that they can leech off of the blood and sweat and tears that you did for decades to leech off your success. They can just show up and think that they're entitled to your resources. Okay. Maybe the mother, when she can't take care of herself anymore, I'll make sure that she has her basic needs met, and she wasn't a bad mother. She was a good mother.
And I don't know.
I can make an exception. I can make an exception.
When they're taking annual vacations to the tropics, my fucking sympathy goes down the tubes.
Oh, fuck that. If you have the money, go for it. Hey, do your thing. But if you clearly don't, it's on me to become your retirement pension.
Yeah, no, like it's one thing when they've budgeted and they're like, yeah, I can survive for the last 20 years of my life on this, and I got enough to go on vacations. But it's like, no, you're fucking you're fucking blowing all your cash on vacations now and trusting on the success of your children to not shove you into a retirement home.
Yep, and that happened, and just keep it real, it's been happening since the dawn of humans, right? Parents per se, they will like for the kids to take over when they can't do anything on their own anymore. But in 2022, it's a new world. Okay, it's not traditional. They don't want it traditional. They believe they don't need a man. A man is obsolete. And this explosion of single motherhood it's known because they know they'll be taken care of by the state, not for long. Wink, wink.
Everybody's ratted out.
Yeah, that Social Security, it's drying up quick.
Jeez.
And they have a bunch of kids, right? Because single mother, right? In hopes that at least one of them can make it to the NBA or NFL, right? And then they'll be able to be the son husband that she always dreamt it will be. Living off her own son's success. And she acts more like a fucking girlfriend than a mother. It's weird. It's getting more and more common, way more common, because these single mothers, they struggle to keep a man, right?
Yeah, there's a common phenomenon called the son husband.
Yeah, they struggle to keep a man. They can't keep a man because not too many men wants to deal with a single mother.
They don't want sloppy seconds. Yeah,
right.
Unless they're John Anthony.
And what's it called? She doesn't want these simps, right? Because she has these quote unquote standards. So she's going to be alone for years, and she will unconsciously, because I will say unconsciously, as her sons, specifically her sons, as they get older, they will unconsciously put the man of the house responsibility on him. Because there's not going to be no other man in her life that's going to stay, or that's willing to stay besides her son. All right, I know even her son can leave, but it's a lot harder for the son to leave because you got to do some fucked up shit for your son to walk out and not see you ever again.
Well, that's the thing, because the son's also got that like childhood dependence on the single mother.
Yes, and that's what the single mother relies on. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's that base fear of if I leave the mother, then I starve. And the mother's probably also going to restrict a bunch of teaching. A single mother is not going to teach the son, assuming they could, how to survive on their own. Because the mother does not want the son to survive on their own.
Which does pique an interest when, especially in the Black community, right? It's the most common. I know it's in other races, but in the black community is really bad because you notice as these adults, especially the ones that goes to college at least, right? Like he's in college. He doesn't know how to make his bed. He doesn't know how to cook a pack of ramen noodles. He doesn't know how to separate the colors with the whites.
Doesn't know how to make his own dino nuggies.
Nothing at all. Like, I see what you're saying, Gray. You know, because the mother would definitely, I don't know if on purpose or not, make sure that the son will be reliant on her, right? And also she can dangle it above his head if he decides to, you know, move to another state or like do his own thing. Like, you can't leave me. I'm your mother. I took care of you. I did this and that. So you're just gonna leave me alone? You know?
Or she'll go the pity route where it's like, oh, the house feels so empty without anyone else running around in it. I don't feel safe at night.
But I'm like, yo, like he's going to an Ivy League school. Let him go. But it's so lonely in here. I'm like, so you're willing to ruin your son's success because you feel lonely?
Yeah,
that sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? That reminds me of this story about that 10. It's funny because, like, again, when it's his dream, she doesn't give a fuck. But like, there's a situation like that 10-year-old boy where like his classmates found out his mom, who's 30-something, had an OnlyFans. He was getting bullied brutally in school. He comes home and he tells his mom, stop doing the OnlyFans. It's fucking up my life at school. And she's like, well, you should be happy for me because I'm empowered and all this shit. Again, it's you want to fucking have their cake and eat it too, bro. It's like, it's so predictable at this point.
That's the quickest way to be yeeted into a retirement home. That is the quickest one ticket express.
Yeah,
man.
Double-mindedness.
Yeah. God, that should be the best counter argument. It's like, look, Mom, you either ditch the OnlyFans or you put that money away to pay for your own retirement home.
So, no, like seriously, it's hilarious how these kids, right? There is going to get to the point because kids are kids. Kids are going to be honest. All right, kids are brutal. When they find out that, you know, like what that guy P said, the mom is showing her things all over the internet. It's going to get even worse when high school hits.
And the kid is paying the price for his mom's choices. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah, wait until it hits high school. He is fucked.
They're going to be fucking showing
because
pictures
high schoolers,
of his mom to him.
High schoolers could possibly pay for it.
Nah, man, it's going to leak sometime.
And leaks as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Either or. Like, they can actually pay for the OnlyFans.
But they don't even have to pay for the OnlyFans or see the OnlyFans.
They
just have to see the link.
But I'm just saying.
They just have to see. They just have to go to the mom's Twitter or Instagram and see. Here's my OnlyFans. Here's my OnlyFans and a picture there. It's like, this is your mom. That's enough.
Carry on. I agree. Okay, but what I'm saying is, if they decide to, okay, because some of these high schools are retarded.
Nah, chances are they'll just grab it from their dad who's paying for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just the ruthless, like all you guys been in high school. The ruthlessness if the high school finds out that your mom's a hoe. Woo! Ooh, oh lordy. It's game over for you. And like what that guy Pete, the mom won't give a fuck. She won't give a fuck.
Her kid will kill himself and then she will cope with her dead son by doing more OnlyFans.
Yep.
It's like, no, she's gonna do this. He's like, my son died because he was bullying. Here's my OnlyFans to give me money for the funeral. Yeah.
She'll do a GoFundMe.
Yeah, the reason will go completely over her head.
Well, you saw the daughter. You saw the daughter posing sexually in front of her father's coffin, right? So I won't be surprised at all.
Oh.
So it's either he's going to eliminate himself or it's hockey mask time towards his own mother.
Well, that's how you get school shooters.
Yeah, that's what I said. He will hockey mask time his own mother.
Which has happened. Like, prior to OnlyFans, that happened.
How terrifying that is, especially as you grow up, as you get older, knowing the lifelong consequences as a man, knowing that other men around your age saw your mother busting it wide open, and they can always hang it around your head for the rest of your life.
That's
How do you live that down?
That's beautiful.
I could
beautiful
never.
experience.
Like I'm telling you, man, I would not know what to do if my mother did that. But I will contemplate hockey mass
Uh,
time. I will
I think that's
contemplate
just
that.
no. Just
Don't
call it
imagine
an.
it.
You just introduced them to the concept of honor killings. That it's a cultural thing.
Yeah,
and
we
they can
should
get
we
away
need to
with
bring
it.
that back.
Yeah. In
We
Islam.
need to adapt the Japanese culture.
No, Middle Eastern.
Middle East,
No,
that's
no.
even better.
Honor killing is in Islam. You know, when
Yeah,
the
so
girl is just
that's
throwing
the
herself
thing.
Hey, you
around.
see that hole over there? Just jump in there right quick. We'll just pat the dirt up to your head. What is son? What are you doing? Why do you have those rocks? Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can start throwing at her.
Yep, because it's literally that's how perverse and disgusting society has become. We're the new what's it called?
It's fascinating.
Babylon. Was it Babylon? Or was it
Yep.
Sodom and
Sodom
Gomorrah?
and Gomorrah.
All three
What?
of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are so
What?
perverse in society today. And we were warned in the Holy Scriptures thousands of years ago of this happening.
That's why the church had to get co-opted by the government before any of this could happen.
Oh, and the church got so cucked too. Oh. Oh.
LGBTQ. Don't forget
Oh
about
my
that.
Lord. That's why.
Yeetus.
Yeah.
Oh, who said my name?
It's real talk. I wanted to mention something because we brought up social media kind of with OnlyFans, and I forgot to mention something about PUA. If you want to go off topic, we can, but if you want to continue with the church, I'm always down for that.
Oh no, we can go over. I said the church as an example. We can talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, I've heard Dr. BOA say before that PUAs can't accept the fact that social media killed PUA. They killed it. The moment that these women could be worshipped via social media, that was the end of being able to pick them up in person because they have their availability to select the Superman. They just have to filter through the options, make sure he's 6 foot, whatever, yada, yada, yada. And their screening process to find that man isn't very difficult with this super tool that they have with the smartphones. So I just kind of wanted to, I think he was the only one I heard say that, but Dr. BOA essentially was saying the moment that PUAs couldn't realize social media killed their industry, that's where the success rate of cold approaching is like 3 to 5% if you're a normal guy. And if you're like a Chad guy, maybe 10 to 15. So out of 100 women, 10 to 15 phone numbers you're getting. And then out of that, how many are you betting, even if you're Chad?
I definitely agree, especially with all the options that she has. She is beyond picky at this point. Like one thing that she doesn't like, and it can be for the pettiest thing. She already rejected you because a lot of gentlemen here, they should know that a woman will know 5 to 8 seconds, within 5 to 8 seconds of seeing you, if she's going to fuck you or not.
Facts.
Yeah. Actually, kind of makes me wonder. So, you know how like these women, like they have their fucking unrealistic standards at the top, which I'm sure even they know to a certain extent they'll never get. I wonder if that's like with these unbelievable prices on the PUA course. Because let's be honest, if you can drop $2,000 an hour, you don't need PUA. Like you have money. But the
Pretty
PUAs
much.
might be dropping that shit anyway, just to make it appear like they can have those standards. The same way that you get a fucking 3 out of 10 saying that she demands 6'6" Chad.
Or baking on some rich simp to pay for it. I can see that. Some trust fund, baby.
Kind of sad though.
Well, to be fair, if it's for trust fund, baby, like, I mean, chances are a trust fund kid, like, how shitty would they have to be dressing?
Pretty shitty.
Like, that's the thing. Like, they'd have to be dressing like absolute trash and have no one know them to even experience a fraction of it. Because if you've got money, chances are women are going to fucking smell the goddamn money on you.
Well, how you say, because there are some trust fund babies that don't know how to dress to save their life.
Yeah, true. Like, there could always be the socially unconditioned ones. And then essentially they're going for the fucking tiny minority there. But given that it's so unlikely they'll get it, I'm going to bet that a lot of them just put these insane prices up. Yes, partially in the hope that they'll get the trust fund kid, but also thinking this makes it look like I get this.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, because there's no way somebody's going to pay $2,000 for that shit. Unless they're a trust fund baby or beyond desperate. I mean, deep within the depths of Black Pill, desperate. Like grasping on anything to help them.
Yeah. But if that's the case, if they've got that, they have a huge selection of pickup artists to choose from. So that tiny fraction of, and because like, first of all, trust fund kids with that much money to spare, that is probably 1, maybe 2% of the population, male population, period. Then add in on top of that, you have at the very least a couple dozen PUAs all scrambling for that. There's no way that every single one of them has gotten a trust fund kid.
No, but like I said before, the Black Pillars, where they are actually involuntarily celibate, you know, like they don't look horrible. It's just it's beyond difficult for them to even approach a woman or get a woman. So they can still work and stuff, and they have all this money saved. So they also could possibly afford that $2,000 course, because who else are they going to be spending it on?
Well, true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it, but
I know they're a minority as well, but I just put it out there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, I kind of wish I could get in front of them and be like, dude, for $2,000, you can fly to Southeast Asia, get all the Asian pussy you want, get a fucking 5-star hotel, and come back and still buy a PS5.
You're not
eat
wrong.
like a king and do some real heroin too while you're over there. Fuck. I'm not into it, but like you could get raw, uncut anything for $2,000. I mean, you'd have a real fucking blast. Throw your own carnival for that amount of money.
You can give me 2,000, that's for sure.
Yeah, you can live in a luxury apartment over there for $700 for 1 month.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, you know, John Anthony is not getting fucking $2,000 worth of shit. You see his fucking apartment. Like, there is no way that he is able to blow through that much money on Brazilian horse.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way, because if that's the case, he would actually have 1,500 bodies. I still don't believe he has that many.
And I don't believe
that. Like over what period of time? Because that's like one every day for basically 5 years.
Well, he says he's been in the game for 10 years.
Okay, so that's still assuming like one every 2 days.
Yeah, that's still.
I mean,
you have nothing else going on in your life, huh?
I mean, he can have a threesome. I mean, I could explain it.
And that's also assuming like no repeats. Like that is like 10 years of a one-night stand every 2 days.
The only person I will believe that had that many bodies, or two people, is what's it called? Was it Will Chamberlain that fucked a lot of chicks? And Ric Flair.
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson until he got that, little super AIDS. But I think it was Will Chamberlain that slept with thousands of chicks. Was it Will Chamberlain? I have to look it up. And Ric Flair. Those are the only two people I can see fucking a shit ton of chicks.
God, honestly, I'm willing to bet that if what he's saying is true, he actually affected the percentage of STDs in Brazil.
Didn't he have syphilis 4 times already?
Chlamydia.
Chlamydia.
Yeah, that what Gray is alluding to is it has to be a much higher number than what he's claiming if he did accomplish those numbers. But he hasn't been down in Brazil for that long. Truth be told, when you go down to Brazil, I haven't been down there, but I heard Black Ram 313's account. If you look at a woman too long, she's hounding you down. It's not hard to get a rotation of women down there. especially if you're appealing to them and saying, hey, I have this YouTube channel, I'm a dating coach, you can make money from this endeavor if you play my girlfriend, yada, yada, yada. And I believe that girl that he showed off, he actually paid for her fake tits. Modern Life Dating, Modern Life Dating's a real roach himself. They're all roaches, but they do have pretty good insider knowledge. He showed how in pictures she went from this being flat-chested to having the chest that she has now. And then he showed another video where John Anthony Lifestyle, they're at a club. He's in the bathroom, right? And drunk as hell. And he's with his students doing the infield shit. And there's like a hidden camera that I think the student has. And you see John fucking trying to start fights with dudes in the bathroom at a club just for no particular reason. You're like, this dude's a fucking asshole retard. I think Chronic, when he said, when he roasted him saying he's the dude outside of a concert, like trying to bum cigarettes, that's exactly what he was doing in this fucking video, man. He literally looked like that guy. And you're like, no, he's not that guy. As soon as I saw the Modern Life Dating expose when they were beefing, I'm like, holy shit, he is that guy. And then it made me realize the term Chad and Tyrone, you don't want to be that particular dude. They're asshole retards. At the end of the day, like,
Tyrone was always a bad thing. Every time you hear Tyrone, you think about some gangbanger who's in prison and do some fucked up shit.
Hey, Chad is no better either.
No, exactly. That's the saying is he wants to live life as a Chad, and Chad's really a piece of shit at the end of the day. So any way you cut it, they're responsible for the dumpster fire of society, because as you can see in the fucking retard's past, he had all these job offers, all this promising, career opportunity, but he let the little head think for the big head. And then he chose to not do anything outside of himself, and he lived subjectively like a woman. And like, I think Pete's argument really is like the hardest hitting is as far as what these PUAs are, because I know he's studied it. I know that the exposés he's done on the information. So it's shit's so funny how fucking like this dude's getting torched. I sent Chronic, I don't know if it had anything to do with it, but I sent Chronic like the call-in link to the stream on Discord at like 4 a.m. As soon as I seen this shit, I'm like, oh man, hopefully Chronic hits up Hammerhand. And what do I know? I look at my phone as I fucking wake up. I see Hammerhand already has shit scheduled. Chronic already has shit scheduled. I'm like, oh my God, it's fucking Christmas in March.
But even as a Chad and Tyrone, I don't hear many of them reaching 1,500. And if they do, they definitely don't brag about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was actually thinking like these guys are like the Fleece Johnson for women. Like, pussy is worth more than food or water.
That's pretty much John Anthony right there. See, I tell him like this: I likes you, and I wants you. We're gonna do this the easy way. We're gonna do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
The booty warrior.
That's his cold approach. He's literally the female version of Fleece Johnson.
And we know from his criminal record he's not afraid of doing the hard way.
And the easy way is paying him off.
Hard way.
Take this money, or I'm gonna take that booty, right?
He's got fucking cash in one hand and rope in the other.
Yeah, that's a great comparison, but it's with women, because that's what he pretty much say what you need to do when it comes to cold approach. It literally you just walk up to them and say that. I likes you and I wants you. Like, what the fuck? Like, hell no. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But yeah, that's why I think that 1,500 body count shit is ridiculous. Or he's literally, his whole life is just to fuck bitches. And that's it.
Well,
nothing else. And
here would be my question, because this is something I hear with body counts, and I do actually wonder, is that individuals or is that bedroom sessions?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like, if you fuck the same girl like every day for a month, is that a body count of 30?
No.
Or is that a body count of 1?
No. I think he's trying to say he got
1,500 individuals.
Yeah, that's what he's claiming. Yeah.
That sounds like cat.
I don't as well.
Yeah. Once again, like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, no cap, he got the clap.
Yeah, I don't believe the fuck he's saying, or he's actually, his whole plan for the day is to hunt down a bitch, cold approach her, and see what happens. Okay.
But that's the thing, because like surely he's had days where he didn't get a new girl and had to go with if you have a rotation, like sure you might be getting laid every night, but let's say best case scenario you got like 10. It's like, okay, so that would be a body count of 10. So
based
50,
on his court records, just saying.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. So like 1,500 over 3,000 days, and that's assuming no repeats. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but he has to have one that he does multiple times, like the girl who's paid tits for.
I'm sure he does that as the truth, but what he claims, once again, based on what he was arrested for, I can see he doesn't take no for an answer.
Well, the thing is this.
Just saying.
I think some of his earlier content, he goes through his story and he tells about how he's basically a fucking dork with 4 eyes, and he basically got bullied and all this other stupid shit, and then he like came out with vengeance and thrashed his first 100 body count, like, and all this other shit, his first 100 lays, and he goes on this whole voyage of how he's racking up these bodies and how he was figuring out women. So he literally has so much experience cold approaching that he's numb to rejection. And I think I've always alluded to how women love evil men. And when no one is home in his eyes, when you look in his eyes, you can tell that he doesn't have a soul. No one's there. I think these women might have an affinity for his presence, for his aura, to where he may have this 1,000 plus, 1,200 plus, possibly even 1,500 plus body count that he claims. Realistically, it makes sense if for 10, 15 to 12 years out after he got out of college, however old he is, he did his degree, got his double bachelor's. He was 22 years old. After that, then he went on his pussy hounding experience to try to prove that he's a man. This is what I remember from his original story when I first got in the red pill space. I remember seeing him and all these other fucking jokers, and I kind of clicked on his shit. It sounded funny. I'm like, man, is this like the trials and tribulations of the incel? Like, that's basically what it sounded like. It was like his biography of being an incel. Now he's a man because he slayed so much. So essentially, he is so disconnected from reality that these women see that evil in him, that narcissism, whatever we want to call it. Like, Chronic was exposing it. He was literally digging a fucking knife into this guy's side, and all you saw spewing out was immorality from the doxing and how he wants to treat other people. He says, oh, so you have situational ethics, situational morality, and women are highly attracted to that. That's what makes the bad boy. That's the serpent. That's what Eve loved. Like, it's within their nature to crave the John Anthony. So I don't doubt it. And with his backstory of being a super simp incel for like 12 plus years and fighting up the ranks of the body count, like, this dude has been on the ultimate voyage, man. I really do tip my hat to him for his struggles, but now he's finally, as soon as MGTOW came out of his mouth, the fucking big dogs came out and they're like, nah, man, are we gonna have, everyone's kind of discussing behind closed doors, are we gonna have to torch this dude? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to torch this dude. Oh, he's got a call in tonight? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like, it was perfect fucking timing for this asshole.
Maybe we should report him to the Brazilian PD, see how many missing persons cases are in his area.
Pretty much.
He's got full Ted Bundy and because that's the thing, 10 years, maybe the body count refers to something else.
Oh God, that would be dark as fuck. But I do see what you're saying, real talk. I do see what you're saying, but like I said, with his body count, there's only 2 ways: he's lying, or based on what he did, according to the court documents, he doesn't like no for an answer.
Yeah.
Or you could have got hookers. He just could have get them again hookers.
Or pay for them. Yeah, that'll help as well.
He wasn't legal, so.
Well, that's why his schlong is probably almost falling off right now. All those STDs and shit. God damn, 4 times that we know of. And he was probably purposely spreading it.
Being in Vegas and these type of cities, he could be tied in with like he could be moving drugs to these women. He could also be like somebody who does fucking illicit shit like that and uses these women as a connect. You never know. And I'm not trying to throw anything out there, but that could be another trick of his trade with being the criminal that he is already. Shit, if you're into that shit, you might be willing to fucking down in Brazil get in connected. He was over in Europe connected. He might be that type of guy. Oh, look at Vegas, Sin City. I mean, shit, what else is he into?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Just gotta let the chat know. That guy P, what do you have to say? Because you're about to say something.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of mentioned the story about him getting bullied growing up, I mean, that's all I needed to hear. Again, you know, of course, somebody who's been bullied for most of his high school years probably is going to think, hey, I want to get back at the world, that doxing is okay. But, you know, racking up a body count and disproving all those bullies in high school, again, it just proves that, like, you're not confronting what you're running from, you know? Like, I had that as someone who had a drinking problem for 10 years. I can tell you, yeah, drinking alcohol for 10 years wasn't going to bring my dad back. Sooner or later, I had to check myself in and confront that. And I'm willing to wager that this guy has some similar demons that he's not confronting. And because you're not confronting it, you're using pussy as a crutch to cope with whatever it is that's bothering you. And again, when people criticize you, it probably just gives him Vietnam flashbacks to when he got bullied. So he's like, fuck you, I got to dox you. I have to wipe you from existence so that I don't get criticized by you anymore. Again, very narcissistic traits.
The guy
I've seen this type before.
He literally has a super villain backstory. It's all those guys that got bullied after when they came. I was like, oh, I'm better now. It's like, dude.
But yeah, I mean, getting pussy isn't going to change the fact that you got bullied and that there could be some damage there that you as a man, you have to resolve internally. You have to confront that. And I think that's kind of the message the Manosphere spreads. It's like, all right, before we even talk about getting pussy, let's unpack this psychological shit you got going on. Let's try to get you in the right like mind state. But again, PUAs, a lot of them, especially the ones behind the paywall, you know, they don't really care about that. They just kind of look at it like, well, pussy's the Band-Aid solution. And that's exactly what it is.
Well, that's the thing, but the cure is not profitable.
Well,
yeah,
do they even know what the cure is? Or are they sick people themselves?
Yeah, drug dealers can make money off of sober people. So I see what you're saying.
Correct, but the cure, there's no money in the cure, which is why you have to rely on building a space where the spirit of altruism and male empathy in the brotherhood is essentially kind of the foundation. You have to have that, and you know, this is probably one of the reasons why I personally don't monetize. I'm not interested in monetizing because, again, I think money corrupts. It doesn't matter how well intentioned you are. So just by staying away from that, you never have to worry about getting corrupted. So it's like, all right, we're looking to build that.
Well, I just want art. So, and Susan doesn't like me anyway. No matter, since Ribby got monetized, I was like, okay, let me see if I can. Nope. I tried 3 times.
I mean, yeah, anything that, you know, makes a man feel like he's more than just a utility for women, any channel that espouses that type of belief is not going to get monetized. It's just not going to happen because the biggest threat to a gynocentric system is men who are aware of it and they're like, no, because they know we're stronger than them. They know we're more powerful. So you kind of have to keep us domesticated and stupid in order to keep this charade going.
Yeah, they don't want to go away. Yeah, they don't want men like me, you, Chronic, Ribby, and other people. I think before you sleep, he's one of them.
Yeah.
I'm Hammerhand. I know I'm missing a few more. Thinking Nate.
Yeah.
We having all these philosophical ideas, even if it's different. It still goes against the gynocentric narrative.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. The problem is we're still relatively niche, right? So what they're afraid of is that the average man will start adopting something like an androcentric mindset, where it's like, no, we're the leaders. We run this shit. This is our turf. The minute the average man starts thinking that, again, it's like, no. That's going to go all the way to the top, and then eventually the whole culture is going to change. And
slowly but surely, it is changing. Slowly, very slowly.
But even then, you kind of have to be careful because, again, another group in the Manosphere besides the grifters that you have to watch out for are the chameleons. That's the other group because, again, they're getting ready to. Here's the thing: deep down, the feminism is what they really believe, but they're going to quietly roll on their back in anticipation of what's coming. Some of them are smarter than the others and more cunning. So it's like you still have to be very careful.
Yeah,
Really
they're
have to
already
vet.
doing it. Yeah, especially with the Ukraine-Russia situation. That they're
Yep.
already preparing.
Correct. So I mean, I look at it like, you know, you really have to vet for sincerity. There are women that, you know, they were raised correctly, but again, you counting on that, like, yeah, it's just like no.
Feminism is a cancer. It's only going to be a matter of time.
Oh
yeah,
it's gonna be going. It's gonna go on anyway.
Well, part of it too is, and this is more human, although more pronounced in women. Like people are only as loyal as their options. As long as the options exist, like there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, wasn't it Turd Flinging Monkey that said a man, even the most unplugged man, is one blowjob away from the plantation or something like that? Wasn't it him who said that?
I will say, yeah, I think he's the one that said that.
Yeah, because there's clearly a lot that are, right, and we definitely saw that a lot in the earlier bits of the Manosphere. Like some guy would go in, he'd be really hardcore, extreme MGTOW, and then he'd get a girlfriend and do a complete 180 and start talking shit.
Yeah, that's what happened to the previous OG creators, right? The
Angry MGTOW.
He's one of them. Yeah, the ones that were out there from 2014 to 2017.
Yeah,
there's a few of them.
He's gone now.
Yeah, there's a few content creators that did preach about, oh yeah, MGTOW this, MGTOW that, or red pill this, red pill that.
Yeah, I mean,
they do one day, just a complete opposite, and go overload blue pill. And I was like, yo, what the fuck is what happened?
Yeah,
turns out that he locked down a girl. You know, he thinks he found the unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, brain chemicals are a hell of a drug. Yeah, so it's like one of those things. Like me personally, I would say that I'm currently monk. I would say, but you know, I always say I reserve the right to be proven wrong. So I try to keep the same energy. But I think I'm always going to have the attitude. I don't give a shit who the girl is if she engages in unacceptable behavior.
Yeah, I'm MGTOW in the West, and I'm red pill everywhere else.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Exactly. Like you maintain that red pill mindset throughout in terms of all your interactions, but in terms of how you're going to approach the question, there is a shortage of marriageable women in the West. How are you going to deal with that? MGTOW seems like the logical approach.
Yeah, because there's no way I am gonna. No way. No sane man will. Sims will, but no sane man will settle down with a Western woman in 2022. That you are insane if you do that shit. Overseas,
Well,
it's all good, but you still need to be very aware of her actions because women don't change. It's the environment.
I mean, I'm not opposed to LTRs. It's just signing the contract that I will forever be opposed to until the MRAs get their way.
But even then, in the West, you're still fucked. You know, somehow, some way, she's gonna get the state involved. You know,
like
it's
in the West
situation for men in the West.
In the West,
unless
even
you're
an
Amish.
even an LTR can become a state sanctioned binding.
Yeah,
depends where you are.
Yeah,
that's why one of the tenets of MGTOW is also no cohabitation. Don't live together.
Even no cohabitation can still, like that's the laws
in
keep
Canada,
expanding.
Yes. Yeah, in Canada,
unless
in the US,
unless you're
yet.
Amish.
Unless you're Amish.
Yeah, I mean you can join them if you want a faithful wife. Or
they're the last groups in the West that are not tainted.
Yeah,
you know, until they go.
They're being left alone. It's good.
Yeah.
Well, even then, I think it's called the Rum Spring. You heard of that?
No. What is that?
What?
Okay, it's a thing the Amish do where basically they say, okay, you're old enough now to decide whether or not you still want to be part of us, and for like a couple days or a week or whatever, they say, okay, go out into the outside world and experience it. So yeah, you can get an Amish girl who basically had a horror week and then went back to being Amish.
That is true. I'll give you that one. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But when it comes to men in the West in general, even when you don't sign the contract, even when you don't have kids with the woman, even when you don't cohabitate with her, all it takes is one allegation. She can still ruin you.
Well, to be honest,
It's not if she will do it or not. It's the fact that she has the capability of doing it any time.
Yep.
If she feels wronged in any way, you're fucked.
well, to be honest, I have no problem with the government enforcing the contract, but the content, you should leave the parties involved to make up the content of the contract.
In my opinion, the government should not be involved whatsoever.
I agree.
No, they can enforce it. I mean, I'm fine with the government enforcing the contract, but the content, leave it alone.
I still don't agree.
I guess there's the question. I don't know.
Real talk. Is that you?
I mean, unless
My bad.
I guess the question of like in a standard business contract, who enforces that it's upheld?
the government, well, more specifically, was it the Department of what do you call it? The contract department, I believe. Yeah, they enforce it. Basically, it's maybe I'm mistaken.
Family courts?
No, just a business contract, not a relationship one.
Oh, just a contract. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I mean, I know I don't remember the name, but I know that it's a part of the government, so they still have to enforce, business contract.
Yeah, but I don't want government.
I mean, if you leave it alone, if you leave it alone, the gangs will probably gonna try to enforce the contract, and you can have multiple gangs, within a community. So I don't think that would be a very good idea.
You're talking about marriage contracts or business contracts?
You can take it to court.
Yeah, so the government, like I said, the government should enforce the contract. But
the government is not. The government, it can't be neutral in this case. That's the problem.
Well,
as long as the Equal Rights Amendment does not pass, which of course the more cunning women will ensure it never does pass, then as Grace says, family court will never be equal.
And then keep in mind, the government is always incentivized to transfer wealth from men to women.
Yep.
Because they vote. Just get them out of the system, and the system.
No, women also spend more.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the problem here is that they vote. So I mean, we can all.
Even still, I don't want the government enforcing people to behave certain ways. No, because when we start to do that shit gets messy quick.
Marriage should be between.
It's a contract, but it doesn't
marriage
is involved.
Marriage in itself is supposed to be a covenant between you and God.
Yeah.
Why does the state has any say in what happens between me and my wife?
Well, in a community, the community usually enforce the contract, but in a nation, I guess you need someone to enforce the contract.
Well, community,
if not
community, I agree.
I don't want
the
government.
I mean, you can do that. Well, what if you leave the community? Like, for example, you leave one city into another, and then you live in another city. Would the contract be still in effect?
You see,
you see, you kind of need like a general,
not
general
really.
system that.
Why would you need it really? So let's say I move cities, that contract's in that city. I move to the other city. I still hold up my contract. She doesn't hold up her contract. We separate. I don't give her anything besides what she had from the beginning and what she owns now. The contract's broken. Is there any trouble?
Okay,
unless that city enforce, a different have a different kind of enforcement there. Well, but I mean, if that city is gynocentric and one is peach, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm very sleepy right now.
It's a rat's nest of legal issues, but definitely a private contract where the terms are dictated by the parties prior would be better than this general vague government institutes it wherever it wants process. The enforcement, of course, is a whole other can of worms that would need to be decided, but nothing's really going to get solved until the system collapses anyway. So it's kind of a moot point.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if they do get involved, as little involvement as possible. Little. They don't talk about the assets. They don't get their hands on my money. You know,
well,
they don't
like I
decide who
said,
keeps the kids, because the person who has the most resources keeps the kids. And back then it was men.
the parties can determine the content of the contract themselves. Anyway, I need to bounce. Great talking to you guys.
All right, man. Peace out.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by.
See ya.
Peace out.
See, that's what I got confused. You know, I see what Andrew was talking about, but when it comes to having any government involvement, I don't agree with it whatsoever. No,
Yeah.
they should not have any. That's why the founding fathers said there should be a separation of church and state for that very reason and various other reasons. Okay, because it's crazy how this model women in general are literally breaking a shit ton of laws or covenants that she made with God and with her husband. And there's no consequences. In fact, she is rewarded because of the government. If it was just the church and stuff, because of her bad behavior and decisions while she was in a marriage, she was a horrible wife, she shouldn't get shit. She would literally get kicked out on the streets and close the door behind. That's it. That's how it should be.
That's how it
If
used to be.
Yeah,
If
that's how it
shame
used
was
to be.
still involved.
Exactly. Yeah. The shaming is a big thing. That's when shaming went away. That's when shit went horribly wrong in the West. Horribly wrong. When women don't feel shamed.
Well, and I think a big part of that was the power dynamic between the church and the state flipped. Because if we remember, like back in the day, the church used to have a huge amount of influence over the state. Like if the church didn't support you as the ruler of a nation, that was actually extremely damaging to your prospects and could probably lead to you getting usurped.
Who was in charge of that? The bishop, the pope? I think it was the pope.
Yeah, the pope, but you also had bishops, like probably the pope. But that's the thing. Nowadays, like Christianity is so fractured that like you'd have to pick which one, like which Christianity you're even going to appeal to. But that, of course, leads you to, oh, well, I'm going to be this kind of Christian because this kind of Christianity is the most accepting. But
yeah, why
then
y'all
it
got
gets
so many sectors? If you're a Christian, why y'all got so many? I thought
honestly, a lot of it
bullshit.
People like to be
Confusion.
sold their flavor of bullshit. That's
well,
why.
okay. Honestly, some of it's petty and some of it's political. Has one big argument that led to a huge schism in the church was Jesus a literal mortal or was he God on earth?
Yep.
See, that's where the Quran comes in. Because in Islam, they don't believe he's God.
Well,
Yeah, but Islam
but that's the thing. But like this
He's
was
a prophet. Don't get me wrong. One of the most important prophets. The Muslims do believe.
Okay, yeah, but that's the thing. But
Jesus.
that's where it makes a huge difference because it's the difference of did God have a prophet down on earth, or did God literally come
Himself.
down and literally experience all the pain and suffering of being immortal?
I know,
That-
but the big question is, how can God kill himself? But whatever.
But that's the thing. That's the argument for one of just one of the major schisms. But
Right.
I guess
Yeah.
if that alone, like just not a difference in any actual part of the text, but in the interpretation of the text, led to some massive schisms. So you can imagine how anything larger than that would lead to various other bits of schisms, and then part of it's also regional. Like this group of Christians was over here, they formed their own practices and rituals that are still based on it, but they're just different enough that they created their own section of the church. Seriously, I do not have any sort of like formal understanding of it. I just know some of the basics from history. And
Yeah,
then,
I
of
can
course, you
I can
have,
chime in if you'd like. Clear some of this up.
So
Before
gonna-
you do that,
So-
I gotta head out. I actually gotta go get some grub. So I just want to.
all right, no problem,
guys
man.
really
Do
get
you
into it.
have anything to say to the Warband? Do you want to show your channel?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I just want to say it was good talking with you guys as always. I am that guy, Pete. You refuse to invite to gatherings. You punch that in, I'll come up. I think Island Hermit already shielded me earlier, but feel free to check it out if you like. But yeah, always good talking to you guys.
No problem, man. Peace out.
Peace out.
Unity. Yeah, go subscribe to that guy Pete. You refuse to invite to gatherings. I know his name is long, but his channel is very, very good. I'll put it in the chat later. But I'm gonna make my next 2 live streams will be about separation of church and state and the Holy Scriptures. It'll be a Sir Yeetus' version of talking about religion, of what Chronic did with his show. So he had like a long documentary breaking down the church and the Bible and stuff. I'm gonna do something similar for a live stream. I know Real Talk wants to join.
Yeah, just to get the gears spinning, Gray's describing exactly what happened in 451 AD at the Council of Chalcedon. There was also another council before that in 325, known as the Council of Nicaea. And, this is 325 years after. I'm just going to call him the Messiah because there was no J's in the Hebrew alphabet at the time. So his real name is much, much longer. But essentially, man got involved after the Bible was written. And let's just put it like this. Why would an emperor, a Pope Constantine, be deciding what it means to be a Christian, having any say-so in this quote-unquote Trinity, when he wasn't even baptized? He still believed in the Roman pagan gods in 325 AD. And on top of it, he wanted a new wife, so he accused his wife and his oldest son of having sex with one another, and then he boiled them both alive. So this is a dude who had a huge involvement in putting man's hand on Scripture and changing things. And then what Gray described happened in 451 AD at the Council of Chalcedon, where they're trying to decide how was Jesus interpreted, essentially. And I think that's when the name Jesus came about, believe it or not, was at that council. So yeah, this shit runs so fucking deep, it is ridiculous. So many different scholars, but I think Bruce Metzger is a big scholar in this, cleaning up the conflation and all of the more or less hearsay. I believe the proper term is when you're looking at the Bible for what it says. This is I forgot the terms off the exegesis is when you're reading the Bible for what it says, and then eisegesis is when you're interpreting it how you want to interpret it, so that it kind of wraps around your life and how you need it to. You're bending the word, more or less.
Okay, I definitely see what you're saying, and we're going to hold this religious talk for next time. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, look into that stuff for sure.
Yeah, that shit'll go deep. It'll be fun.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a long stream like we're having right now. But before we continue, you know what time it is. If you want to support your boy Sir Yeetus, go ahead and click on that link on top of the chat and donate to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus. Okay. All donations will be appreciated. If you want to send questions, statements, whatever it is, go for it. Thank you. So based on all these PUAs and coaches that are flooding the manosphere, right? On top of, chameleons, right? You got women as well coming to the manosphere for some fucking reason, right?
And female PUAs.
Yeah, female. What the fuck? Anyway, do you believe that that's pretty much the downfall of the manosphere is right now? Like the decline?
That's the thing. Given PUAs have been a prominent part of it since before, and if anything, I'd say the Manosphere is stronger in spite of them.
Well, I mean the bad ones, not the ones that doesn't have the interests of men in our, countless paywalls. Just pretty much taking advantage.
That's the thing. I think that they're on the decline, and their desperation is showing. because we're getting bigger and bigger fools with worse and worse plans using a system that is completely outdated. Because if you're in the Manosphere for any length of time, unless you are strictly running in PUA circles, you're going to start running into free advice, and having like Warband content specifically picking out and roasting PUAs, calling them out on their bullshit. It's going to drive more men further and further away from them. So I don't think it's going to ruin the Manosphere like any more than like anything else is damaging the Manosphere.
Okay.
They might try, but I think they're failing, and they know they're failing, and they're getting more desperate and extreme because of their failure.
All right. Yeah, that's a good answer, actually. It's their own demise, not the Manosphere per se. Do you have the same answer, Carry On, or you have something different?
Can it really die? Like, can the Manosphere really die? Honestly, it's the idea. As long as people have the idea in mind, it can't really die. It can change. The idea or its current state can transform and die. Yeah, so the current Manosphere might be dying, or might be getting crushed or mutated. We're not sure what's truly going to happen, but there's always going to be aspects of the truth somewhere out there. So I don't think the Manosphere will ever actually die.
But do you believe that the PUAs and the coaches, the bad ones, plays a hand in the Manosphere's turmoil right now?
I guess they bring I guess they do. They bring certain type of attention that's not truly what we're trying to seek for. It's technically fluff. They're fluff, technically. Like, they blow up. We have fluff in something, it blows it up, makes it so big and bloated, and it's like hard to move around. So that's what we have right now. We have excess fat that's not really needed, and fat's good, but not always good. So that, yeah. So the Manosphere might look big, but it's all like unhealthy right now. So we need to shed some stuff.
Right, because all the more mainstream people, they like to lash out, be emotional, dox people.
Yeah, they're big right now. It's like a fat person. Like, they're big, but they're not healthy. And they make everyone else look like they stain everyone else with their stench and so on.
I definitely do agree. Real talk, what about you? Do you have a say in PUAs or coaches having a hand in making the Manosphere look bad, or the decline of the Manosphere?
As far as in real life, yes, definitely, because they're always, going to the cold approach. That's the MO. And online, it kind of evens itself out. You don't know if a girl really doesn't know if a guy is a pickup artist or if he's just like a creepy dude online. But in real life, then they can start to decide, okay, this guy is following a script. He looks like his body language is telling me one story, but what he's saying is a completely different story. So they get these conflicting vibes. And in real life, PUA is destroying women's perception of men if they come across these guys, if their numbers are growing. But online, I would say like 25% of guys in the Manosphere is self-improvement, don't focus on women, MGTOW, and then 75% is be a dancing monkey, do whatever it takes from getting money to getting muscles to get women.
Right.
And it's just like, you kind of have to say, okay, out on the street, yes, they're really fucking shit up. Online, just look at the live presence that Hammerhand had and Chronic had. It was ridiculously much more than those two goons combined, and they're considered in the space of PUA and in the online space. Playing with Fire and John Anthony are considered some of the two top dogs, some of the most successful guys. They're the real Chads, the Giga fucking Chads, right? So why in the fuck do you guys have no live viewership? It's because online the numbers aren't there, but in a real life aspect, yeah, I don't mean to keep going back and forth, but real life, they're fucking shit up horribly of how women see men if they come across PUAs. Online, it's a little bit it's harder for them to get through to those women in that PUA, because essentially everything online when you're contacting women in a dating app, it's kind of all PUA-ish. You know, you're kind of like giving your blueprint that you think is going to work to get a date with this woman or to bed this woman to get her to come over and fuck, Netflix and chill. So it's online. It's all kind of around the same gestures, but in person, these girls' antennas go up. They know that these guys don't belong. So yeah, it's you got to look at it from both sides.
Okay, we're going to get back to that one. That's a good thing that you said. Welcome back, Constantine.
Oh, hello, Yeetus.
I decided you decided to return.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
with the question that I'm asking everybody else, would you say that PUAs and the coaches in the Manosphere causing all the turmoil? Making the Manosphere go on the decline.
I would say that in a way, these PUAs are. I wouldn't necessarily say they're causing the Manosphere to decline. I think that, at least based on one of the things Hammerhand put out a while back, is that people are looking into MGTOW more, because he was talking about Google Analytics and people looking up what the men going their own way is all about. And, I think that it's, definitely the PUAs and these grifters are giving the Manosphere a bad image, giving them a bad rap. And, like Real Talk was saying, women can see that, when dudes try to use all this game and frame and all that, they can tell something's not right about these guys that are doing this. It's like, this is weird. What are you doing, dude? Like, you know what I mean? They can catch on to that the guy's doing weird stuff. But I don't know if it's necessarily means the death of the Manosphere. I think that, you could see it as purifying the message of trying to help men and getting rid of people who are not working in the best interests of men. Because a lot of these smaller content creators, they're not trying to charge for products or anything. They're just trying to get a good message out there to try to help people. But I think, in a way, it might be damaging the Manosphere, but I don't know necessarily if it's causing the death of the Manosphere. I think it's definitely hurting PUA. For sure. More and more people are catching on that it's kind of not really all it's cracked up to be. And especially with people like John Anthony.
Okay, so here's my other question. This is something I mentioned earlier in the live stream. Do you guys agree with my statement saying I see at least today's PUAs and coaches are pretty much similar to Twitch Thoughts?
Honestly, yeah. I wouldn't even rate them that highly.
Well, damn.
Because here's the thing. You don't have to pay for most of a Twitch Thoughts content. They're still going to be on Twitch. They're still going to be doing their shit. There's still all kinds of fucking clips posting out the highlights. You can watch the VODs afterwards.
Well, should I say OnlyFans?
Yeah, much closer to OnlyFans.
Yes.
Like that's the thing. They're the equivalent of an OnlyFans chick, not an.
You're still getting more shit from OnlyFans than people lying to you.
Well, true, yeah, but what I see today's PUAs and coaches is they're literally trying to they're trying to take the sips away from the OnlyFans and have them sip for the alphas, the masculine people.
Yeah, another thing they have in common is basically everything you need is already free anyway.
Yep.
That is true. That is definitely true. Because once again, it makes no sense how they charge thousands of dollars just to approach a woman. That's fucked up.
Yep.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, whereas like paying on OnlyFans, like you're paying fucking like $5 to $20 a month for some fucking softcore shit that on a crappy ass camera with terrible composition.
You can literally just look online. There's hundreds of adult sites right there.
As in both cases, if you know where to look, there's higher quality content for free.
Exactly. What will you say, Real Talk?
They use a technique where they swing in after men basically put it like this. there's a guy that was never good with women. More or less, he wasn't an incel. He might have had a girlfriend, but physically, stature-wise, he might have not been all that in a bag of chips. This guy finally gets his life together where he can afford dating. He can go out and try to get his feet wet, right, to where he can get his lay count up. And these guys fall on their face. They get shit on because they're not a Chad. And that 90 to 10% desirability rule, or the 95 to 5% desirability rule, it starts to become realistic to them, and they're at the crossroads. It's kind of like the movie They Live that Roddy Piper starred in, where he's wearing these glasses. He can see what's really happening when he puts the glasses on, and when he's going back and forth between having the glasses on and having the glasses off, everything is super deceptive. So what happens is these PUAs wait for these guys to get to the point of failure, to where they're getting into a red pill rage, potentially black pill, and then who comes and saves the day? Dun, 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 John Anthony lifestyle with the perfect blueprint on how to get you out of your failures with women because you've been trying so hard and you're left without any other options. They need these men to fail so they can come in and save the day. It's like they prey on the victimhood mentality that these guys who are, because there's no way they were masculine men, or else they still would have had some success with women. So these guys are still blue-pilled. They're a little bit more feminine, and John can relate because he's feminine. So they're using like a technique of waiting for them to like hit their own wall. These men, like they've hit the wall. They didn't hit the gym enough, like Chronic tries to preach. That was Chronic's big thing. He's like, well, that's not enough. Well, these guys, they didn't have a masculine role model, so they have to learn the masculinity. And why would they learn it from you? That's the thing is, John also says one more thing. I can't remember it, but yeah, I've noticed he needs these men to fail, be without any other option, and then he's going to come in and save the day. And that's how these PUAs are. They're real sick fucking bastards when you think about it, because these men can wear those glasses like Roddy Piper, see the deception, and that's MGTOW, that's Hammerhand, that's Chronic, that's the whole Warband. And then when they fucking don't have the glasses on, you have John Anthony lifestyle in your face with snake oil saying, hey, I have all the answers right here. I have this lay count. I've got these Brazilian booty cheeks in my face and all of these screenshots so you can see that I'm successful, and I have all these pictures of females. So he can really sell them. He can really shill his product hard. But reality is always going to punch these men in the face that they are not in that top 5%. They're not in the top 10%. And it comes full circle, and they have to choose MGTOW, or they have to choose, okay, do I suit up one more time, be courageous one more time, and follow John's lifestyles program, or do I see what these MGTOW guys are talking about? So John Anthony is sitting at the crossroads, waiting for you. The crossroads of MGTOW where you can branch off and go your own way? John Anthony is right where the fork in the road is, and he's trying to catch every fucking lost soul he can who's desperate. He's sitting right there at the crossroads. I got another one. That's why he has the variable pay rate. He's waiting for men to hit the crossroads where they're going to choose MGTOW or choose to double down and pick up a PUA. That's what happens is you either go MGTOW or you pick up a PUA after you fail and you're in the rage. So he needs them in a rageful state. Just like Rollo Tomasi promotes red pill rage, John Anthony's no different. He's waiting for them to consume Rollo Tomasi's content, call Rollo Tomasi a bad guy and say, hey, it's better over here with me. He's a big fucking psychological operation, John Anthony. I will give it to him. Psychologically, he knows how to play people off. I think he's taken classes, and I think he's well-trained, like a well-trained narcissist. Like, he's been taught. That's how it seems to me.
Okay. Well, when you put it that way, he does have some type of system going on when it comes to, looking up these high mainstream red pillars or MGTOWers and stuff. Then they'll call out those people. So like, hey, they're bad.
He's very calculated. Yeah, he's very, very calculated individual. He's not dumb, and Chronic exposed that.
He has been doing what he's been doing for a while. He has experience in getting money out of these men that honestly need good men, that are honest men, that have good character to help them and everything. He's very experienced with it. He knows he knows how to grift them. Unfortunately,
The god of grift.
Honestly, in my opinion, it's like this guy's like the Dan Bilzerian of the Manosphere. In my opinion, you know, Dan Bilzerian. Look at me. I did buds, but I almost became a Navy SEAL. But all because of them, I couldn't do it. My instructors. Or look at me. I'm gonna try to be some tactical guy during the Vegas shooting and ask for the cop's handgun. What the fuck? I'm gonna pay all these women to take pictures in this rented out mansion. It's like, bro, no. And then he attacks. I think he attacked Dan Bilzerian. At least attacked Odin's men, Jameson's Travels, who's an actual Marine vet, who kind of talked about him. It was kind of funny. It's like, bro, why are you attacking this guy? But I just mentioned that because this guy really reminds me of Dan Bilzerian. So yeah, that guy is. But
There's
I agree with you.
one more person to add, but before I do, Gray, do you have anything to say about that?
I think I've made all my summaries. So
Okay, let me add this person. Red, what's going on? Red. He's not here?
yeah,
All right.
might be a mic issue.
Unfortunate. But in the end, right? In the end, like, you guys need to understand my personal, beef against these guys. Because yeah, they can make that money, but just say you're making that money. Kind of like with Andrew Tate. He makes it clear that he's doing it for business as well. When he gives out advice. You guys know who Andrew Tate is, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, he made it clear that, yeah, I'm doing this for money too. I'm giving out advice, but I'm also want to make that money. And I can respect that.
I think Anthony Dream Johnson has done videos with Andrew Tate before as well.
Andrew Tate's done video with all of them, I think.
But at least Andrew Tate is real with it, at least he's real.
And he's upfront about it. I'll give him props for that. He's not just trying to pretend that he's helping all these guys and that's the sole reason he's doing it.
And based on his credibility, I can give him props that he is practicing what he's preaching.
Yep.
Like, this is my method. This is how I did it. Look at my actual record. Look at my upbringing. Hell, I'm a world kickboxing champion. Shit.
But he also doesn't lie and says everyone will able to do it like he did. He's like, yeah, I was born in a privileged situation. He does say that.
Yeah, he does. I'm like, you know what? He's keeping it real. I like
that's
that shit.
that's really the big difference. Like, this particular brand of pickup artists, they are very much like chameleons, because what they do is they go out, they consume a bunch of red pill, and then they try to recreate that persona. It's like, why do they say they're there to help men? Well, because they look for the successful red pill MGTOW channels and be like, okay, I'm going to emulate what they say. I'm going to be here for men. They'll do that over and over again. And then once they've established themselves, then they try to destroy everyone who basically taught them. Oh, God. I just realized the Harry Potter reference actually works here, so forgive me.
It's all good.
Yeah, but you remember like that Defense Against the Dark Arts guy from the second one?
Yeah, that thing, he was lying. He was nasty.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, it reminds. God, I forget his name, but basically his whole shtick was like he'd find someone who defeated some sort of dark creature or whatever, get the story out of them, get all the knowledge. Then he'd erase their memory of doing it and write out a book like he did it, and then sell that book.
Oh, he definitely has a temper as well.
John Anthony?
No, Andrew Tate, which is hilarious. Yeah, I think it's funny.
Well, I'm going to have to leave, guys, because I have something to do, but have a good
No problem, man.
You're good. Carry on.
See you, carry on.
Unity.
So,
Unity.
Red, can you hear me?
Your audio
Red.
driver's working.
You said you fixed it. Red. He lied to me.
Double check your mic settings. Like, see if you can run some tests and that they actually go through.
Yeah, make sure you make sure you check it. Let me know if you don't know how to check your mic. All right, back to 4 again. Dun, dun, dun. So that's my biggest gripe. Hell, like, don't get me wrong. I was a big supporter of these guys at first.
Yep.
Their intentions might have been good, but in the beginning. But oh hell, or they were just pulling a chameleon act the whole time.
Oh, that's the thing. I don't put any stock in someone's intentions. I look at the results. Like, these guys could be absolute scumbags, but if they actually delivered good results, then be like, fine. That fucking doesn't matter who they are on the inside. What matters is that there's actually benefits relative to the cost. But it doesn't matter. And that's the thing. The other thing is, maybe deep down they do genuinely believe that they're being helpful. Well, the result is no, they're fucking pieces of trash that are driving already desperate men into bankruptcy for shit that they can get for free elsewhere. It doesn't matter what their intentions are.
What's very funny about this is who makes enough money to afford this crap is actually going to buy it, because I remember, Chronic was saying Richard Cooper charges like $50 a minute for a phone call. Who's going to be paying that much? Who with that kind of money is going to be coming to him for advice?
Yeah, we actually discussed that earlier. Basically, black-pilled antisocial trust fund babies. That's basically their market.
And the thing is, like, I remember somebody shared, I think I mentioned this previously, somebody on iFunny, somehow a Richard Cooper short on iFunny got shared, it got featured and shit, and I just commented straight up, like, this guy charges $50 a minute for a phone call with him. Who the hell is going to be buying that can afford it? Who's going to have those kind of problems with women when, and all that? Who?
Very desperate men.
You could just pay for an escort to get it out of your system if it's really a big deal.
It's very desperate men that got bamboozled by the advertisement.
Well, and keep in mind, like, a lot of, especially the black pill groups, they realize that they could get an escort, but they want the relationship. They want the validation from a female actually wanting to be with them, supposedly of their own accord.
Yep, that is true. There are black pillars that are like that. It's not always about the simple act of getting that nut.
Well, all men want. We want love. We love it. We think about it idealistically, and we want to be loved. Like, women, after they get their heart broken enough times, they don't really give a fuck. They just want a good ride and a good time and always be taken care of through material things. But we truly want to be liked for us. And I think that's the hardest thing for these guys to swallow. But essentially, they're paying John Anthony Lifestyle for his experiences, the ones they haven't had yet. And they're hoping that it pans out. That's what all PUAs are, is you're essentially, when you pay a PUA, you're paying him for his experiences. Because, put it like this, let's say they do take the first few steps of advice, they get some dates, and then they get the quote-unquote lay. After they fuck the girl, they're going to have to wait for this girl to pull back, because the girl's going to pull back. This guy's like a simp. He's used PUA material. He's not a natural at this. So the girl's going to test him. She's going to shit test him. Then the guy's always going to have to go back to John Anthony to pay him to know what to do next. That's what they're doing, is they are paying these men for their experiences because they have never had them. So it's appealing because it's a shortcut. That's all PUA was from the 80s, is a shortcut. And now that the women have social media, which is their shortcut, you can never outpower the women in this day, which is her day.
Yeah. Also, that story that Chris is referring to, I've posted a link in the private chat. Yeah, so that fucking
actually happened.
Yeah, the fucking names are there too. Just
I'm gonna make this as a separate video. I'm gonna make that for tomorrow. I think that would be a good one.
Yeah. So I guess there's your answer.
Yeah, it's
Although-
real. I didn't believe it at first.
Although actually, I'm just going to do some quick math here to figure it out.
No
Wow.
fucking way. God damn it.
Wow.
What?
Sorry, I just doing the math there. $20,000, 40-hour session. This guy paid like $500 an hour.
There's
Bro.
no way. There's no way. That's pathetic.
You know, this is ridiculous. This is almost as bad as the women buying or woman selling her jar of farts. My God, this is almost as bad. I don't know which.
These are
word.
predators, man. These guys are predators. They prey on these weak men who have no other option. And it's like, well, hey, man, it's kind of like a mechanic who knows your car is super fucked up and you need it done ASAP. He's like, well, hey, man, I'm going to have to charge you this. And it's not his normal rate, but that's why it's always a sliding scale. It's the scale of your level of your desperation, essentially.
Yep. I can definitely see that. He assesses how fucked up you are in the head, and how desperate you are, and how much money you're able to pay him based on your situation financially. And he's like, "How much money can I get out of this guy?" That is very shady and fucked up, and he should. But you know, I'm not surprised he probably doesn't feel shame for it. I mean, he told Chronic on that live stream he doesn't feel guilty about doxing Wheat Waffles or even taking advantage of it. He stood there with a straight face and said that he charges some dude $1,000 an hour to talk to for lessons. You know, like, no, that's just fucked, in my opinion, that somebody would do that. But what it really comes down to is these guys not understanding that they have more control over their life than they think. And that people are only going to do what they can get away with. And that, you know, by going along with it, you're enabling these kind of people to subject you to usury and fuckery. You know, you have more control than that. And you don't, but, you know, these guys are just so mentally messed up and in need of help that, well, they're able to get fleeced out of $1,000 an hour, being told how to get a 1,500 lay count like Mr. John Anthony here. It's pathetic. It's tough to have to see, because, you know, you realize there's men out there that are actually getting taken advantage of by this. That's the saddest part.
Well, and it also, I'm sorry, go ahead, Greg. You go first.
Yeah, no, I just thinking like this 1,500 body count. We're not entirely sure how many of those are he met them in the streets and how many of them are buried in his backyard.
I did hear you make that joke.
Hey, let me add it one more time. Red.
Hey, Puniti.
There we go.
Hey, his mic's working.
My
About to say.
stupid drivers decided to reset all my settings, so I had to go back to the preset I had for it.
Oh, that's always the drivers are always fun.
The one to update without your consent.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like John Anthony's taking people over to his car without their consent.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But,
Yeah, and the
hey,
4 counts of what is it? Was it aggravated assault or some shit?
No, lewdness.
Well, lewdness.
This is exactly why the MGTOW guys simply say just take a journey of self-improvement, be content with being alone, and if a woman comes into your life that wants to be a part of it for a portion of your life, if you want, you know, let her do that. But, you know, you don't go just subjecting yourself like this guy does, you know, putting yourself out there like that. It's very risky, and as we can see, it's not good results.
Nope,
you know,
not good at all. But Red,
yes, sir.
Give me your summary. Give me your opinion about the topic today on
I can't wait
PUAs
for
and coaches.
I can't wait for Chronic to just absolutely destroy this dude. just murder, just put him 6 feet under, metaphorically. Like, I mean, the fact that he wants to go for round 2, I will give him some respect for that. Okay, you guys want to have a no holds bar? Fine, internet blood sports. Here we go, and it's going to be a great time.
It is going to be great because Chronic already has some ideas of what to say to get under this guy's skin.
Yo, what's up with Under Chronic's thumbnail?
Oh, the thumbnail for the video.
Oh yeah, for the next stream is going to be.
Does anybody know the backstory on that?
I know the backstory of this because I don't know if he saw me post it in the Discord. That's John Anthony drunk at what appears to be like an IHOP or a Denny's.
No way.
Yes, I shared a video and video suggestions of John Anthony stumbling around like an idiot drunk in a freaking restaurant.
This was the night I think he tried starting a fight at that club in the bathroom. This is the same footage I think from the Modern Life Dating expose. I'm pretty sure I saw this shit. Yeah. No, this is for real.
Fucking Modern Life Dating. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So if
Chronic is already playing the mind games.
If people already want to make some memes of that, feel free. Anybody that's watching the live stream, feel free to make some memes. I've already been sent 2 memes by somebody in the Discord that were pretty funny.
He's already being slaughtered by the rest of the Warband. It's absolutely hilarious. Like when I unfortunately had to go, deal with some stuff. My buddy's not doing too well, so obviously bros before hoes and all your video games. So I was able to catch some of the highlights. When I caught that highlight of just Chronic going deep into like, yo, you kind of bad, like you got it down bad. You want me to drop off some kids in the pink pool? I was like, what the fuck? Awesome. And he's just like, he was seething because she didn't want to smile. She was like, I gotta support the mans that comes down here and stuff like that. She wanted to laugh, like she was a little into it, not gonna lie. And then and I caught the highlight from Ribby, and I basically said like, what the hell is she wearing? It's just workout attire. And it's like, that's not a girlfriend, that's a concubine. And then Ribby was straight up like, I wonder how much he's paying her. And I was like, I don't know, Ribster, but she definitely don't look anything over $300 an hour.
Yeah, she stopped laughing because Undead Chronic said she was low value. The smile disappeared on that point, and because she knows he's right, and she looked stressed out. Based on that reaction, like, yeah, you're low value. That's it. Sound like nobody told her that in her life before till now. And the hilarious part of the entire clip was when Undead Chronic said, hey, I'll still fill you up. She smiled about that.
That's what I'm talking about. She was like, "Oh, I'm low value, but he'll fill me up." See, they will just
he'll give me sexual attention
because she's still getting the emotional she got validation, even though it wasn't the best kind of validation because it's like
I'm good. I'm still pretty enough to have some random guy on the internet who I really don't tell me wants to have sex with me.
Hey, if you wanted to, any person from the Warband could take her. It's because she's that low value. It's not that hard.
Bed warmer 101 right there.
pretty much. Should be passed around like a red dog.
How much you want to bet John Anthony Lifestyle went out and bought some green body paint for her?
No. Some kinky Rinpo Chinky role play going on in that bedroom. Oh,
hey,
God.
How much you want to think she was thinking about Chronic last night?
She was.
A little bit. It's like, ooh, a Chad with a PhD on the other side of the screen, and not this beta boy that willingly cheats on his wife, air quotes, to come down to Brazil.
John Anthony is going to be getting just fucking dreadlock wig, blue jersey, and some green body paint.
Like, it's crazy how you're gonna let yourself get clowned in front of your girl from an online dude. I don't know. I think that's hilarious. Like, no wonder she's disrespecting you by smiling, by getting filled up, because you literally look like a little bitch.
And his spaghetti straps and his tank tops that he wears, man. I don't understand. Like, is it these simps? These guys who are so desperate that give him that swagger. That swagger is what Chronic is just going to Chronic's going to basically crush his heart from outside of his chest like Indiana Jones. He's going to pull his fucking heart out of his chest live on air tonight And it's what's needed to come, because I think we've all seen this guy lurking in the darkness, and you're like, man, I can't wait for your day to come. And that day is today, boys.
It's like I was saying earlier in the live stream. I first discovered this guy because I was watching some of MGTOW Dictionary stuff, because I discovered MGTOW Dictionary because of Anthony Dream Johnson's expose on Donovan Sharp. This motherfucker got on to MGTOW Dictionary's live streams when MGTOW Dictionary was all about exposing Fresh and Fit and exposing modern life dating. And they brought this guy, John Anthony, onto the live stream because John Anthony will say that Fresh and Fit and Modern Life Dating bought his course, refunded it after they got the material, and basically stole his work because they started doing PUA because they stole a bunch of his information to see how to get into it. And so that was my first introduction to this guy. And again, this guy is going to attack everybody. Like Chronic's already stated it. This guy will attack other PUAs, to try to prove he's the best one of them all, and that nobody else in the PUA community should be getting paid other than him, because he apparently knows what he's talking about. And then, he'll attack Red Pillars because he's attacked Rolo, he's attacked freaking Modern Life Dating and fucking Fresh and Fit and all those guys. And I get it. Those guys, we all know those guys are shady motherfuckers as well, and that they're not very genuine either. And then he's attacked the Black Pillars. He doxed Wheat Waffles. He, made a video talking about why the Black Pill's wrong, but he didn't mind coming onto a Black Pill live stream to try to expose Fresh and Fit and Modern Life Dating. And then he decided to attack MGTOW, which is why we're here talking about it right now, because he decided to just talk shit about everybody, and then somebody decided to take a stand and say, you're not just going to get away with this that easily.
And out of all people, Hammerhand, you fucked up.
He did fuck up for sure, because Hammerhand knows what he's talking about. He's one of the most genuine guys I've seen in the Manosphere, and because he promotes people having morals, values, ethics, and principles, and learning to overcome their natural instincts to, see past, to help them learn not to simp, and to, focus on other areas of their life and get other areas and address their own issues so that they can be happier people regardless of whether or not they have a woman in their life. And, I'm glad Hammerhand put out that video, because, it put this guy on Chronic's radar, which I've been wanting to see Chronic roast this guy and Modern Life Dating and just eviscerate him.
And whoever's on Chronic's radar is on the Warband's radar.
Yeah,
Yes,
he made a stupid decision.
This is all in the beginning. Just let you know.
People like him need to be roasted, lampooned, and absolutely turned into a lolcow, because he is literally a rare example, but they exist. He's a male 304. He sit there and has completely burnt out from low tier women, thinking that it's going to cope for whatever the hell happened in his childhood, and think that that's okay. And they tell, oh look, you could do this, or just cold approach, actually getting people probably fucked up, shot, or in jail, and then claims that he's doing better than a guy who's just saying, hey, I'm being very realistic, this is what it is, and then doxing him, and then possibly putting threats on us. Like, I guarantee you that Mr. J.A. probably should change his name to J.O., because after Chronic is done with him, that's all he's going to do next to Crystals is I guarantee you he's already thinking about trying to do it, because if he tries to go after the Warband or Undead Chronic, you're done. You're dead on arrival. I wouldn't even entertain the thought of trying to do it, because the way he said it made it sound like he's already trying to figure out who Chronic is.
Yep.
And I know Chronic is a very private person, and if he does that, he's asking for it.
Yep. I think the funniest part is, this guy and Modern Life Dating are not very different from one another, because Modern Life Dating, I first heard of him because I first discovered his channel because he did a video attacking Better Bachelor, calling Joker a fake grifter, all that bullshit. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Joker's not out here shilling something. Yeah, he has a locals page, but he made that in response to YouTube censorship. He never was like, I'm going to move to locals and y'all need to pay for my stuff in order to see all my content. No, he said, I'll stick around as long as YouTube will allow me. But if you want to see more uncut Joker, you're going to have to go to locals to see it, because I can't say this stuff on YouTube. You know, that's the only time I've ever seen Joker ask for people to pay, because it's being able to see him where he won't be censored, you know. And I don't know.
He makes great content. I think it's worth I think he charges what, $5? I think it was.
Yeah, it's $5 a month, I think. A month.
That's nothing. That's what, half a pack of cigarettes? Because I know cigarettes are expensive these days.
They've been getting expensive where I live. Yeah,
right.
They're up there.
It's cheaper than a gallon of gas.
Yeah, it is. That's the sad part.
Yes, sir.
$5 for the content that he puts up, way better quality than thousands of dollars for mediocre shit.
And what's funny is back when this idiot Modern Life Dating released that video trying to flame on Joker and trying to accuse him of being a grifter, somebody commented that Joker's content was head and shoulders above Modern Life Dating's content. Modern Life Dating responded with the following, and he has since deleted this, but he said, and I quote, "Well, I'm head and shoulders above your mom," or some dumb middle school.
What is this, Xbox Live in 2008? Like, Jesus Christ!
It's just like, and then everybody was like, "Bro, you look like an idiot saying this. What are we, in middle school? Like, come on, bro." You know, and so everybody was like, "Why are you attacking Joker? What the fuck?" And
because Joker's rapid success in the Manosphere, to the point where he is the most respected already within what, a year?
Because the thing with Joker is he tells men, you're not gonna be the best at everything, accept the things you can't control about your life, and learn how to improve the things you have control over, and focus on that. Focus on bettering yourself. Focus on being happy alone. Focus on becoming a whole person. So if you date and you eventually go your separate ways with whoever you're dating, you come out of that relationship still a whole person. That you know, Joker really helped me. Him, Chronic, and a few other guys' content really helped me when I first found the Manosphere. To be completely honest, whenever I was because I found the Manosphere like many do with problems with women. You know, he really helped me, among others. His content really was helpful. And just, like I said, seeing some idiot like Modern Life Dating just throwing out an accusation like that, no. So I think that really that would be somebody else potentially if they decide to really do something stupid next. That would be somebody that I would like to see go down too, because he is a scumbag. There's a lot of stuff about him.
Yeah, it's the crazy part is like what everybody's been saying before. He doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, that's the worst part with John Anthony is he just stood there and was like, "Yeah, I doxed Wheat Waffles. Who cares? I don't like him."
But if it happened to me, it's a different story.
Yeah, that's a lack of, in a way, I guess you could say that's like a lack of sympathy or empathy, because it's like, oh, how would you feel if you were in their shoes? Oh, I wouldn't like it. Oh, then why'd you do it to him? He deserved it. What? What the fuck?
Nobody deserves their privacy to go out and be doxxed everywhere. I mean, he put his own face out, so he turned himself into a public figure. So that's on him. Like, he gets that, and he wants to go to all places and dangerous places, like, I don't know, Brazil or Southeast Asia, and where anything can happen because you're messing with the wrong person's girl, or some places like that don't like people coming up, and when women say no is no, other people will come around and be like, "Oh, she said no, knock it off." And next thing you know, you're getting your face kicked in on a curbside.
Yeah.
So
no, I think this would probably be a good lesson, but if the women are cheap, so are assassins.
That is a valid point.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, when you put it that way.
Like, I guarantee you he didn't have a good relationship with his mother.
Well,
just the way he objectif, like, and I'm not saying this to be like, feminism, like the way he literally objectifies women to nothing but a number is indicative of a bad relationship with his mom. Like his mom was probably a narcissist or something. And that may not be true. It may just be a lack of, it might be fatherless behavior instead.
Well,
however, I've noticed this. My one of my friends is dealing with a gaslighting situation where he kind of, let loose a bunch of shit that happened, and his mother tried to went and go do something stupid, and now he's afraid to basically leave his mother alone. And it's just like, dude, you have to be your own man. You cannot help others if you cannot help yourself. You need to reflect, internalize, understand what's going on, and build upon that.
The big problem, this whole thing with John Anthony, if what you're saying is the case with him or Red, where he had some issues with his parents from the past, it's unfortunate because it's just a prime example of hurt people hurting other people.
Cycle of abuse.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate, and you have to be able to say what happened to me wasn't my fault growing up, but it's my responsibility now as an adult to try to do what I need to do to make it right in my life. I can't control the way my parents treated me or if they'll ever admit that what they did was wrong.
Most of the time they won't.
Nope. But you got to be able to just accept that and move on with your life and better your life and find a way to move past it. And if you can't do that and you're just stuck in the past, you're never going to be happy. You're never going to be able to have real relationships with people. It's a very unfortunate thing, but ultimately it's up to the individual whether or not they choose to take that step.
Yeah, what people don't understand, I can't remember. He was saying, I think someone mentioned he was saying something related to like, only I can, like, other than only I can do this. He was very like one-sided, very, very much in his double standards. And, I understand where those come from. I'm trying to remember what it was, but to me, it just sounded like just straight up commie gobbledygook. And it was like, well, in this way of like distributing stuff, like, well, my service, it was related to his services. Well, my services are worth more, and you should only be paying for my services because mine are the best. Everybody else is like basically heresy. It's against the state of like his pickup roaching. And it's like when I literally heard, I charge $1,000, and then Chronic gave the legitimate example and actually talked about was it thoracic surgery. It's like, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Justify you having more money than this guy. Well, you're never going to be able to compare it to this. Like, okay, you should run for Congress because you literally didn't answer a goddamn thing. So, so you're not going to answer
that recent Kamala Harris shit she did with the Romanian prime minister or president.
Ukraine is a place in an area that has a problem. Well, no shit, you dumb cunt. Anyway.
Somebody needs to confirm, because what I saw on YouTube is during their little interview, somebody asked her about how they're going to correct the inflation that's happening in America right now. And then Kamala Harris looked at the Romanian president. And the Romanian president, like, why are you looking at me for? Like, what the fuck you want me to say? Like, I'm not the president.
When they need help, they turn to the nearest man.
Right. I'm like, what do you want me to? I'm not the president.
Nobody's home.
Literally. A domestic issue. She turned her head towards the president of a different country.
She's the example of you can blow skin flute and get anywhere. The second highest office in the fucking land.
That's her highest accomplishment right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit. But
and you see her face?
Add this person right quick. Angler McTow.
Hey, Yeetus.
Hey, what's going on? I know you've been trying to join the entire time, but way too many people are trying to join.
All good. I understand.
But what do you have to say about the topic so far when it comes to PUAs and coaches in the Manosphere?
So far, I think it's very important that we put out the warning that these guys they're basically predators. And you guys talked about, I think you were talking about it in this latest conversation about, maybe they have childhood issues or whatever, but these guys, they're not right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, man. I agree. Because at least more specifically when it comes to John Anthony, right? I've not heard a man since fucking college bragging about how many chicks he slept with.
Right? Yeah.
That was like 8 years ago.
What grown ass man does that?
None. Hey, have you guys heard of a man bragging to you guys about how many chicks he fucked?
The closest I heard was advice against doing such a thing. Is like, no, dude, don't brag about the ones you fucked. Instead, let the women brag about it for you.
Bingo. That's the key.
Yeah,
she will do the talking. What about Red? Have you heard a grown ass man bragging about how many chicks he fucked?
Only the fuck boys.
Yep.
And I could tell you them. I was like, they're decent people, but they're in leadership positions and stuff. I'm pretty sure you know the type. That NCO who goes, look at me, Jim Rat. Yeah, like I'm just as an example so that we can understand this is, I have one who's great leadership, knows his job, but he is not a good person in his civilian life. And he's like, oh, I'm jacked all the time. I have like 2 or 3 baby mamas now, and I fuck pussy, like I crush. And it's like that's not sad behavior. Why are you telling us? Why do you want validation from everybody else? Oh, you're doing what you want. Like, just chill out. Respectfully, Sergeant.
God, actually, you just reminded me. I've got one coworker who likes to talk about like how much sex he's getting with the single mother he's in a relationship with.
It's like that.
Jesus Christ.
That is not a conquest. That is the small outpost that you hit with one trebuchet.
She's softening you up to take you to court. That's what she's doing.
Fattening them up before the slaughter.
Like the dude's clearly got other issues, but it's like, dude, I don't care that you're having sex. I get it. Yeah.
No, and another thing,
no one here cares.
A woman doesn't care how many chicks you slept with, as long as you carry yourself a certain way and you are experienced enough in bed. Because whether you like it or not, towards men and women, is a turnoff when you brag about how many people you fucked. Because STDs, hello? 1,500? I would be like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'll tell my homeboy that. Like, keep you in your goddamn pants.
Yeah,
nasty mother. You know what? Don't touch my shit. Get out.
Yeah, my answer is people go like, well, if I'm talking to someone that's like, hey, so like, have you been? How many people have you been with? Well, I was like, well, that's a little bit rude. I'm not going to ask you those questions, at least not yet. I'll just say, well, I would say I'd rather still be a virgin. I just feel like I'd rather have waited, and that's how I leave it.
Yeah, and that's not a bad answer at all. Not, hey girl, I got 1,500 bodies on me. Figure it out. What am I talking about? Oh, you're gonna find out tonight. Like, what the fuck? Am I talking about sex or murder?
1,500 bodies, and that's collectively all of the DNA polypeptide chains they have.
Jesus Christ! Oh shit! But yeah, man, it's absurd. It is absurd. I agree with what you guys are saying, especially Anglo MGTOW. And at the end of the day, at least when it comes to getting to your pockets, or worse, they're predators. They definitely are. At the least, predators of your wallet.
Yep, for sure.
Because it's a lose-lose situation, in my opinion, where you brag about sleeping with 1,500 women.
I mean, honestly, you'd probably have better luck with women if you bragged about your literal body count.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. It's just
women are more turned on by your criminal record than your sexual history.
Well, yeah, while you're in prison, she'll send you some spicy photos and shit, right?
Yeah. Well, I would respect someone more if they said, I have slept with 8 people and I'm not proud of it. I'd be like, okay then. Okay, fair enough. It's not something to bloviate having multiple sexual partners.
Like I said, my big thing that was a kind of a big thing that stood out to me that said this guy's got something wrong with him is the fact that in most of his videos, he tries to use the fact that he's been with all these women as the reason you should listen to him and buy his course and call him for a free 30-minute phone call so he can tell you how he's going to take advantage of you and how much money he's going to swindle you out of. No. Like,
Well,
Yeah, I'm sure.
it's not just him. It's not just him. There's a lot of
It's
people
not.
out there.
it's
And
not.
Chronic, Yeetus, Hammerhand, these guys have been doing a really good job
Oh, yeah.
pointing these people out, exposing them, and because we can all laugh about it and this, that, and the other, but at the end of the day, these people are dangerous. They're dangerous for the young men. And I had a conversation last night. I was on Good Mother's live stream. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with her.
Yeah, she pops into Chronics every now and again.
Yeah. And it ended up with me and another guy, which we ended up heated at first. We got into an argument, but at the end of the night, we just talked all night. Everybody else checked out, and it was just he and I talking. And he brought up a point that has me thinking today. I made a video about it, but it was about if we're kind of premature, almost, putting out this message to young men that haven't really experienced women yet. I know that we're looking out for them and our intentions are good, but if they haven't really been through the ringer yet, how can we really help them? I mean, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can understand. I guess that would be a good devil's advocate type of deal.
All right. Well, here would be my counter argument. Number one, they're being exposed to sexuality at an incredibly young age. So, even if they're single digits, they've been exposed to shit that the rest of us didn't get until after puberty hit.
Right. Unless you found dad's porn collection.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
And number two, there's always someone trying to get them when they're much younger. At the very least, if they have this information now, like maybe they won't take it, maybe they'll reject it entirely, but then at least they'll know a place to go back to when things eventually go south.
Good point. Yeah. Yep.
It's like a library of information they can rely upon in certain situations. I think a lot of this red pill space, MGTOW space, if anyone's giving advice, relationship advice, and they're not charging for it, it's based off their experiences and it's all circumstantial and within a certain situation. So for those guys who haven't gotten the experience yet, if they are in a particular situation where a girl's acting a particular way, and what would be a successful way to get out of that situation as a guy, like, I can kind of see where this content can be useful for the guy who doesn't have a lot of experience. Would you rather that guy smash his face against the wall with a woman or know beforehand how to avoid smashing his face against the wall with a woman? Like, there's certain rules to the game. I think this online space is healthy for young men, but then I think there's a lot of rabbit hole type shit that these grifters and these liars and these deceivers can take these men and steer them down the wrong path. Like I tried saying this before and I got scoffed at. I think there needs to be a roadmap for new men coming into this space. You need to go here, you need to go there, you need to go there. And then you're going to learn the basics and then you can come to your own sensible and logical conclusions. That would be like a healthy way for them to go through this space. But I think a lot of these snake oil salesmen really want to prey on these guys. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, our space, when you think about it.
Well, we are getting more channels that have that kind of roadmap. Like that guy Pete's a great example because like he's very much a generalist that covers all kinds of different topics.
Yeah, shout out to Pete.
Yeah, so we're getting more of that kind of quality content because the last guy who offered a serious roadmap was banned. That'd be TFM. So as the demand changes, we're going to see it shift and evolve, but we can't really put out any formalized roadmap. Maybe we could encourage, like, I don't know if the Warband members would do it or like maybe someone like Better Bachelor would, but just kind of an intro video on their front page, like, hey, welcome to the Manosphere. Here's some of the basics. Here's where you might be interested in going. Like, that wouldn't be a bad idea, per se.
Ironically, I guess I can use my own personal anecdote how I got here to the Manosphere. It started with those Reddit posts, those damn Reddit videos with the fucking the text to speech engine, and talking about cheaters and stuff like that. And then me reading the situation, it's like, no, don't take this bitch back. Like, don't take this bitch back. Like, it could all be fake and dumb. and it's like, what are you doing? And you're seeing it, and you're seeing the same thing repeated, and it's mostly men absolutely getting shafted. And then so I started following other people, and then I just going down the rabbit hole. And ironically, how I got into the Warband was because of a female friend of mine who sent me one of Ribby's shorts. And then as I found him, and then I went like here, and I realized that a bunch of my other content creators that were Red Pill that I followed also kind of flirt around with the Warband or often associate with it. And it's like, wow, that's how I know this space is growing. And I've noticed that the Warband is a very solidified niche spot, but it is expanding. It's grabbing people that are hardcore on the spectrum to just getting started. You can't just hop into this stuff and just go out of the frying pan into the fire. You have to start with a little bit of milk toast. You have to see if you understand this, and if you could stop at any point in time. It's all about doing what's best for you, what you think is best for you. We don't want you hurting or harming yourself. We don't want you going out there getting in trouble, losing your freedoms. We just want people, men, to find their place and how to best live and not just survive.
That's the thing. That's where I'm kind of torn right now. Is MGTOW a place to actually direct people, or are we, are we here for them when they show up?
Well, MGTOW doesn't. That's the thing. A big part of MGTOW is that we don't recruit; they just show up.
Right.
So, I do feel that the advice of MGTOW, even if you're going, well, I do want a family someday, so I'm willing to risk it. Yeah, most guys will jump into it far too early in life. I've heard it even said before that MGTOW is a good place to be temporarily. Like, get your shit together, get your life in order. Don't commit to a woman too early and handicap your future.
Sure.
Yep. They want to keep calling MGTOW, Red Pill, whatever, a movement. It's not a fucking movement. It's a philosophy.
Exactly.
And ideas are very, very, very difficult to kill. And that's what's pissing off feminism and all that stuff lately, since they want to call us extremists, even though MGTOW people want to be left alone. I don't know how that works.
And that's the worst type of people to go after, because the person who wants to be left alone is the most dangerous man in the room.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And they literally go on news saying that MGTOW people or Red Pill, but I'm pretty sure they're definitely talking about MGTOW. They're extremists.
Well, they have to use whatever buzzwords are going to get the emotional reaction they want. Most people who watch the news don't actually understand what's being said. They don't actually listen. They just hear some emotional buzzwords, and from then on, they just rationalize everything away.
Oh, they just take it in, they take it in as truth. They don't do anything.
Are you really going to compare Al-Qaeda or whatever, or the Taliban, to a bunch of men who just wants to be alone? That's how women need us more than we need them, and technically we don't need them besides reproduction.
And that's why they're getting so damn mean. It's because they're getting scared and they're getting hostile because they know it, but they don't want to admit it. And like the other gentleman said, it's the news. They're being taught a narrative and they're just running with it. They're not really sitting and thinking with it. They're just being dumb motherfuckers.
Yeah, they are. They're being gaslit and socially engineered to believe and support the current thing. And yeah, it's horrible because there are a lot of young women out there that don't that don't understand because nobody's actually teaching them. They don't have any. Maybe now it's becoming different. They don't have anybody who's in the MGTOW Manosphere area to teach them. Oh, no, this is why men are doing this, and you don't have to understand it, but understand that this is where it's going, and you're going to be lonely, and other men are going to be lonely because nobody can see past the people spoon feeding you and purposefully keeping everybody down in society. Because again, they're scared. The powers that be want this social control because it allows people to become subservient to the nanny state. See, when we ask women to be submissive, we're not asking them to be subservient. We're asking them that there's a role that I would like you to play in this relationship because there's roles that you would like me to play in a relationship. But when the government is becoming the father and the husband and the brother to women, and we're basically replacing us on purpose to make men more cannon fodder, I have a problem with that.
Yep.
And because we're calling it out, they want to call us terrorists when we're not even doing anything extremist. We're just like, hey, hold the phone. This is bad. This is how you get the degradation of society. Stop. But at the same time, I don't really care if society starts to degrade because it's on your fault. They are creating a foundation on sand that is going to sink into the ground.
Well, historically,
to keep it short, though, bachelors, men who are not married cannot be controlled, or it's very, very difficult to be controlled. At the moment, unmarried men can't be controlled. That's why there's a lot of hate towards the quote-unquote manosphere, because they literally rely on men's production to create money, to take care of these females. And when more and more men walk away from their responsibility, because once again, women walked away from their traditional role first, so why can't men? Now who's going to be taking care of these millennial women? Not the next generation, because the birth rate is on decline. Not the government, because Social Security is about to dry up within, 30 years? Maybe even less?
Oh, way less than that.
So who's going to be taking care of these women when these men are not getting married?
The government.
The best they can do is tax the fuck out of everybody, or these older, elderly women in the future is just shit out of luck. They're on their own.
You make good points, and I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or anything, but everything that you talked about, in things that I think about, it's leaning more towards, taking the power away from the men.
Well, keep this in mind too. If there's fewer men around, then they can safely pull out the rug on Social Security. Because if there's a lot of armed, powerful men, they'll riot. They'll go apeshit. But if it's primarily women and the men don't give a shit and wouldn't benefit from it anyway,
or feminized men, yeah,
that's the thing. Like, they're creating a population that won't fight back, so they can pull Social Security out. Among all the other things they'll get away with, but definitely pull the rug out of Social Security when no one capable of fighting back is left.
Yeah,
I'm already deducting my Social Security as a loss, because I definitely don't see it staying around when I'm old.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly assuming that there will be absolutely no support for retirement. I'm going to have to live entirely off of savings.
Yep.
Yeah. Dan Bongino said it best. They spent it already. They spent it 25, 30 years ago. It doesn't exist. They already used it.
Yeah, and that's fun to hear, like, the boomers and Jacks go like, well, I paid into it, so I should absolutely get it. It's like, all right, well, what if they say no? What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, boys,
You're too old.
I'm 45. I plan on working until I die. I mean, there's nothing left. So.
Well, you enjoy your job, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so that's not a bad deal for a man.
I'm a skilled tradesman, and I think that, that's for another thread, but yeah, we also have to encourage our little boys, the guys coming up, to get into the trades, avoid college, and
well, worst comes to worst, you can just drop down to part-time in the future.
Sure.
Because depending how how able-bodied you are as you get older.
Yep.
So
there's a lot of college stuff that could definitely, a lot of things that used to be taught in colleges and bigger tech schools that took a couple of years. A lot of those things have become trivial and they could be knocked down to trades. I don't understand why certain things like that used to be apprenticeships that are now being taught in colleges can't go back to being just apprenticeships and normal trades, like, accounting and basic like civil, like not necessarily like, small things, like, I mean, just carpentry, tiny things that are like 6 months or less. It's just dumb that they keep pushing. You have to have post-secondary education. You have to have this. You have to spend exorbitant amounts of money to fuel their system. Why am I going to pay into a system that actively says they hate people like me? They hate men like me, I should say.
They can play off our biology at the end of the day. That's their kind of go-to, is always playing off our biology. And historically, this MGTOW thing, them going after men who want to go their own way, how they're comparing us to terrorists. This is no different from the early 2000, I think it was 2010s around there, where they try to conflate like the flat earth people who are kind of, I'm not going to go into it, but like if you go down that path, you love rabbit holes. You're into that QAnon, whatever, and you like to go down a series of rabbit holes. They try to compare those people and say that they're in the same exact boat as the people who question the validity of the 9/11 story. It's like, wait a second. 2 towers perfectly demolished, and the story doesn't make any sense by a boogeyman with a laptop in a cave. You're saying people who question that are the same as people who think the earth is flat. There are 2 different types of people. And men who are deciding to go their own way, they're completely radically different from a true extremist, someone who's racist, a white supreme pizza and whatnot. It's like the way they're trying to throw us and group us all in, it's pretty much like if you don't go along with the plan of getting your biology played off and being a pussy hound to where they can control us in any which way, then you're an evil man. You're standing up for yourself. You're being a little bit righteous and showing some indignation and not being used as a tax cattle slave to propel this system. How dare you? It's like we're standing up for ourselves and they're like extremist, terrorist. It's fucking insane.
Plus, thing they need to do that because then they can get like our women and children to like sell us out and snitch on us.
Yep.
Of course, that's the bigger problem for a MGTOW because a MGTOW man doesn't have a woman or child to snitch out on him.
Bringing this back around, the trades are pretty safe. I don't hear a lot of hate from women about the trades. And I think that's because they're too goddamn afraid to go into them. And you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. But before you continue, this is going to be my last show. But from JR, thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. All he said is yeet. Goddamn right, yeet. You yeet or be yeeted? That is the question.
Fellas, I got to hop out. I got to get my son to his mom. So.
Oh, no problem, man. Hey, thank you for joining.
Maybe another time. Take care, Yeet.
Take care. Puniti.
Yo. All right.
I have to flex a bit. But if you guys still want to donate, last show this is my last one. Go ahead and click on the link on top of the chat and donate to PayPal.me/Yeetus. If you want to send a question, if you want to just say something just because, or you just feel like donating, all donations are appreciated. Thank you very much. So when it comes to these MGTOW people, right? MGTOW. Women, they know that their entire existence as feminists, at least, is a facade, as long as they're under the protection of men, protection and security. Their entire reasoning, their entire good lifestyle that they live in the West is because of men. So when men start walking away, so first they get annoyed that all the men that they want don't want them anymore. But when they really start getting afraid is is when the simps starts to wake up like, oh shit, this is what marriage is like. Oh damn, okay, fuck that. I'm not taking her seriously either. That's when they start to freak out, right? She didn't completely hit the wall yet, but even when she's only like 30, 35, there's slowly but surely there's more and more men realizing that the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore. A lot more men than 10 years ago. It is only going to get worse and worse, especially with the younger crowd, because even like I said in the last streams, the young teenage boys, they're listening to our messages. They listen to the Warband. They listen to MGTOW. They listen to Red Pill.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And this is what we wanted the whole time.
Yeah, red pilled before high school.
Exactly.
I was going to say, if you guys didn't know, more red pill kind of content has made its way onto social media as well, like on Instagram and on Snapchat and on TikTok and all that. I remember a while back, one of Hammerhand's TikTok response videos got featured on iFunny. Like, iFunny is full of a lot of red pill content and stuff, and it gets featured, and people, it's kind of it's a very iFunny's become a very interesting space over the past few years, for sure.
It's funny, the more taboo they make red pill content, the more interesting it gets.
Yep.
Like the more Streisand effect for sure, but also like everyone who looks for that little bit of edginess, that little bit of extra spice, now they're finding red pill content.
People want to go against what people tell them, like, don't look at this. This is bad.
This is the new counterculture.
Exactly. It's a new counterculture in a way. And then, by just saying, oh, it's bad, don't be a part of it, people are like, ooh, let's see what it's about. And then they realize that, it may not be nearly as cray-cray as people make out that it is. And they realize that, and they see the truth in it, like, I could get down with a bit of this. Yeah.
It's like, it's a
people
makes sense.
Yeah, the people that benefit from this gynocentric system, such as men and women, aka PUAs, dating coaches, now they're definitely freaking out because their money is walking away.
Yeah, it's just like what I said, commenting on Hammerhand's live stream. The reason that people like John Anthony criticize MGTOW, the reason that Yogi Oabs and Bullcuck Simpset and Richard Cooper, Edwin Hopkins, all the rest of them, the reason that they talk crap about MGTOW and they don't really have any valid, real great arguments against it is because they know that it's drawing men away from them. It's hurting their bottom line, and they don't like it. So that's why they make content that attacks them. But then the MGTOW guys, the Warband, other red pillars go in and just say, you're exposing men. You actually are a piece of shit, and there's receipts out there to prove it, and we have them, and we're going to show everybody just what scumbags you guys really are.
Holding men accountable again for their actions, which we stopped doing a long time ago.
You got to stop them, SpongeBob. All me money's walking away.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's why people need to understand. If you want to know who's in power, look at the group of people that are nobody's willing to criticize.
I'm gonna scratch my nose real quick.
Look at that group of people that society is afraid to criticize and hold accountable. Okay, so same thing. Do you know who is right? Look at the group of people that the system is trying to silence, trying to cut out your tongue. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. The flat earthers get promoted harder than red pill.
Yeah, that means that they're really trying to silence us, and they know that we're right. They know that we're right. We figured out the game, and guess what? most men didn't even figure it out until women started telling on themselves on social media.
And
They literally get caught in 4K on purpose for that attention. And then men are like, what the fuck?
get caught lacking in 4K nonetheless.
Yeah,
when
and
they're
she
sad.
intentionally does it. It's not even she accidentally got caught. She uploads the video of how shitty their behavior and decisions are. How the Jezebel spirit runs strong in them.
Yep.
Very strong. And then, the men think to themselves, like, wait a minute. I'm supposed to I'm supposed to do some courtship, some chivalry, take that type of woman out. I have to marry that.
She's the one that has to be the nurturing mother that's supposed to help me provide a nurturing environment for a child's brain to develop in. Maybe this isn't a good idea after all.
Yep.
And they
hundreds of
realize
thousands or millions of people saw her coochie.
Yep.
I think that the last time I was on, you remember me talking about that friend that. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I was talking too low. I don't think the last time I was on, if you remember me talking about my friend who decided to get that contract with Brazzers. Like, she says she has a boyfriend, but like that dude's not going to be chilling around her anytime soon. He's not going to be there forever, and you're never going to have a meaningful relationship after that guy, because the only thing you're going to get is simps. You're going to wonder why nobody's masculine enough, because you decided to put your kitty cat in your rear end all over for everyone to see.
And the masculine guys aren't going to take you seriously.
Yep.
You're not mother material. You will not be able to raise a child correctly, because he will go on the internet one day and he will see, and if I could try to quote with as best taste as possible, "I'm bored, I need some money, step bro."
On top of that, why would a man of value commit to a woman that gave everybody else, millions of people on the internet, strangers? Why would a man of value commit to a woman that she gave out her puniti or gave out her body for everybody to see for free?
Yeah, it ain't just the puniti nowadays.
It's our puniti, our fucking butthole, or whatever it is.
It's a community property.
Community property. Why would a man subject himself to, oh, hey, yo, is that your girl, bro? I watch her on OnlyFans all the time, man. Damn, hey, you hitting it though, right? Hey, you the lucky one, bro. You the good luck, bro.
Doing that.
I'm like, the audacity. That man, if I find out that my future girl had an OnlyFans that she created like 10 years ago, and a group of men are like, yo, is that her? Damn, she still got them cheeks. Yeah.
Hey, bro, your wife's still doing 3-ways?
Yeah. It's I will try my best not to have hockey master and kick her out.
It's like that kid that was at basic training, and there's that video, there's that photo, and then there's the other thing where she's doing that one thing for my. Does your boyfriend know? It's like, you probably. I think he killed himself. I think he killed himself.
Did she have that black shirt?
Yeah, the hoodie.
Oh,
we all know it's famous because it's like,
I know what
you really did that to your
about,
homie, to your man's who
There's
that
day. Same day.
Yo, I heard about that from Angry Cops talking about them retiring that Urban Camo BCU. And he showed the picture, and he was like, and he showed that picture, and was like, you guys already know what this is. If anybody doesn't, feel free to catch them up to speed. And I was just like, and then he just walks away from the picture. He's like, you weren't even good at it.
I'm telling you, man.
She's gonna be.
This is why it's funny. It's funny how women in today, modern women, they fail to understand and comprehend that men eventually we will get caught up. Men always adapt to adversity and danger, and right now, you, woman, in the state are the danger. So, as a logical, intellectual man, what should I do? Well, nothing else that I do is going to work. You know, this situation is kind of rigged. So, yeah, I'm not going to play. Walk
I'm going
away.
to decide not to play the game, and you're going to notice that the women that actually have moral conviction are also going to decide to not really play. Remember how they tried to hype up feminism, third wave feminists? Women are doing their own thing before, like, you know, when the MRAs was starting to come, and then MGTOW was just getting its start in the early 2000s. Well, feminism is just women going their own way because there's inequality and stuff, and it really wasn't that. It was just to genuflect. No, when actual women who, you know, hold themselves, women who don't have high body count or realize that they were gaslit into thinking that this is okay to devalue themselves, and or are still virgins and are like, I can't find a man because of this. It's not your fault. It's society. So what are they going to start doing? They're going to start going their own way. And eventually the manosphere is just going to be people who are counter to the culture, to this degenerate postmodern Western culture. And then they're going to be like, okay. And then what's going to happen is the people in power are going to be like, look at them. They're pulling in women. They're poisoning them with their ideology. They're making them submissive by giving them value in their life and making them understand the family unit and being stronger. We have to stop this. And then eventually people are going to, wait a minute, what do you mean?
They're asking them to be stay-at-home mothers to take care of the children, and they're doing it while the man goes to work hard at work.
And they're having functional large families. What could possibly go wrong?
So when you say women going their own way, are you talking about chat thoughts or
not necessarily? No, like the small minuscule amount. Like, let's go with the golden ratio 80-20. The 20% of women that are like, wait a minute, I value my body. I've never had sex, or I shouldn't have done this, and I understand that's bad. Whether they have, you know, spiritual or moral convictions that are actually like, wait a minute, this is bad. This is rigged against women, even in my mentality. And they're understanding why men are going their own way and men are checking out of society. And they're going to realize, wait, why should I play the game too? What am I gaining out of backing up this postmodern Western culture?
So
it's not happening yet.
Before she hops on the carousel?
Very few and often.
Because if she's not a virgin anymore and she's not married, she's already ruined.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the case.
Yeah. Like,
I'm just saying, like, you're gonna see those come, like, you know, other people, like other men, like, hey, I shouldn't have been a man whore, same thing, and they're like, hey, little Johnny, be careful. This is a pitfall. Just
try. I don't really see that many women going their own way. Is either
I don't see it either, but it's gonna start, you know. It's gonna happen to us to a lesser degree than men.
So
it's gonna be something
pretty much
try to
femcells where they're literally are unable to get a man, which is a very, 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 very small percentage.
Yeah.
Or triathletes, where they pretend to go their own way based on the circumstances. Because once again, they always move the goalposts to fit their needs.
That's true. That is true. I see where you're coming with that. I'm thinking more along the lines of, it's not necessarily more of them, but it's going to be more known. Like the small 2 to 5% of like actual, you know, fem cells are going to start seeing it. But the trad thoughts, obviously, along with the grifters and the PUAs, are going to be like, look, my money's going away. And they're going to try to, you know, pretend that they're doing their own thing after they've gone along the rooster carousel.
But they can't hide it, because if you're 25 plus and you're single, unmarried, that's already a red flag in itself.
Yeah. Like, listen, quite honestly, women in their at least 20 now, they're fucked. They're completely 100% fucked, and they're probably fucked all the way down to 14. Like, personally,
they've been doing their thing since high school. Yeah,
but I think personally, what I think is like to appeal is I think women themselves should go MGTOW, as in cutting women out of their life, because that's their number one saboteurs.
I never even thought of it that way. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty interesting.
But will they truly do that based on
like I was saying, who could have won? Like, all women, you think about each woman on individual level. Who can they afford to cut out of their life more, men or women?
Well, I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying, even if the woman do cut out all women, will she truly go her own way, even knowing the power that she has with the state?
No, but that's the thing. It's not about the intention; it's about the effect. So if a woman cuts other women out of their life, they get rid of all that toxic influence, which encourages them to take the carousel even if they're not naturally inclined to do it. And that improves their chances of getting a quality man later in life. And if they're happily married to a quality man and have spent 5 to 6 years avoiding female influences, chances are for both the woman and whatever man lands with her, their outcome is going to be far better than if she'd been associating with women ever since high school started.
I see what you're saying, but the indoctrination of feminism is very strong.
I'm just reducing the odds.
She will literally have to get out of the West.
Yeah, but she has a better chance of finding a man that will take her out of the West if she ditches all female influences for like basically middle school on.
See that's the thing, and I do see what you're saying. A way higher chance for her to find a monogamous relationship, but at the same time, and it usually never goes well with a woman that's been on the carousel, even if it's for a few times before marriage. It usually never goes well.
But she's less likely to get on the carousel if she's cut out these women earlier.
Right. And for this man to win, at least he needs to leave the United States overall, or any Western country overall.
Yeah, which requires some measure of success in order to do so, and she's more likely to attract that kind of man if she's retained it, and she'll probably have more male connections because she'll still have somewhat of a social life.
See, when it comes to a social life, right? At least when it comes to me, she won't have friends like that. Like her only social life will be amongst family, maybe a childhood friend, maybe. But besides that, no friends. No. And that friendship is over, when you're with me. Plus, you're going to be too busy if you're going to be a stay-at-home mom anyway.
This
it's more so like she needs somewhat of a social network to establish a connection with a man that she can then fuck off out of the West with.
I think, Gray,
I'm talking about after the relationship, like after they go overseas. That's what I was talking about.
At that point, after they're gone, that her social circle is going to be her family and many children. Yeah, but she's not going to get to that point if she has a female-based social network prior to the relationship.
Because for me, in the end, if she doesn't have a hymen, it's just for me. It's a no for me, regardless of how traditional she is. It's a no for me, dog. I know there's a man. He's probably, okay, he only had one or two. No, she only had one or two dicks. Okay, acceptable. All right, if that's his standards, I'll respect that. But with a man with standards, especially what we preach with the Warband, she's automatically a no-go if she already hopped on other dicks.
Yeah, you don't. No, that is not long-term relationship material. That is not marriage material at that point. My original point was just not necessarily spitball, but just understand where things are going to come, since culture and then politics in of itself is always downstream from culture, and it always starts with counterculture. I think we're hitting the pendulum in the other way because we overcorrected. Like, by overcorrection, I mean we just wanted to make sure that the opposite sex was also allowed to have the same rights to responsibilities, but the problem was they didn't want to use the responsibilities for this. And however anybody feels about that, it's essentially what happened. And then so we get this hyper feminized gynocentric society that wasn't meant to be gynocentric, wasn't framed to be that way, at least here in the United States, and I think similarly in our northern neighbors. So when you have all that compounding, you realize, wait a minute, we made a mistake somewhere because we didn't listen. There's a reason why the framers used plain language on purpose. It wasn't meant to be interpreted willy-nilly. It was meant to be interpreted as is for the most part.
I see what you're
And-
saying, man. I agree. Yeah, I do see where Gray is coming from, right? When it comes to, when it comes to today's situation right now, I do see what Gray is saying.
Yeah, it's just, I think like if we could get like the simplest message out to the women who still have a chance, it's like we need to let them know, like, look, the sisterhood isn't real. Women are not your friends. They are your enemies. They are your saboteurs. They want to destroy your potential life. Don't believe their lies. Isolate yourself, and you will be better off down the line. I trust trying to appeal. I can't appeal. I don't really believe in appealing to goodwill. I figure like find the most basic sociopathic, purely selfish motivation and use that to appeal to these people, because that's going to work over any sort of goodwill, kindness, generosity, morals.
Well, hopefully some simp will save her doing that move. Hopefully.
No, it's the thing. It won't need to be a simp saving her if she fucking ditched it and didn't fuck up her life, which she'd have lower odds of. Like, yeah, she may fucking ditch women for a while, then decide it's not worth it and fuck it up. And it's like, okay, well, whatever, another lost cause. Hopefully someone else learns from your failings.
Yep.
I think Gray is describing, I've always considered this a possibility for women in the West. They have to divorce the hive. They have to go completely against the hive, and they can never look back from that decision. And I think that starts in where Yeetus, I think what Yeetus is referring to is the body count and so on and so forth. I think this whole divorcing the hive starts with the girl's mother. If the mother was capable of divorcing the hive, then she's going to set the precedent for the daughter, who can start to become a little bit more of an introspective female, more of an objective thinking female. If the mother was capable of divorcing the hive, then the daughter can do it. She may, in that case, she probably won't rack up a whole bunch of bodies, and it will satisfy like Yeetus's conditions. And then I think Red is the person who referred to the femme cell, like women going their own way. That would be women divorcing the hive. It's a dream of mine. I think it's a dream of all of ours. But that would be the most realistic outcome, is women in her family would also have to divorce the hive. So it'd have to be a community of like-minded women who divorced worldliness, who divorced taking off clothes and sexualizing themselves and having respect of their own bodies. It would have to be a whole fucking movement, man. And that's the sad part, is it's like we can't even get them when we're in relationship with these creatures, we can't even tell them truth without it being considered mansplaining. It's like, how do other women make this push of femcelldom, without taking away the simps? If simps are still there, how can women ever go their own way and go against the hive? Because the simps are the ones who want to please the hive. They're the ones who always are willing to move the goalposts for the hive. So we're talking about some deep shit.
Well, but if she's going to divorce the hive, right?
That sounds like
go her own way.
Topic.
What?
I said this sounds like a whole separate video topic.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But if she's going to go her own way from women, isn't that in it of itself her moving the goalposts?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't think femcel is the right term, because a femcel is one who cannot get a man to emotionally commit. A woman who divorces herself from the hive early in life will still have access to a man. That's the thing. She's divorcing the hive and choosing her family, even if she doesn't have them yet. She's choosing her husband and children over the hive, because then we just have to make it very clear: the hive is going to fucking stab you in the back and leave you high and dry.
Yep.
Your family will not.
Well, as long as she has a hymen. That's the
thing. But the hive encourages her to lose her hymen as early as possible. The earlier that she cuts off from the hive, the better chance she's going to have of having a hymen.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, in my opinion, the plan is foiled. That she already started on the carousel.
That's why you got to get him at like 12, 13.
Leave the hive, in my opinion, is not of her choice. It's one of those main things on how women submit, because women submit to power, right? So if she has no choice but to do what she has to do to survive, that's when she's willing to divorce from the hive.
But
if she still has her hymen, then I can definitely see that working.
That's why it's got to be around 12, 13.
You know,
Mhm.
and that's actually like she, in my opinion, needs to be born in a different country, or the father, the mother and father leaves the country immediately. It goes to a more traditional area.
Homeschooling would probably work as well.
There's no way I will raise my kids in the States, because no matter what you do, in the end, once she's out of your sight, they're already going to have her. Feminism's already going to have their paws on her.
Not if she got away from the hive line. I'm just trying to find
We'll see.
what's the widest possible net for what Western women are still salvageable, and it's basically those under the age of 14 with their hymens intact. And what can they do?
When she turns 18, she still has a hymen, and she decides to go to college. You know, because in the end, you can't really force her to stay in the States.
No, that's the thing. Like, if she's divorced from the hive, she has no motivation to go to college.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see.
Like, yes, it's never all of them. They're always going to fall
so hard to the point where you have to go Mormon mode. You literally have to cut her off of the outside world.
Well,
you have to be okay with that.
You don't have cutting her off is one thing. Encouraging her to, it's more so you need to get her to cut herself off.
What do you
like? We see the red pill content getting out there. It's getting to the youth right now. So the message is already in a position to start getting them to change their behaviors, getting them to see, look, you're being pressured into tossing away your V card by people who want to destroy your future. Cut them off. And just say, cut these people off. Cut the people who tell you this off, because this is what's going to happen. Cut off the people who tell you to go to college, because this is what's going to happen. Cut these people out, and as soon as you hit 18, you should already be looking for a husband. Prior to that, then get married at 18 to the man who's going to be your husband, start a family, and get the fuck out of the West as fast as you can.
Okay. I see what you're saying. It all depends on the outside influence.
And I'm just trying to mitigate. I'm just trying to give steps to mitigate factors. This won't work for all of them. A bunch are still going to fall back through the cracks. They're not going to be able to handle the isolation, but more will be able to handle it and succeed, rather as opposed to if none of them get the message.
For me, I washed my hands with the West. The West is done. I'm definitely going to be starting over in a different country where the laws are more fair and the women don't have all the power. It's not all one-sided. Where men are actually appreciated and men are actually able to be fathers. In the United States, it's too late. It's a done deal. I see what you're saying, Gray. I really do. But in my opinion, if there is going to be a family or a change, it can't. No, it can't be in the Western countries.
No, honestly, I can't trust them either. I'm just throwing a life preserver as I sail away.
Normalcy bias. That's what it is. You're coming from the area of normal. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Obviously, I'm sorry if I am. But it's normalcy bias. That's why I kind of spitballed the original, just a little thought out there. Is because if we're not able to play both sides of the argument and juggle it around, we'll never get to the root cause of the problem, ever. And I see where you're coming from, Gray, too, and I kind of see it a little bit myself. But
I see it all
I don't think it's going to change, because postmodern Western world is pretty much one nail in the coffin.
What I'm saying is the indoctrination is so strong out there. Yeah. It doesn't matter what we do at this point to try to mitigate it. Because once she's out there doing her own thing, she can still divorce her husband.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But there's going to be maybe some guy who finds her and she's like, look, this is like, I found an actual fucking unicorn, but I can't trust her here. So I'll take her if she's willing to leave the West with me forever. and having a woman who's like, yes, I've been expecting this for the better part of the past decade. Let's get the fuck out of this country before it burns down. Again, I'm like, it's a fucking sinking ship. I'm in my lifeboat getting the fuck out. I'm just throwing a life preserver out to whoever's still out in the water. It's like, look, you might make it, you might not. I did my part. The rest is up to you.
Right. And wait.
Who's MGTOW Maddie?
Yeah, what is going
Yeah,
on?
why does it? I mean, he's going crazy in here, and he's kind of calling me out. It's like if he wants to come on and have a discussion about this, it's like I think we're talking in hypotheticals, theoreticals. That if things were to change tomorrow, what would be a possibility of changing things? Like what would realistically happen based off human nature, based off community?
Well,
it's like
we were just having a debate.
Oh no, I
That's
think
it.
I think he's fucking. I think he's calling me out for like wanting to help him. It's like,
yeah, who gives a fuck? Real talk. Like real talk sounds like he's simping for them. I'm not simping for anyone. I'm talking about if we were to try to fix society from a realistic standpoint for women. Here's the thing is, I don't care about them per se. I care about our society as a whole. If we can still keep any part of it intact, I'm talking about being able to go to the grocery store. I'm talking about having things accessible to us. I don't think anyone realistically understands what the third world is going to be like in the United States. I mean, you have to hand pump your fucking water. So when everyone thinks that they're going to have this grandiose time when the shit hits the fan, no, it's not going to be grandiose. It's going to be third world. So if you're not ready for the third world, then you should think about it in a theoretical, hypothetical sense if you're going to have a realistic conversation. If he wants to get on and debate, that's one thing. But if he just wants to talk shit while he's in the comment section, go right ahead, man. Whatever floats your boat. But just think about what you're going to do in that day. Are you fully prepared? Do you have 10,000 rounds of ammunition in common firearms? Do you have 300 canned goods? Do you have 500 gallons of purified water waiting? No, you don't. So how about you think about something potential? I'm not giving him hope. I'm saying this is a potential.
Well, yeah, that's why Warband
shit.
exists, at least to me. That's why it exists. Like, we're talking about these ideas so that we can spitball these things and just have the conversation, have the debates, have the healthy arguments. Because I've noticed that every person that associates themselves with Warband has the ability to be their own, metaphorical war boss, has the ability to take these ideas and go, hey, society's collapsed. Let's try not to repeat these mistakes. And hopefully you'll bring more like-minded individuals. And you're going to face adversity. You're going to face the remnants of the powers that be that don't want you to have your voice anymore. These people already have you in your crosshairs. They want you, what's the Sam Hyde quote? They want you to be beaten, broken, damaged. They want to go after your families. They want to see everyone you know and love destroyed. So we just have to beat them back with an ideology that is stronger than them, a philosophy that is stronger than them, so that we can hopefully have the society that benefits humanity. It's not just about us as individuals. It's about us trying to figure out how to fix the broken foundation. Because as men, that's why Gray has his ideas and thoughts. He knows, maybe a little black pill. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is what I'm understanding. He knows that ultimately it might be a defunct issue because the postmodern Western world is largely pretty much dead. However, he as a man wants to try and fix it anyway, just to try.
That's the thing. I just see.
We just having a conversation.
Yeah, I can't. Like, do I honestly see it working? Like, of all the women in the U.S. who would fit into this, I would be surprised if there was more than double digits that actually took it and made it all the way through. So out of the tens of millions, I'm barely expecting 20 to actually follow through on it.
Yeah, but in the end, y'all, in the end, this is a place where we talk about these kind of shits, all right? Hypothetical, theory, actual real talks, current events, world events, all right? We can't do it anywhere else anymore. This is a place to do it.
Yeah.
That's why we always tell you, hey, go ahead and get your drinks. get your food, get whatever you got to do. All right. That's why we've been on here for 6 hours already.
Yeah. And at the same time, like I'm acknowledging that, yeah, that's the level of extreme that a woman would have to go to in order to really have a chance in the Western world. Like if they basically something that is, I know I'm asking for as close to impossible as it can get while still being something that they could technically do.
It's like, which I agree, but Chad, you understand, we all got different opinions. We need to talk it out. That's the whole point. It'll be pointless, in my opinion, to have live streams if there's not people talking about their own point of view or challenging other people's point of views. All right. That's pretty much the whole point of the Manosphere, to talk about male issues.
And quite honestly, if there needs to be challenges to my kind of ideas, I'm not fucking infallible. I'm going to overlook things and get things entirely wrong. And I need other people to point out where I'm making mistakes or doing something fucked up. It is
if
what
it's
it
a
is.
completely stupid idea, yeah, call it out.
Absolutely.
But Gray didn't say anything like stupid. It was actually something that everybody was thinking about. Seeing if there's something that we can fix, a solution. Gray say there's a very small chance of it possibly working. I say it's too late. Just because we have different opinions doesn't mean that, you're wrong. No.
It wouldn't save people on a massive scale. It might save a couple dozen at most. And that's not enough to save Western civilization. Just maybe saves a couple people who, I don't know, just gives a couple people a chance.
Right.
Yeah.
And for the cost of a few memes.
Yeah. I don't want to save Western civilization anymore, at least postmodern Western civilization. Now, if we had the same morals from maybe the 1940s and 50s, minus a couple of things on nuance, then yeah. No, I want to, and this is going to sound kind of needlessly pious, but I want to save your soul. Not religious, what makes you your personal identify, what makes you a good moral fibered character. I want to keep that and preserve as much of that as possible, because there's a lot of poison, there's a lot of vitriol that is eating away at people.
Anglo MGTOW, you're back.
I'm back.
Like here would be kind of an example. What if you found out that let's say 10 years ago, if a couple memes could be the difference between the creation of a John Anthony lifestyle or not.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Every time someone like John Anthony lifestyle, every time a bitter feminist is created, the damage radiates out from that point and intensifies. The John Anthony lifestyle is not a one-for-one exchange. If you took him out 10 years ago, just changed his ideology, I don't know, got him fucking laid or gave him a sex doll 10 years ago. Imagine how many hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, would be better off without him.
Well, I think the intensity is up to the men to wrangle that in and, talk to young boys, talk them down from that intensity, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but they're not always going to be there. Imagine that's the thing. You would have so many PUAs disappear if sex dolls were more common, for example. So many of them would have never even been created and would have fucked the simp out of themselves much earlier in life.
I can't even comprehend a sex doll. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard some testimonies from people who have it that they literally fuck it so much that they fuck the simp out of them and they no longer simp for women because they're completely satisfied.
Sir Yeetus, I was just looking into anarcho-capitalism. It has no leaders. It's a vote with your wallet society, and all weapons are accessible to the public.
You're never gonna get a society with no leaders.
It's going to devolve into corporatism, syndicatism, or some sort of oligarchical totalitarianism. Yeah, I mean, we're already there now. That's because we didn't upkeep our antitrust.
No, that's the thing. It wouldn't even get to the point of corporatism. You'd honestly go straight to feudalism, because like, okay, you're competing with economies, but you're competing with economies where weapons are still allowed. It's going to exist temporarily, but eventually the society that bands together forms its own rules, whether it's under the form of a corporation or some sort of kingdom or whatever. It will eventually form a society that values stability over freedom, and that will just be the most powerful one that will crush every other anarcho-capitalist faction.
You make a very good point that it's feudalism where weapons are still allowed. It's that people, for some reason, they haven't realized yet that we have the goddamn weapons. You know,
I'll look into it. I'll look into it, Villainous. Don't worry about it. I ain't gonna just completely disregard it yet. I never really seen this type of system before, so I'll check it out. Don't worry about it. I'll give my fair opinion.
That's the thing. Like, vote with your wallet. The simplest form is you're voting with your labor, and that goes right to feudalism and monarchy. Like, It won't be that way right away. It will start off like, let's assume that you could just do that right now. You took down all existing structure, gave everybody weapons, and said, okay, figure shit out yourself. There's no formal leadership. There's going to be chaos and a lot of bloodshed at first. Then you're going to have people form together into small groups, and they're going to form around a leader. Eventually, people are going to be like, okay, this is the guy who's making decisions for us, and they're going to delegate out responsibilities. So a pure leaderless society will last all of 5 seconds.
I agree. I think the hierarchy is very important. Yes.
Hold up. Yeah, MGTOW is rather an empty existence. Yeah, I'm disagreeing with you on that one, Chris. It's far from an empty experience. You know, it's something that you can focus on yourself. You do your own thing. The main concept of MGTOW is you're not following the traditional steps anymore. Because if model women can walk away from their traditional roles, why can't you? So that's pretty much what it is. You know, not all MGTOW stop messing with women, okay? Because there's a lot of MGTOWers, they still interact with women, you know. But MGTOW, I know it's the main definition is leave women alone altogether, leave the system altogether, just go and do your own thing, right? But there is men, well, I guess I'll just say red pill, that still can MGTOW, that can still have a good social life with people, whether it's men or women. It's just they don't follow the traditional roles anymore of going to get married, have kids, have a white picket fence backyard and all that crazy shit.
That is very true.
They don't follow the traditional role anymore. You focus on you and you only. You are the prize. Okay, you do whatever you want to do with your money that you earned, and you don't have to give it away to some selfish bitch for the next 18 to 20 years.
And just to kind of expand on that, I think I might have mentioned it earlier, but Sandman responded in the comment section of John Anthony's video ragging on MGTOW, and he straight up said, look, plenty of MGTOW guys still choose to date women, dude. And, you know, they said that, you know, there's several MGTOW guys that, you know, several MGTOW guys might watch his content, watch John Anthony's content to try to get an idea of how to interact with modern women. Not saying that the advice that the guy gives is good advice. Obviously, none of us think that it's good advice. Most of it's trash. But, you know, guys that are MGTOW still date. They're still gonna, you know, I think a common misconception is that a lot of the dudes that go MGTOW choose to become complete hermits and live off the grid, and they choose to
live out there in the woods, grow a beard.
Mm-hmm.
No, a bunch of them just focus on their work, careers, jobs, passions, hobbies. There's a reason that a ton of MGTOW are millionaires. They got a shit ton of money. they got time and mental energy to focus on stacking cash and doing what they enjoy.
Yeah, there's a reason why mech towers throughout history are still remembered to this day. Okay, because they focus on them and their value, their purpose, and they're still remembered till this day.
Some of them might go entirely celibate, some might not. It's not really part of it. It's just no marriage, no cohabitation.
Like who again? Sir Isaac Newton.
Yep. Nikolai Tesla is another one. And the thing is, you know, like we're saying, you can still date if you want to, but these guys chose to they prioritized different things in life when they were alive. They had other things that they valued more, and that's okay. They chose to focus on other things.
Yep.
It's not such a cut and dry specific thing that you have to do to go your own way.
They just don't follow the traditional male role anymore, and that's what petrifies women. It's the fact that if you guys seen the movie, I forgot what it was, with George Clooney was being interrogated by his coworker about not getting married, and he said, "Hey, sell me marriage. Tell me why I should get married." Oh, so you won't be alone. Well, there's plenty of people I can talk to on this bus. I can walk down the street, talk to anybody. I won't be lonely.
Yep.
Oh, do you want kids? Forget about it. Are you sure that you don't want somebody by your side for the rest of your life? That'd be very annoying, be with the same person for the next 40, 50 years.
Well, you know what? The whole story, the whole story that we've been fed, it sounds lovely of having someone by our side for the rest of our life. But we know how that goes,
Notice how it's always
in the end, all the stuff that they were listing that benefits that men will quote unquote benefit from marriage.
Yeah.
It's a straight up projection. Okay.
Yeah.
All these benefits only benefit women.
I'll tell you what, I'm much happier eating what I want to eat, sleeping how I want to sleep, doing what I want to do whenever I want to do it without having to answer to anybody.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, do you know how much shit that I got when my mom came over one day, saw my place? Clean as fuck, but I had no stupid pictures hanging around,
Yeah.
I got, some decent furniture, like, couch, rug, table. But that's about it, a few beer bottles hanging around. My fridge is pretty much empty except for the essentials, right? A few veggies, a protein, water. My room, besides my queen size bed, it's also pretty simple. My computer equipment.
And you're good, right?
Yeah, 3 drawers. That's it. Yeah, it's pretty empty. I was like, oh, this is you want to put some more stuff here? I'm like, nope. Why would I need to spend money on stupid artwork or all that useless shit? I got all what I need right here. Why would I need to? Well,
exactly.
If you bring a girl over, it needs to be presented. I'm like, she ain't paying shit up in here, so I don't give a fuck what she thinks. Okay. So you gonna next Netflix or chill or no? That's all I'm gonna ask her. That's it. Like she better be grateful she messed with the dude that has his own place. The fuck?
Yeah.
I don't get me wrong. Like I dress nice, but I ain't gonna be. My main focus is not impressing bitches that are probably gonna try to take advantage of me anyway. No.
Right.
No, we're gonna come and you're gonna come to the comfort of my home, not yours, mine.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Yeetus, I spent I'm 45 years old, I'm down the road, and I was that guy, I coming up until I found the red pill and MGTOW and all that. I was that guy that went out and, I dressed a certain way, not for me, but for women,
Right.
I thought it was the right thing to do. And I got burned enough times and here we are. So,
and don't get me wrong, I'll dress nice if need be, but this time it's for yourself, right? Not even trying to impress these chicks. You just want to look nice.
Everything is for myself. unfortunately, it took to get into my 40s. But regardless, I don't feel like time was wasted because it feels really good to do that for yourself, even in your 40s. So men, do yourself first.
Well, in fact, you should be in your prime right now. Well, for financial prime at least. Being able to do your own thing. Work, enjoy your, fruits of your labor. Since you may or may not be almost done being a dad, or you're almost close to retirement. You got money saved up. Whatever it is. You just do you at this point.
Yep.
What's it called? Yeah, you don't have to be rich. You can just have that average income, that average savings, whatever it is. In the end, a woman doesn't really care per se as long as you are financially stable. A young woman wants to see if you got your shit together. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh yeah. And honestly, like a man's earnings peak at 50, so you still got a couple years.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
You got your
I was
son,
on
right?
50.
He's what? Young. He's a young son. You don't have to, obviously. I think it was either you or Real Time. I'm pretty sure it was you. You said you had to go pick up your son earlier, Mr. Angler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
I had to bump him off.
Have you introduced your son to anything related to just even the milquetoast versions of the red pill?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's his honest reception? If I'm being too personal, just say so. I don't want to.
No, you're not being too personal. Honestly, from what I'm gathering from him, he's pretty open to it.
Okay. Now, how do you plan to keep him from going doomer or going black pill? Just in case.
Just gotta let him know. Don't hate women.
Yeah.
It's like hating a dog for being a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you hating that dog? It's just being a dog.
Yep.
Call out their bullshit, but there's no need to hate a woman for being her own nature.
And yeah, I really haven't thought about that yet. About, I don't want him to go black pill. You know what I mean? I don't want him to be a nihilist.
Right. Yeah, that's the biggest thing that what the Warband's against is that type of mentality. Don't get me wrong. There's a select few people that truly is black pill because their life is fucked, like from the beginning. I mean, their cards are played horribly, such as, they're quadriplegic or something, or missing limbs or some crazy shit. And they can almost never have a normal relationship.
Sure.
Those are the exceptions. Everybody else, they're using this black pill shit as a crutch.
I agree.
And like even someone with severe deformities, they can still find purpose and meaning in life.
True. I'll give you that one. But they will be going through a horrible phase at least,
And it's completely understandable.
Yeah.
So.
It is, but I've also found that, people like are being discussed right now, they end up being the most gracious people that you could ever meet.
Oh yeah, they're cool as hell. Definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're the epitome of humbleness.
They understand the importance of the little things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I don't really
yeah.
make fun of I don't really make fun of people with disabilities unless they ask me to or they deserve it.
Right.
So two things. They don't mind the roast or they deserve the roast. And you really gotta piss me off for me to roast you as a disabled person. I'm serious. Like it'll get pretty bad. Luckily I never had to go through that yet. Luckily. But yeah, when it comes to your son, definitely put that in his head that this is not okay. How do I explain it? For the most part, it's not the woman's fault. For the most part, they're going buck wild, they're going fucking nuts these days. Is because society allows them to do it. Well, mainly the government.
Well, he lives with obviously his mother. He has a sister. from a previous guy, and his mother ended up taking on 2 more second cousins that are both female from her cousin that ended up being a junkie on the street. So he's in a house full of girls.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But when he comes here, it's kind of a load off for him, you know. Yes, I do introduce him to the red pill. He sat here and listened to me before I took him to his mom, you know.
Okay. Well, as long as because that's nerve wracking, at least for me, because I don't know how old the cousins are, but
11 and 9. Yeah, and one of them thinks they're a boy. So
I fucking knew it. I was just
My
about to get there.
condolences.
yeah.
Oh damn!
You better stop that before that turns into a rot that can't.
That's what I'm saying. I really that's my one fear for your son. I don't want him to be influenced by that shit.
I think he's okay.
Okay.
We do guy shit, you know what I mean?
Right.
We're looking forward to going fishing this summer and all that, and I think he's kind of over his situation at home, but it is what it is. And I tell him he just got to grin and bear it. And if he comes here, if he's got something to talk about, he can talk to me. And
that's the importance of fatherhood right there, because it will be a bad day if you weren't there. Like it'll be a different story. I'm sure you agree.
I do agree. Yep, he's got a temper, and that shit might get out of bounds. So
like, you're a girl now. What the fuck?
Yeah, that make no sense. Yeah, doing guy shit is important. And I think that kind of circles around to being around your guy friends, having that unit, men that will not necessarily, obviously put other men on a pedestal, but the men will be like, hey, get back up real quick, get up, stop being a fool, slap yourself off, wash your face, get back in it. When my last most recent steady girlfriend, before I got really red pilled and all this stuff. And she broke up with me. You know what? One of my good NCOs, she's like, hey, we're going to go out. We have some freedom time before we have to get on the plane in a couple days. It's around New Year's. We went to a gun range. The best $100 I ever spent was mag dumping a P90 on full auto. So, and I felt great.
They didn't have a 240 M240 saw or Bravo.
No, we didn't go to that fun one. It was just in El Paso.
Damn,
that's
outside Fort Bliss. Now they had a couple options. If I had not been a resident of Commie, Jersey at the time, I had the money to buy a totally NFA pre-banned MP5 SSD.
Yo.
And it was going for 20 grand, and I definitely saved up a chunk of change. I would have done all the paperwork.
Did you guys have a few beers after?
Oh, hell yeah, we did.
Fuck yeah.
And we drank in the barracks when you weren't supposed to, because we're rebels, obviously. Engineers is what it is.
I'm telling you, man. I love going to the bar with the boys is the greatest thing ever. Like,
never drink.
We're actually able to be men. I mean, even if it's just for a couple hours. I'm talking about doing that masculine shit. Because if we do that in public, the crazy shit we do at the bars and shit. If we did that in public, oh boy, and the shit that we talk about,
right?
Yeah, the Twitter police will be on my ass.
Yeah.
Yes, they probably exist too. Like
the Twitter police will exist. They'll be the new Stasi.
Well, isn't the language? Does the language police exist in Canada? Right?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, they'll fine you if you hurt someone's feelings or whatever.
Yeah, well, I think misgendering can cost you your career in some circles. So,
what the fuck? Yo.
That's wild shit, man.
This world is
going wild. How in the fuck did it get here? How in the fuck did it get?
I'll tell you how it got here. The 19th Amendment, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Because there's no way in hell. Like, hopefully your son will stay strong, because it's not going to be looking good for him in the relationship standpoint when he grows up.
Really, man, I think he's good. From where we are right now, here and now, I think he's good. You know.
But the fact that he will have to tread a lot more carefully these days, that's going to be the tricky part. You know, where like, hey, you can't, don't be alone. If you're at work, don't be alone with a woman by yourself. Like,
nope,
leave or.
That's down the road.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he's
him.
older, when he's like an adult, so that's going to be a iffy situation. I know he may have to get his heart broken a couple times to learn the hard way, right?
Yep.
Like, see, I told you, grab this beer. We're gonna talk.
Yeah.
Oh shit, But yeah, hey, I trust that your son will do good. It's unfortunate that his upbringing when it comes to relationship will be different than what I grew up with, in the sense of, at least when I was growing up, it was a lot less confusing. I didn't have to walk on eggshells that much.
Right.
So that's going to be a iffy one. But hey, as long as he's able to fix a tire, right? Hold the goddamn flashlight. Hold it. Oh, man. I went through that with my dad a few times. That was not fun at all. Why you keep moving the damn flashlight? My arms are tired. Shut up. Aim it over there. I can't fix shit in the goddamn dog. What the fuck you doing? Oh man. Good times. Yeah. But yeah, that's why I said earlier, with me and Gray's conversation, in my opinion, it's far too late for the West. It's a highway to hell at this point.
I'm thinking the same thing, man.
Yeah. If society doesn't collapse, supposedly, if it doesn't within our lifetime, it's gonna change dramatically and most likely for the worst.
I think that we can all agree that society as we know it is doomed. It's just a question of how much blood's going to be spilled during the transition.
Yeah. Whether it's just because the world, at least what we knew, is pretty much gone. If you guys agree. Because at least 10 years ago, it wasn't as bad as what it is now.
No, it's completely exacerbated.
No, it's not.
And it's literally,
because don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of feminism, like radical feminism stuff happening for decades, but for the last 10 years, society changed like crazy. It's a whole Twilight Zone. It's a Barbie house.
I'm just saying.
He's a she, she's a he, and fucking gender fluid, 100 different genders. What the fuck?
Yeah, that'll make no sense. I'm just saying, if nobody peaked Hammerhand's Odyssey content, and you know what I'm talking about, Token, even if you have different opinions on it, just go watch that and think about it, use your internal monologue if you have it. And yeah, I'm just saying, in general to the audience and everybody, just
as much as I want to tell Hammerhand to relax, because he was going in.
Yeah, he was going
on the video. He was not wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You got to watch the video, chat, if you want to know what I'm talking about. You have to go on his Odyssey, watch his because that's his most recent video, I'm assuming. Go on Odyssey, watch his most recent video. He was right. Like, it's cold-hearted, fucking straight to the point truth, but he's definitely right. I can't speak on it on here, but Hammerhand, he knows a lot more than you guys think, chat.
Yeah,
he's thinking far ahead.
And I'm not trying to get you in trouble, Yeetus. I wasn't trying to do that. By bringing up the topic in general.
You good.
No, because I've danced around with that area, and it's like I see it, and then now that there's other people talking about it, and I'm not the only one, it just means that the situation isn't just on a personal note; it's becoming a societal note.
Oh, completely, especially social media, colleges, high school, middle school, elementary school, since majority of education is dominated by women when it comes to teachers, right? And just the political standpoint as well. So
not even good women. I mean,
no, not even good one at all.
Yeah.
Their entire a man's entire life right now, let's say if he was born in 2014, up until now is completely dominated by the left, the feminists, the male feminists, the alphabet community, etc. Especially the last couple of years. You see how much they've been putting on social media and TV in general, TV to kids, little kids.
That's why, boys, if you have a child at home, especially a son, you better step up and do your diligence to be a dad.
Yep,
be a hardcore dad. You know,
my uncle already blocked numerous channels based on, especially what happened with the Nickelodeon stunt with the drag queens.
Yeah, wasn't that fucked up?
Yep, my uncle was like, "Block, you ain't watching that no more." Like, oh no. Social media too. Oh man, social media, bro. Social media. You guys remember that song of "We're Coming for Your Children"? Turns out a few of them were already registered offenders.
Imagine that.
Let's see. I think the amount of surprise I have is also the amount of fucks I give about this shit.
And have you noticed that as time goes on, more and more children are exposed in person to sexual behavior, like a woman stripping in front of little kids, was swinging on the pole or doing some sexual dance in front of kids.
That's straight up cheese pizza, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
Nobody. Speaking of the cheese pizza, you heard about that stuff about this woman that's running a fucking camp or whatever?
Oh, I only flirted with that article.
Indiana. Are you talking about the
yeah, I don't want to say the whole thing, but you guys should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. What the
fuck? Yeah. She's literally running a whole camp with little kids. And the things that she was saying, the things that she really thought was normal, which I know she knows is not. Oh, and on top of that, was it on her Twitter? Was it a now deleted tweet? She was saying, hey, if your parents can't understand you when it comes to being different, go ahead and slide into my DMs and we'll talk about it. I'm like, who tells a little kid to slide into their DMs?
A narcissist.
She got completely roasted, and
somebody has to say, "Hey, fuck your parents, talk to me." That's a goddamn narcissist. I mean, that's fucked up shit, man.
That's a straight up predator.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if you guys know what her camp is about, she's a straight up predator, and society is saying that's okay. Because if it was at least 100 years ago, her shit would be burnt down. And who knows what would have happened to her?
Community bonfire.
Well, you put it that way. Community bonfire. That's amazing.
At the very least, she would have been ousted from society. She would not have been allowed. You know what I mean?
I'll go all Viking style. I'll make sure she's branded so everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Yep.
Be right on her cheek so she can never escape. Everybody knows that she's been outcast.
Yep.
And you had to do something really fucked up to be outcasted. Oh shit. But yeah, that's beyond disgusting. And that's just one of many situations in society why I say it's all downhill from here, because they're running amok. Drag queens are running amok. They're letting kids into their Pride Fest. And you guys know what happens at Pride Fest.
I've seen what happens at Pride Fest.
Fucking dildos. Fucking, yeah. That gets off the hook.
And the fact that there's the infamous picture of that one kid that wants to be a drag queen was naked on stage, or pretty much naked on stage.
Oh yeah.
That's how I was like, you know what? We're in the Twilight Zone. We're in the Barbie house. We're in the clown world, because that's one of many situations of why society's going nuts. Okay, that like it's going to get that bad, and it's going to get worse because not too many men are willing to step up. Because what's the point? Why would I even worry about society that treated me like shit all my life? So you on your own.
So knowing what we know and seeing what we've seen, what do we do?
Save ourselves.
Crack open a cold one. Get the grill going. Get you a couple steaks. A couple bratwursts.
I don't think we need to get the grill going. I think we just need to. We need just the meat.
Nail
The
that
fire's
down a
gonna
little
start
further.
on its own.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need the charcoal or nothing. Yeah, we could just go to the burning buildings and cook us up a mean one and just enjoy the view.
Some of us that have kids, how do we do that?
Teach them survival skills.
Yep, that's the biggest thing. Simple survival skills.
Move as far away from cities as you can.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing. Because if you learn from history, cities is where the most deaths occur.
Like this was something from Mao's Great Leap Forward. The people in the cities were the ones who starved to death overwhelmingly. The more rural you got, the better your chances of survival. So if you can teach, like fishing's good, definitely a good start.
A good amount of them were very well, like they're able to survive.
Yeah,
because
camping, farming, those are skills to definitely emphasize. And if you can afford to, move to as small a town as you reasonably can.
I'm in a very small town, so I've got that.
Oh, so that's you already had the game.
So then, focus on survival skills, like any sort of trade skills, because like if larger economic stuff goes down, that's probably going to be in demand. But definitely look into food production and water acquisition, shelter building, all those kinds of things.
Yep. So build rapport with your neighbors. You don't have to like them all the time, but just build a healthy, hey, how you doing, neighbor relationship.
I've got good neighbors. Yep, that for sure. But do you guys really think that we're getting to a point where we're really going to have to worry about shit like this?
Okay, I want you. Okay,
if things don't change, like within the next year, yes.
I want you to imagine
get to that point.
What would happen if no trucks came to your town for a week.
Okay, I have a friend that has cattle. I have meat.
Like, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't, all you have to do is think, like, what would happen to my local town if the supply lines were cut off for just 1 week?
Okay.
Because society is always 7 meals away from collapse.
So, like, that's,
I always heard it was
all,
4 meals.
Yeah,
Right.
four meals, but that's the thing with
saying.
it.
Oh,
1 week.
also 7. You know, what's it called? Fucking
1 week is the edge of panic.
I was thinking about breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Like, so 1 week, that's 1 week, no fresh gas, no fresh deliveries from the outside, no fresh materials. And that's just 1 week. Now make it 1 month.
Right.
Chaotic.
Like it won't necessarily be everything stops all at once. It could very well be there's some delays, there's some cutoffs, some infrastructure doesn't get repaired quite as quickly. It'll start small and affect isolated areas, but it'll get too big to ignore after a while.
Yeah, it's already happening over here where I'm at, right? And you already see the gas prices increasing. So
yeah,
can the truckers even afford?
That's the thing. The harder it's going to be, like with a lower supply of gas, it's going to be harder and harder for deliveries to be made. Some areas may be passed over, lowered down on the priority list. And that's where you're going to start seeing some places, they just won't get anything for maybe a couple days, maybe a week, maybe a month.
Gray, more than anything, I see the I see what you're talking about. The first week, 2 weeks, I see the psychological effect being much worse than people being hungry or anything like that.
Because that's the thing. It's like 1 week, maybe it just goes 1 week, but people might not know it's going to be a week. Or people might hear, oh, it's just for a week. And they'll be like, okay, we can last a week. And then it starts going longer than a week. And
remember, we
promises
were told 15 days to flatten the curve. And what did it turn into?
Exactly. Like
my philosophy is 28 days. You have 28 days. You have to prepare for 28 days. Why not 30? Why not a full 31, 32 days a month? You have 2 days to get the fuck out of Dodge after things die down as much as possible. You don't want to leave when shit goes absolute wonky and crazy, but you don't want to wait any longer to the point where you don't have the resources to relocate, just in case you have to bounce.
And then when shit does go wonky, like apparently 6 months is where the most death and destruction is going to happen. So you got to kind of figure out, if shit went absolutely wonky, would I be able to survive the first 6 months?
I really don't think that there's a real answer to it. If shit goes sideways,
you can. That's the thing. You gotta kind of just give yourself the odds.
Big one. Never let people know your survival resource wealth, because there will be people that might want to work with you to combine your resources together in a meaningful manner, but there are also people that are looking at it like a fucking snack, especially if you have people that have been your enemies and are actively trying to figure out where you are, because social media will still be a thing as it slowly collapses. Turn off your locations, throw out your fucking SIM cards, don't let nobody know what the hell you're doing if shit goes crazy.
I don't have any of that anyway, so
yeah, but like those are the kinds of things to think about for how things might go sideways. And we don't know how long, but it's reasonable to expect problems lasting at least a week.
Yeah, if Biden can't get his gas prices under control, it's only the beginning. Because it's a whole domino effect.
Yep.
People can't go to work.
Self-defense training. Start getting into self-offense training just in case.
Yeah, but to specify, people can't go to work. People can't deliver food. Freaking things that need oil to sustain society and other aspects, like building infrastructure, tearing down infrastructure. Because we are heavily relying on gas, why it pissed me off when I forgot who said it, like, oh, I have an electric car, so I don't have to worry about gas. Was it Colbert? Stephen Colbert?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Colbert.
Colbert. See, I can't say his name right.
Colbert.
I'm like, that's just equivalent to saying, oh, if you're homeless, just go buy a house.
It's like,
what?
What's funny is it's like, okay, you realize that you having that, just like if you are the only moving vehicle in a sea of unmoving vehicles, congratulations, you're about to become a skin suit.
You better have a very fast Tesla.
There's no such thing as a fast Tesla.
My Russian girlfriend that eats a strict diet of 762 Tula is going to introduce herself real quick.
What's going to lubricate the machines that build the parts for these electronic vehicles?
Well, that's the other thing. Like, he's going to be fine until that thing needs repairs. And it's going to need repairs pretty fast with an angry mob trying to tear his fucking flesh off.
Holy shit.
So it's either Biden has no idea what the fuck he's doing, or he does know what he's doing, and he's trying to force people to switch to electric cars.
But the thing is, he also doesn't understand. It's like, okay, you have an electric car. Guess what? The truck that delivers the food to your neighborhood isn't electric.
Bingo.
Wow. I think his name's right. Ian Blade said petrol gasoline is $7.68 USD in the UK. That's crazy.
I believe
that's no.
That's why I've been walking.
Well, that's the thing. Europe is even more dependent on Russian oil than the US is.
Yep. So it's either things will chill out after the Ukraine and Russian war, and things may go back to normal, or somewhat back to normal, or it's just gonna just get worse because the stupidest thing is to start a war with a country that has nukes, and most countries in Europe depends on them for energy.
Okay, well, this actually heard yesterday, which puts me in the it's going to go more stupid category. Poland gave a bunch of fighter jets to Ukraine.
I thought they decided not to.
I don't know whether they've reneged on that, but if Ukraine used those and Russia shot them down, that would justify NATO bringing its full force into the war.
I wouldn't say that because they gave the equipment doesn't mean that they are directly involved.
There's some sort of legal finagling that would make it justifiable. So I don't know.
Are you talking about the no-fly zone?
No, it's kind of like just because it's Polish planes specifically. I don't know whether they included the fighters or whatever, but
because what I've heard
Poland's
is
getting involved in a way that could drag the rest of NATO in.
What I heard is Poland tried to pawn it off on the United States in order for the United States to give it to Ukraine.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
So Poland can avoid responsibility, and the U.S. knew it, and the U.S. declined.
May hopefully that's more recent news than what I heard, because mine's a little out of date. So
it's all good. That news I heard 2 days ago. 2 days ago or yesterday?
Yeah, mine was a podcast recording, which may have been recorded before that. So.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Poland tried to trade planes with the U.S. because Poland knows it's like literally suicide if they directly gave jets to Ukraine, because Russia can do some major damage to Poland. So they're like, hey, the U.S., you give it to Ukraine. And the U.S. is like, no, because if I do that, that's nukes flying. So since nobody's on the same page when it comes to that, they didn't give any jets. They're like, no, it's too dangerous for anybody to give them any type of air support.
Yeah.
There is a proper response to these leaders. It's not something that we can talk about here, but
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
I know what you're talking about. And we're on a watch list.
Dude, the FBI agent is probably vibing real quick. He's like, I would be
sorry, man,
right now.
Well, let's be honest. With all the people who are on watch lists here, chances are there's an entire server room dedicated to us.
Hey, it's a surprise
Can you imagine
birthday.
the amount of actual
surprise birthday?
FBI
That's
agents
what we're
that got
talking
red-pilled?
about. Okay, we give Putin and Biden and all of them. We're gonna give them a cake. All right, that's all we were talking about. It was supposed to be a surprise, FBI, but you ruined it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
But,
You
hey,
glow like the moon.
Did you guys see my most recent? Not most recent. The meme that I created a couple days ago.
Oh, which one was that?
Comparing women and men.
Oh, I think I saw that one. It was in your
The community tab.
Yeah.
Let's get a quick refresh.
How'd you guys think about that? What?
I want to.
I'm laughing because you're laughing.
So many of these. I just double checking the meme again. It's like, oh god, yeah. So many of these, I just want to print off and post around town, but that it'd probably end up in the fucking paper if I did that.
All right, let me see.
You're making my meme folder giant with some of these things, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people were asking share the meme with them on Discord because it's true. That's
the one 11 hours ago. You get bankrupt. At least I got you, baby.
No. It's the couple days before where you compare women with men.
Yeah. I've already been seeing that, and that's just another like hypocritical angle. And I knew it was going to come because, and again, I don't know what your experience with females in the military. A lot of them are literally like, "I'll just go get pregnant." So you're just going to go commit fraud and completely violate the contract.
They admit it. Yeah, I've dealt with it myself. I'm like, okay, so much for being army strong, empowering.
So you just want to be a Blue Falcon, then, you piece of crap.
Yeah, they just want to. That's what they want to be.
That's a real thing.
A real thing that happens.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, all the time.
It definitely happened with my unit deploying to Afghanistan 5 years ago. It
Shit, 5
definitely
years
happened
ago?
for sure. Huh?
2017? Ah, no.
Oh, sorry, 6 years ago. 2016. I can't tell the unit, unfortunately, but
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say, that would be fucking hilarious if we ran into each other and didn't even know it.
That'll be
You
some
guys
shit.
can figure it out. I'm sure.
That'll be some shit.
That would be. Hey, military's a small world, but people don't understand that. Like I
It
just ran into
is.
people. Yeah.
I met
Yeah, no.
drill sergeants. I
Yeah,
met
funny
people
thing.
from-
Apparently, there's a non-zero chance that TFM worked with Terrence Popp at one point.
No way.
Apparently, I remember them talking about that once. That's why they couldn't get too specific on what they did.
In the middle.
You know what?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, I got to know when. Well, never mind. Terrence Popp left the military long ago, before I joined, because I joined 7 years ago now. No, 8 years ago. So 2014. The 7 years, whatever.
Yeah, I think he was out by that point.
Yeah. But yeah, you meet a lot of people. Like it's a small world. Like you thought you were done with them, then all of a sudden, bam, they themselves are drill sergeants now. I'm like, what? Like, oh, I see you with that drill sergeant hat, man. I see what you do. You know, because you're pretty much top 10% of all NTOs at that point. You know, I'm like, I see you, bro. I see you. You run into each other in certain exercises such as NTC. Yeah, I was forced to go to NTC.
I fucking hate NTC.
I still had sand I had sand in my equipment for the rest of my career.
Dude, you can't get the sand out. You just can't. It's not happening. It's stuck. Like when I went to Benning, just the Georgia clay stained my ACUs, and and I had the UCP pattern. I got it just in before all that crap, and it stains. I actually ended up getting blisters all over my elbows, to the point where like it was like my drills were like, "Private, what the fuck? Go to sick call." I got it, drills. You can barely do the warm up exercises because you can't touch the ground.
So you went inside the box.
Oh yeah, right there, Sandhill.
Did you see did you see Las Vegas? Like,
I don't
is it like
think
a tiny speck of light in a distance? You're able to see Las Vegas from the box.
The Vegas.
Oh yeah,
Massacre Crew.
Yeah, what's that?
Is
What they called it?
Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
All right. If you guys want to hear earlier in the live stream, Jakar was talking about
Sorry.
What's his name? John Anthony, and how he bragged back in the day he was in Vegas, and they were called what again?
The Vegas Pussy Massacre Crew.
Vegas Pussy Massacre Squad.
That is so cringe.
I mean, that sounds like something you would just have as like a Discord group name just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, or a clan on Call of Duty or something like that.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Oh shit.
VPMC.
Well, yeah, you're able to see Las Vegas from the box.
Yeah, I believe that's Westbrook or McGregor Range out there by Bliss, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Fuck that! I'll massacre it.
Because wait, you talking about? What were you talking about, Red?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about stuff like out there by West Texas, New Mexico.
Oh no, I'm talking
Nevada,
about NTC, and that's in Fort Irwin.
Oh no, never went there. I only went to the one in Fort McGuire, Dix Lakehurst when they have that. And also, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah, it's just as bad. I don't know if you've ever been there. The Joint Base in New Jersey is absolute dog water.
No, but I'm glad I did it. You know, they were close to sending me the drum. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, hell no.
But then they're like, okay, we're gonna send you to Korea. I was like, fuck. It was fun though. I love Korea. It was a great time. I blacked out a lot, and I don't regret it one bit.
I like massacring pussy in Vegas.
Oh shit! Yo, what the fuck is up with this guy?
Right.
Yo, I've been doing this thing for 7 hours now, and you're bitching about This has nothing to do with PUAs. Rewind the fucking stream. Rewind it if you want to learn about that. Damn. How am I going to talk about PUAs for 7 hours straight?
What unicorns is he referring to? That's my question.
Yeah, I want.
Is he talking about our devil's advocate argument?
Yeah,
here's the.
I think.
I think he's still salty about me making suggestions for the 1 in a million women that might be able to escape, like fucking their lives.
Yeah, it was like hypothetical talk. Yeah,
but let's say that everyone on this panel right now prepares enough to survive the fallout. Wouldn't this conversation we're having of this hypothetical, like if we're trying to like get society, whatever society's left, if we're trying to get it back on track, like what would be the right thing to do so that the shit show of feminism could never happen again? Yeah, we know not giving them the right to vote, but like how would things have to change? And I think if we were all survivors of the shit show that's coming, these conversations are very pertinent.
2 things: bring back shaming and punishment.
Yep. Yeah,
Islam was right about women.
I think what you're talking about would be enough to scare the fuck out of women, enough to put them back in their place.
Yep.
Well, first of all, we're going
to in the West, like you guys, the videos, right? Caught in 4K. They literally prove what happens when you give them a little bit of leeway. Look what happened to society when you give them leeway.
The thing is,
and
though,
we got recordings this time.
We also part of the problem is though, like eventually society will reach such a level of comfort and hubris that it will rise up again. It's kind of just a part of the process.
See, it may rise again up in like 1 or 2 places, probably led by a female, right? The feminist bullshit. But overall, feminism is done. And it's going to be done for at least the next few hundred years, at least.
Yeah, that's the thing. We'll probably be able to squish it out for a couple centuries, but human lives are short and time is long. So eventually it's going to rise up. We just got to try to figure out how to squash it for as long as we can and make sure that the knowledge is passed generation to generation.
We need to
the men, to the boys.
We need to condense as much information as possible about, the social media shenanigans and all the horrible and fucked up behavior women did when it comes to, in the name of empowerment and sexual liberation. We need to be able to put it away somehow, condense it, and if electricity is still around somewhere, and if we're somehow able to bring it back, play for all to see, teach it in schools. This is what happened. This is what caused society to go back 500 years.
Yeah, like definitely male authority and male control over their own children, and like that would be something that has to be shrined.
Oh yeah, they have no choice. That I'm dead ass. Like they want to act like children, they will be treated like one.
That's the thing. Like, we've seen the consequences. We have the results of the consequences. It needs to be like fucking way at the top of the lists. Like male authority has to be given absolute priority. There will never be equality. There will never be equal rights, for we will never give them equal responsibilities.
Yep. And male teachers. There will be a shit ton of male teachers.
Only male teachers.
That early Roman Republican period patriarchy. That's what we need back. Hands down. That, minus the minus that.
Not going to save us now.
Well, I mean, it's not going to save us now. I'm talking about
after the fact, when shit.
After the fact, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like I'm not talking about like aristocracal Senate and stuff like that. Actual, proper representation, but men just at the forefront, because this is what happens. We tried. We tried. We gave them the idea. Like, you know what? Fine. We will see what you can do. And what they have done is fuck everything up.
Yep.
See, that's the big thing. I'm still a fan of bringing back monarchy.
Yep.
What's it called? There can still be things that are changed. It doesn't have to be the same. But I am a fan of somebody having the last say. And that person is also responsible for shit that goes wrong. So it's pretty much being the president on steroids.
I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
We just got to ignore the women. We ignore them.
Yep, and create a capstone constitution for whatever form of government is. Like, this is what's happening. This cannot change. Shut up. Stop complaining.
Well, what's inevitably going to happen is, okay, so just a bit of a timeline. First, we're going to see the central power structure either collapse or be destroyed. And then everything, but without some kind of unifying force overall, the West is going to fracture basically down to the size of towns.
It's going to balkanize bad.
What is that unifying force that you're talking about?
Geography. Basically, politics. Okay, so here's the thing. If you take out the top authority in a country, who controls the police?
So pretty much best case scenario, the military take over the government.
But here's
in order to try to keep order, right?
Like, that military is hyper feminized, so I'm not gonna like it.
Well, but you see what I'm saying in the sense of hypothetically, if they want to try to save the current society,
but then
they will
here's
let
the
the
thing:
military take over because
the unifying force. That's
the
that.
biggest
I'm
unifying
very
force out there.
Okay, so when I say unifying force, I mean the government at the very top, which then, of course, determines the legitimacy of every power structure underneath them down to your local mayor. So so then shit breaks out. Okay, imagine every single town in the US says fuck the government all at once. Local police are not enough to stop their own individual towns. And normally you'd be like, okay, well, it's too serious for the local cops. We'll call in the military. There's going to be fires everywhere. Some places are going, like most places are not going to be able to receive a pacifying force and will successfully essentially secede into their own tiny micronation.
In the end, this what's it called? Worst case scenario, China and Russia will be knocking on our door saying, yeah, this is our land now. So,
but even then, like, you're going to have the very problem where America is still armed to the fucking teeth.
Yeah, but it's
like they neutered that shit though,
without being organized, without having like an actual organized large scale group to even defend anything. It's going to be guerrilla warfare. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but at the same time, there's no rules of engagement if there is no sovereignty anymore.
I'm so curious about the unifying force.
Yeah, so, but basically what I'm saying is that the unifying force that keeps everything under control right now is the hand of the government, the hand of the power at the top. When that disappears, you're going to get rebellion and fracturing all along the chain of command down to your local police and military. And without everyone being able to agree and consent to it, it's going to fracture from there.
Sure.
And once again, like I said before, the military will be the next step up if the government breaks down.
Yeah,
because the military is still in cohesion. Not complete cohesion, but better in cohesion than the rest of the country right now to try to keep shit under control.
That's interesting too, Yeetus. Have you guys seen the videos of the Russian soldiers being videotaped saying that they don't want to be there? Maybe it's propaganda, you know what I mean? But
saying that they were tricked, that they thought it was an exercise and it was actually an invasion. Yep. I believe that.
Oh yeah.
I believe that happened, especially under Putin. I believe that happening. You know, I'm not saying all the soldiers were tricked, but at least the grunts, they didn't know the whole story. Like they did not know that they were actually going to invade until the last second.
From what I've gathered, the guys that are being put into battle right now, they're all drafted. They're all,
They're the mandatory service for 2 years in the reserves.
Yes.
The Russian ground force reserves.
Yeah, they didn't expect that much resistance.
I've
been following this pretty.
I wonder.
What?
I wonder about that. I wonder if he's not doing that on purpose. You know, putting in the, for lack of better words, the weak soldiers first, and then bring in a wave of people that actually wanted to be in the military.
Well,
So it's all about cannon fodder.
Well, that's like Roman practice 101. You send your youngest, freshest troops first to wear down the enemy defenses, and then once they're weakened, then you send in the elites to really be the hammer blow.
Yeah, that's how they used to do it in the manipular system. It's similar. You throw your hoplite, your hoplites. You throw some of your like actual like legionaries, and then behind them you have your velites. Your veterans, and they're the ones that bring up the rear because they're the shock troops. They're the light infantry that actually know the combat and survive. So by sending out your reserve forces and knowing that knowing that the conflict in Ukraine was going to be prolonged. Now, I don't think Putin anticipated this much resistance because I didn't.
I didn't either.
However, when you look at, when you understand 4th and 5th generation warfare and you've read anything about it, it does not favor the nation state. So Putin is realizing, okay, I need to send in my chaff first. Which kind of sounds fucked up, but from a tactical perspective,
right.
They're going to go in, they're going to get fucked up. But the ones that survive, and come back, they're going to have battlefield experience, and they're going to take leadership roles. For the
now, let's just say the battle for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, is going to be a fucking bloodbath.
Now
it's going to be a bloodbath.
Now, personally, I got actually a counter ideas here because. Again, like the first thing to die in warfare is the truth, and I choose to look at the results. And from what I'm hearing, they haven't captured any of the major cities, but they have destroyed a number of specific targets. And they do have peace talks going on with sanctions that they're not willing to back down on. I don't think they actually intend to take over Ukraine. I think they intended to destroy key targets and put continual pressure on Ukraine in order to remove NATO presence from Ukraine itself.
Well, you heard about them kidnapping a mayor in one of the cities, right? And already replaced that mayor with a mayor in their favor.
No,
I forgot which city it was, but the mayor literally got kidnapped, taken away somewhere.
That is used to me, but I don't think that they want
drug out in the street and shot.
Yeah,
wait,
let's go. No. It's a mayor from the southern cities, but they already implemented their own mayor. See, of course, they don't want to destroy the infrastructure going like crazy at first, but because of the resistance that they met, they had to up the ante to the point where, of course, they don't want to kill civilians. They don't, but the fact that the civilians weren't taking them seriously, and plenty of times back and forth, the ceasefire has been broken. Nothing's happening. Now that I'm sure Putin or the commanders has been getting wrong information, wrong intel, especially that missile strike against that hospital, saying that there was Ukrainian fighters in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, use your fucking head, stupid. Anyway.
Right.
And violation where that kid was taking pictures of stuff, and they smacked 3 muster zones they were using in abandoned schools.
Yeah, I think so. Schools, hospitals, all that.
Yeah, they were abandoned, and these are abandoned. Some of them were abandoned places, but they were using them as musters.
Yeah, but okay, I see what you're saying. But in the end, of course, they don't want to level Ukraine. That's a lot of fucking cleanup if they want to claim Ukraine. But
not to mention
they're
if
just
they
going to
level
be
it,
implementing their own government, because all Ukraine had to do was to not join NATO, follow the agreement. I forgot what it was called, the
Minsk
one
agreement.
of the treaties, huh?
The Minsk agreement.
Yeah, saying that Ukraine will remain neutral. The Hollywood president thought that, all of NATO would be on his side. I'm like, stupid. If you're not part of NATO, you really think they're going to help you? Really?
Well, given the amount of laundered money,
this whole conflict was planned out to hide the money laundering that both the Russian Federation and elements of the holdover elements of the Obama administration, along with Joe Biden himself, to hide the money laundering. That's exactly what this is.
But the biggest thing is, Moscow's in big trouble if Ukraine becomes NATO. Because let's say they install missiles on the eastern Ukraine border. Let's say they install hypersonic missiles, which I doubt NATO has yet, but with the U.S., we probably have everything.
Right? We've had hypersonic missiles for like the last 40-something years.
Oh, well, okay. Moscow will only have minutes. I mean, literally minutes to react, and Putin doesn't want to deal with that geopolitical horror every fucking day. So he's like, first off, you broke our agreement. Second of all, that crazy shit, like the crazy fighting that's been happening in eastern Ukraine for eight years now, and now you're trying to join NATO and install missiles right next to my capital city. Fuck that. It's either you or me, and I'd rather it be you. And that's why he invaded for the most part.
Yeah, and again, there's the key targets he destroyed, which, from what I understand, includes some bioweapon labs, which are responsible for certain gain of function practices.
But has the bioweapon labs been confirmed?
Yes, actually, no, not bioweapon labs, but biolabs in general have been confirmed.
Biolabs, my bad.
Yes.
Did the Russian government bring up some like paperwork or PowerPoint?
Actually, no. It was confirmed by NATO as well as the CDC and stuff. They were doing one of the press releases from the press secretary, the Raggedy Ann.
Okay, here's one big question then. Okay, let's say that you're the Ukrainian president right now, right? And Putin has 3 demands. You do not join NATO. You recognize, I forgot what 2 regions of eastern Ukraine as a part of Russia, and Crimea is officially part of Russia. So he wants land and he wants you to stay neutral. Would you agree or disagree with the terms? So he wants 3 parts of Ukraine, which is not that big compared to the rest of Ukraine.
To be honest, I'd figure out
join NATO.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd figure out some sort of lend-lease or some type of financial agreement if there's able to, like, if you get some restitution for it. It's like, hey, yeah, we're willing to give it to you for prices on the dollar. We're also willing to bring in your oil as a premium. We also have some other services stuff. I know that Russia is going through a food debt right now, so that's the breadbasket of Eastern Europe. Ukraine is one of the second largest, second largest countries landmass wise. So there were many diplomatic solutions to this.
Yeah, like working out some kind of trade codependence in exchange for it.
Right. Even for us, like I remember there was talks about for the eastern portion of Russia to pool Alaskan, oil and stuff like that, along with from the area of Vladivostok. Even talking about putting an actual land bridge between the United States and Russia through multiple points and artificial islands in the Bering Sea. I remember hearing slight talks about that, but the moment it was brought up, it's like, well, you can't do that. We can't work with Russia. I'd rather work with Russia more than work with China.
But here's my thing. Here's the thing that annoys the hell out of me, though, which pisses me off. I believe President, what's his name, Zelensky? I forgot his name was.
Yeah, Zelensky.
I believe he was too stubborn, and he sent his own people to die, his own civilians.
They're not his people. They're just the people he commands.
Well, he says you can't leave, pick up a gun, and fight for your country, die for it.
His people already left.
Well, isn't he a comedian?
I'm talking about all the male civilians for the most part.
Yeah.
I know the women had the choice to say, but I'm talking about all male civilians who are between 18 and 60.
The president is a former actor and comedian of Jewish heritage. So,
well, my general question about this whole charade of war, potential war, end times and whatnot is we have to conceptualize one of 2 things, because you can't really have cognitive dissonance when it comes to this. Either our presidents and our leaders really do run their countries, or the people who control the financial institutions run those countries. Because we can go on and on and on, but financially speaking, I'll refer to General Smedley Butler, who wrote the book, The War is a Racket. it's all for financial gain for bankers. And he was the most decorated general in war history, and that's all he preached when he got out of the war. They couldn't kill him because he had the most medals, most honor, so he was able to speak on his soapbox. But after that, you really haven't had anyone in the military to come out and say, yeah, I was doing favors for the bankers, and I controlled 3 different continents using the federal taxpayer money and using the military power. I was basically a racketeer for the bankers. So when Ukraine is one of the largest grain suppliers in the world, and Russia is one of the largest grain suppliers, if you create a conflict between those two, the price of grain, I actually invested in some stocks in grain. I made a little bit of a return, but the price of grain definitely went up. It's like, are we gonna listen to what the fourth wing of the government, the propaganda arm, the mainstream outlets like Associated Press and Reuters, those are owned by Rothschild, who owns our Federal Reserve. So it's like we're either going to say the leaders are running the show or the bankers are running the show, because
They both
it's
run the
very
show.
tough. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is Zelensky really in control, or is it financially who's backing Zelensky really in control?
They work together.
Zelensky was installed.
Exactly. The installation of these men. That's what really bothers me is like, yeah, I want to think Putin's the man, but if you go back in history, look at all of the axis of evil. You have North Korea, you have Iran, you have China, you have Russia. In 1917, the New York liberals, Arnold Rothstein, who actually put on Lucky Luciano and some of the biggest mobsters, he was the #1 funder of the Bolshevik Revolution, along with the New York liberals, who literally overthrew Russia. So the American hand was in it in 1917 for Russia. In 1948, the CIA installed Mao Zedong in China. And then in the 50s, the Shah was installed in Iran. And then look at the Korean conflict. We are down in Korea, and then we have the whole family of the North Korean dictators. Every time there's a dictator, it's like we were there beforehand. So I really have to refer back to General Smedley S. Butler. War is a racket, and his book is the most important thing to understand about what's really going on, because we can go back and forth about what this news article said, this publication said, who's running the publications, who's really making all the money from this, because it's key bono in Latin. Who benefits?
I not once watch any type of news outlet from the West. They're never been honest for the majority of their existence. So
alt media
I
and alt
watch
tech is the
other
way.
news outlets that are not Western.
Now,
but in the end, though, they work together. Okay, they work together because they're evil for a reason. Because of course they're not dependent on the central banks. Not yet. So that's why the West are perceiving Russia, Iran, China, etc. as the bad guys. That's it, because they're not dependent on they're not part of the central banks completely yet, right? So, but this is a whole different beast, because now Putin, China, Russia, China, Iran, etc. They all got nukes. So what's the point if everybody dies? So this is the one battle that NATO cannot win unless they're intentionally trying to blow up the world.
Which willing to bet that even the bankers don't want, because they can't control everything if everything is ash.
Exactly.
See, this is why I think Putin will. He has the capabilities of pushing the button, because they've literally said on their state-sponsored TV, in a world without Russia is a world we don't want to live in. They will literally destroy the world out of spite
if NATO gets involved.
Well, true, because if NATO gets involved, then there's no non-nuclear way Russia can win.
Right. And they know that once one nuke is shot, there's going to be fireworks in the sky. So that's the only thing that is keeping the superpower safe from NATO. And on top of that, when it comes to the war, I see the reasoning on both sides, but I still put the entire blame on Zelensky, President Zelensky, because he could have avoided the entire thing being diplomatic. But I guess he still thinks he's in a Hollywood movie, thinking that there'll be some heroic battle and there'll be a sunset where the Ukrainian flag is still standing tall. No, this is reality, stupid.
No, that's the thing.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm kind of with Real Talk on this. I don't think Zelensky is the one actually in control. He has so many hands up his ass.
I know there's a bigger picture, but let's just keep it with Zelensky itself, right? Just itself for now. How you say just for now. Just for now.
Yeah, like for now we can say that Zelensky's delusion is costing his people severely, and he has no concept of reality.
Putin's plan is not that. Putin's what's it called? Negotiations is not that hard to meet.
Yeah. No, like this is war with Ukraine to prevent war with NATO.
Even though in the end there's a proxy war between the West, Western countries,
a rise in proxy wars,
communism.
Yeah,
I mean, China is basically announcing anybody who interferes with Taiwan, aiding them militarily. Like, we're already aiding them. We have military bases in Taiwan, so I don't know why China would even think of trying to take Taiwan, because we have actual military installations with troops stationed in Taiwan.
That's why they're keeping a very close eye on how the Russian conflict plays out right now, because
like they're deciding whether or not to shill for one side or the other. They'll flip and flop because they don't care. They want to make money. One of their sayings is, "We will sell the capitalists the rope that we hang them with."
Yep.
Well, that's the biggest thing. I highly doubt it, unless the president, what's his name, Ping, what his name is,
President Xi, Chairman Xi,
unless he's gone fucking nuts, he won't do it. He won't.
I'm not sure how much the power struggle at the top of the Chinese Communist Party is right now, but there is, or at least there has been talk of a power transition and power struggle in there.
Oh, definitely.
So we don't know how much of what they're saying is also political posturing.
Yeah, because maybe he's waiting until he may or may not be able to still be in power later on this year.
Yeah, like he might be using, might be talking big on Taiwan just to keep the political support for him going.
They're like politically communist, but in like actuality, they're almost national socialist. And in some ways, they operate. And I think, like, seriously, now think about it. Like,
to be fair, what's the difference between a nationalist communist and a nationalist socialist?
Nothing. They're all Marxists.
Precisely.
I'd like to shed some light on the future of what's coming between Russia, China, and Israel. It's known as the Belt and Road Initiative. This pact has already been signed, and they're already developing, working together. China has all the manufacturing, we know that, and the manpower. Those people.
Does it involve the economy?
Yeah, it's like a three-headed operation. Russia has the natural resources. They have the world's largest abundance of natural resources. China has the world's largest abundance of manufacturing and manpower. And Israel has the dominance in technology right now, the technology sector, all the main. What's that?
And banking.
Yeah. All the fiber optics has now been ran through Tel Aviv. Microsoft, Facebook, Google, all the big tech companies, and they tanked Intel while it was over there. So it's like things are getting. It's like they're creating this alliance. And there's a quote from Bibi Netanyahu. He said, "America is the golden calf. We're going to use it up until it dries and blows away like dust in the wind." And you got to think, like, man, those are some kind of ridiculous words to say about one of your allies. But there's a guy on YouTube. He goes by Brendan O'Connell. He's exposed this. He's actually a refugee under NATO. I think he has a 110-page document you can read. But they broke his arms when he was down in Australia. They locked him up, and he exposed the high military technological takeover. So essentially, if we see this pan out in our lifetimes, this guy was blowing the whistle probably about 8 years ago. So yeah, check out the Talpiot program along with the Belt and Road Initiative. So much you can research on it, but it is literally a pact of people that we don't like working together, and North America is going to get left out. Like, I think we're going to get pushed into a third world sort of environment. Why? Because they're going to destroy us from within, you know, using that ideological subversion. But I think there's a lot of arguments about, you'll never take my guns, no one will ever take my guns away from me. But what if they starve us out beforehand? That's one thing I wanted to ask you guys is, do you think that they're going to try to starve us out before any sort of shooting, civil war, eating itself within conflict starts to start? Do you think they would want to do that first? I think they'd want to starve us first.
I don't know if starve is the proper thing. I think that the biggest thing that they did with the installation of Biden was cancel the Trans-Canada pipeline because
stupid ass Biden.
Because restricting our food is one thing, but there's a lot of workable land around here that can be provided for to a certain extent within the country. Oil, on the other hand, has far greater problems. And by killing basically the largest like oil pipeline that would have been able to assist in supplying both the US and Canada, then fucking over Russian oil, well, we see the effects right now.
Yeah,
hey, donate to your boy if you have any super chats or you just feel like donating. Very appreciative if you do. The link I just put down there in the chat right there. Also, Brady is unretired now.
Lol.
Yeah. He's going back as a Buccaneers quarterback.
Yep.
Yep, says right here. I knew he wasn't going to say retired. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
We neutered the entire Northeast. Like, I mean, you have Fidel Castro's bastard child running in Canada. You've got a geriatric puppet. You got a geriatric, puppet that looks like something out of a comedy skit from a ventriloquist. And you know, they don't like the populism. And I said this talking on one of Chronic's things a while ago. There are two types of globalism that are happening. The world is going to globalize. You can't stop it. You think you want to, but you can't. But there's two types. You've got the current one, the authoritarian, totalitarian, using corporate oligarchs and mega corporate things like the World Economic Forum, all that shit. And then you have populism. Like, people are like, hey, we want to be equally left alone. We want to work together, but we want to be equally left alone. And you've noticed it. There's a lot of people in other countries having this very similar views we do. And it's going parallel to the narrative. They don't have the narrative anymore. They're freaking out that they don't have the narrative anymore. I'm talking people in India are fucking sick and tired of this shit. People in Mexico are sick and tired of the shit. People in South America, like, there's people all over the world that are sympathizing with this counterculture to the globalism form, like the authoritarian globalism versus the other people. Like, we want to come together with ideas, not with boots on necks.
Yep.
Well, the big thing they're trying to do right now, the immediate thing, which it should be around a 10-year span, is to bring down the value of the dollar. That's the first thing they want to do. And
digital currency for sure too. Yeah. They're going to devalue the dollar, and then they're going to get us on a digital.
Exactly. And the more that they're friends with countries with a lot of resources, and they create their own little, currency. Because, listen, if you don't get blown to bits, all these sanctions are going to backfire on Western countries hardcore.
They already are. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to get very bad this year and beyond. If this doesn't get resolved, if they can't come to some type of truce in the future, we are beyond fucked. All right. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, whoever is in charge of him or whatever.
Well, that's
because
kind of the funny
people
thing.
That are winning in this situation are oil companies.
That's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Since theoretically all that has to be done to end this is agree to the sanctions, like, the people at the very top of this can end it whenever they want. So how much of this is being kept going, like, as a distraction or some sort of pacifism? There may be some
earn more money. The oil companies, at least.
Oil companies, yes, but like I said, they also need to use the images of the war and the conflict to keep the population pacified, since they were starting to grow resistant to the
the mandates.
To that narrative. So, like, given that it's currently March break and a bunch of lockdowns are opening up, I'm still somewhat convinced that they're going to lock everything down in about a week. I would not be surprised if that coincides with this Ukrainian conflict ending.
Why? Because of what's happening with China right now? What's happening in Hong Kong? Can't say the actual word, but
I'm not familiar with that. So
there's a gigantic outbreak again.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm expecting some new variation to pop up in about a week.
And people are going to start saying no, because people aren't going to lock down again. They're going to tell the government to fly a kite. And that's when the problems are going to get caused. And that's when that's when bodies are going to start dropping in the floor, because people are done.
I don't know.
Yep.
You've got more faith in people than I do. I'm pretty sure the most of the population.
I mean, excluding Democrat enclaves.
No, a good amount of conservatives are going to be saying, "Fuck this shit."
I know where I live would be like, "Oh hell no."
Hell, even during the current situation that I can't name, people didn't give a fuck about the mandate unless they're in the hospital. That's the only time they'll wear a mask. Everywhere else, nobody gave a fuck. At least where I was at, nobody gave a shit. You know, wear a mask or wear a mask, I don't care.
Yeah,
which how it should be.
Well, again, I'm up in fucking Kakistan, so
yeah, I know you got that. You got Justin.
My population is not quite as happy as the U.S.
Oh, the convoy that nobody's expressing right now is still going strong in the capital.
Yeah, but it's fallen out of the news cycle. So
yep, on purpose.
Everyone's fucking talking. So it gets back and like everyone's just back to fucking talking about hockey, and it's like I do not care about millionaires playing a fucking game.
Yeah, literally, this is textbook on like conspiracies and coup d'états. It follows divide, conquer, control, conglomerate, and dominate. Once they have all of those, we're at the divide part. Like we were at the divide portion just last year. They're getting ready for the conquer and control portion. They're gonna figure out how to get at you mentally, physically, spiritually. They're doing that. This is where a lot of people are buying into the nihilism and the black pill. And it's once they have that, then they're gonna coalesce what's left, and then they're gonna force everyone down with a boot. We were at divide. We had a chance to fix it, but shit happened.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to step out and get some food. Finally, it's been 7.5 hours.
Oh, yes,
for lunch.
This is the longest stream that I'm ever going to be doing.
This is long. I left like 2 hours ago. I came back and something.
No, and then Chronic streams in an hour and a half. So
I'm just keeping you guys occupied until the stream starts. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I got to step out, like get fresh stuff to drink and some food. So
it's all good. The stream will be ending very soon.
Well, yeah. Thank you, everyone. This has actually been honestly, I really love having these kinds of streams because this is where I can actually have good, honest conversations with people.
Yeah, not worried about being called a misogynist for some reason.
Shit, I can fucking talk about stuff that no one else is willing to. Like, we don't just talk about the male-female stuff here. We get to talk about, larger issues that no one else is going to because it's not comfortable to talk about, or they just don't care to begin with.
Exactly, like that one dude who got mad. I'm like, bro, do you really expect me to talk about PUAs for 7 hours straight?
I mean, you can only talk about them for so long and say, before you've covered everything. I mean,
exactly. Like, what else do you want me to say?
You have to go like into specific PUAs and so on. Like, unless you're doing that, you can't talk about it for 7 hours. You have to go in each individual person and nitpick them. Like, no one has time for that, really, unless they planned before.
You know.
All right. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Probably see you later on Chronic Stream.
Ray, is there any updates with the current?
Trial? I've got quite an extensive update. I'll be sending that to you shortly.
Fuck yeah. You guys are gonna love it, chat. I'm gonna be switching over to OBS very soon.
Nice.
But hey, see you later, Gray. Hopefully you enjoy your food and Puniti.
Puniti, everyone.
ET.
Peace out.
So, carry on. I know you've been waiting there for like an hour and a half.
That was fine.
So, what do you have to say about our current talks with Ukraine and Russia situation?
I don't know that much about like the geopolitics around that area, to be honest, and I don't really care to. I don't want to get involved in any war. I don't know why. There was like NATO was pushing their luck a little bit too much. They felt like they had the power of the world, but Russia, if it really gets pushed to the point where it can just release everything, and NATO, like those Eastern NATO countries are starting to like help out a little bit too much. They shouldn't. They really shouldn't. Like they don't have any reason they should help at all.
Yeah.
But I guess they're just like the idea of Russia being the big bad. It's just always in people's minds, and that's kind of a thing that's negative. Like we could have solved it by bringing Russia into our group, and like, okay, yeah, we don't really need NATO anymore, so let's make a new whatever organization that just like, hey, let's keep good relations with each other. We're going to trade. We're going to make sure that we don't have any bullshit happening, so everyone's on good terms. But they didn't do that. They kept on the, oh, Russia's still a dangerous threat, yada yada yada, and so on. So that didn't help at all.
Cesspool, Yeetus, are you all right? You don't sound too good. I am parched. Did not drink any water yet.
Drink water, change your socks.
I get very dehydrated when I don't drink water. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to drink water. Okay, I know. My NCO will be very disappointed in me right now.
His voice has eczema, man.
I'm serious, man. Like a red nose, like hydrating is very important in the military. Even if you have a broken leg, why you didn't hydrate enough? That's why. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the first time I heard that, I was like, what? Hydrate? Change my socks. Here's some Motrin. Thanks, Doc. I'm ready to fight the world.
Put some dirt on it.
Put some dirt in it. That'll make it.
But hey, carry on. I respect that, man. Some people don't want to deal with it, and it shouldn't even be our business in the first place. But you know how the U.S. is, you know, we're the modern day Christopher Columbus. We like to get nosy.
I just don't know why people, and also the people that believe that we should be get involved is like, should we? Do you want to go involved? Like, we're not talking about like guys that say, like, people that say this have nothing to lose, or
liberals and feminists for the most part.
Yeah, especially guys on Reddit. Like those are the people that say, and even liberals. Some liberals like, I don't want to go, and it's like some say they do. So it's like with everyone, there's always those select people that. What liberals the ones that are supposed to like say they don't want to go to school or some shit like that?
Yeah, we should go there and send some weapons. We need boots on ground, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, okay, so
I think send them.
Are you going to go or am I going to be forced to go like the Ukrainian men?
This whole situation is just bullshit, honestly. It happened perfectly. Like, every country started to pull back just before, like, or around the same time that shit started to hit the fan in that country. So, I'm not sure what's going on, or maybe they just got lucky, but it's strange. It's all a perfect coincidence and all that crap.
People tend to forget how fragile peace is. You know, that's why I love the Dark Knight movie, because Heath Ledger's Joker explained it perfectly. Of just all it takes is literally, madness is like gravity. All it takes is a little push. That's it, just a little bit, and this peaceful society will just go mad.
Oh yeah,
Like the Killing Joke, all it takes is one bad day.
Yeah, I feel like most people don't realize how societies are literally fighting back the forces of nature and reality how it is. We are literally fighting against gods technically. Nature, chemistry, everything possible so we can live a simple and perfect and peaceful life. Like you think civilizations where people live up to 30 is normal.
Yeah, that's not normal at all. Not normal at all. The before medicine and all that crazy shit, let's go back to the 1800s. The average life expectancy was 30 something years old, 40 something. I think it was 40 something years old.
Yeah, but even still, they were still more advanced than people felt 100,000 years ago. And
Right.
that's like the purest form of nature. It's brutal. No one gives a fuck what happens unless you're family or you're relying on that person. And I can honestly, people will probably living up to 30 if they were lucky. In a world without any civilizations, it's just tribes and small groups or like that. But we have forced our way through thousands of generations to get to the point that we are now. And it seems like we're so desperate to fuck it up.
We have created society so that we could protect our women and children. We as men, and just in general, did this so that we could, when we created walls and we created domiciles so that nobody could come. Because it used to be Ugg and Grug wanted a woman and they would go find her and then club her on the head and bring her back to the cave. And that's not cool. You shouldn't do that. So we're like, hey, let's put a door in front of our cave, and then that's society from there. This is what I tell these feminists: we created society. Men have created society for you, not for us. For you.
Yep, and
it just have to benefit us on the long run.
Yeah, but you don't think that men can destroy it too? Outside
That's exactly
invasion?
what we could do. I mean, there's still a foundation when men can destroy each other and do great violence. When women do it, they crack the surface and they fill it with sand. They crack it, fill it with sand, and it goes into a sinkhole.
Yep, I agree. And what I'm saying is, like, when the barbarians at the gate, who do you look at to protect you? Not your male feminist friend over there. You're looking at the manly men, us. But why should we help you? You treat us worse than trash all these years. Why should we fight for you now? I get nothing for fighting for you, for protecting you. Think on that.
See, that's sad because I really want to help people. Not I was not emotional. I was an empathetic child. I would help people where I could. But now it's just helping people is dangerous to me. And it could affect me and my family and my friends so much more. Because if I die, people are counting on me for some form of matter. And if I'm gone, what's going to happen?
Well, at this point, when it comes to help, females expect it in 2022. No matter what they do.
It's not just helping females, it's just helping society.
I know you're talking about in general. I know you're talking about with family stuff, but I'm specifically talking about females, okay? Whether it's your mother, whether it's your sister, cousin, woman you meet down the street, whatever it is, they expect you to protect them. No matter how horribly they behave, they expect you to do it.
Yeah,
that's a privilege society has gotten.
Yeah, it's the different perspective from the protagonist syndrome, from the main character syndrome. You're sitting there, you're playing your Fallout 4, you're playing your Stalker and Anomaly, and you're running around. Somebody goes, "Hey, I'm having a little bit of problems with these bandits and shit." And it's like, I'm only here to trade because society's collapsed, and I'm trying not to stick my neck out for too many people. No, you have your own settlement, you have your own guns, you have to defend yourself. Women are gonna be like, "Well, come up to men." I'm just a dude that looks like discount Pablo Escobar from Narcos. You have guns, you have AR-15s, your family has resources, help us. Are you a strong, independent woman? Where's your gun? Where's your thing? You voted for all these stuff to try to take away these resources that I'm using to defend myself and my family. You voted against your best interests. It's not my prerogative to save you from yourself.
Yep. He said it all in a nutshell. It's not my duty, it's not my job. Not anymore, at least. Because it used to be men had authority and responsibility. Okay. But now men have responsibility and no authority. That's pretty much slavery.
Yep. And like, say 3 women come to you. I need your help right now. You've got the guns. We know you. We've heard you shoot them. We've heard you throw off, like, let's say, bandits or something. The United States is collapsing. Like, oh, we need your help. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. And don't come back to try. You get this one. Don't come back and try it, because there won't be any words next time. Just bullets. Because there's only one thing. There's only one thing you can offer me, and I don't want it.
Dude, you should have shot them, man. They're gonna, if they get kidnapped, they're definitely gonna lure you them back. And like, that's how bad it is. Like, when shit gets really bad, let's just hope that we skip the tyrant phase when, because we don't know what society, like the people in charge are already planning. What if society actually collapsed and they were begging on that, they were betting on that, and as soon as it collapses, they just go full on brutal. We have like 100 years of like tyranny, and after we break free, and after this, just chaos, pure chaos. There's not a tyrant there controlling anything. It's just chaos, and after we have tyranny again, but it's more reasonable. And after we start going through the whole process again like we have before.
Yep. No, I agree 100%.
But in the end, women should not be surprised that men are like, oh, fuck this. You know, if you guys watch RPM, he put out a video, I think it was like around yesterday. There is an article of women trying to rally patriotism to have men fight on their behalf. I'm like, lady, that is long dead. That is dead and gone.
Yeah.
You really think that men are patriotic right now out of all times?
People were never patriotic, I think. They were just like, their family was there, and their family cared about their neighborhood, and their neighborhood cared about them. So it was just like, yeah, they're patriotic. But that's because people that they cared about were cared by the people around them, and now people don't care about anyone. So it's like, oh, I know my neighbor, but I've never talked to them in my whole life. If they die, I will probably never know. So it's like, yeah, that's how bad it is. Like, no one has there's no community in any form, and if they are communities, they're degenerate and decaying and toxic and poison, and anyone that interacts with them literally loses because of that. So it's like,
yeah,
what?
Yeah. The sense of community is broken, and when you try to create a good moral fiber community, even with a spectrum of ideas and ideals and philosophy, what do they call everybody? You phobic. I literally have Chad, Brad, Pajit, Tyrone, and Juan all in the same room, and you're gonna call us like, ists, phobics, and stuff like that. Like we all want to make sure that we all can live and eat in peace and survive and thrive, and yet you want to call all these things. We have literally the most diverse group right here, right now, and you're saying these things. Well, you're a man, and that's where the problem is, because you want all of us to do responsibility, and you don't want to give us any authority. You want to take all of our authority away. And mind you, we gave you a small amount of authority, and now you're trying to take the entire fucking property from just an inch.
That's why, once again, earlier in the stream, the holy books were lying. The holy texts. Thousands of years ago, they told us we need to keep these women in check.
And it's not just the Abrahamics. It's a lot. Almost all of them. All of them.
I know, but that's just the biggest example that everybody knows.
Yeah. Well, you could go to the flipping Greeks. Well, the Greeks were weird, but they believed that women were the cause of all strife in the world, like a woman. And it's like, that's just how, like, even the Romans somewhat believe that, like, the Roman civilization.
Even the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, it's like, Gilgamesh was a fucked up person for a period of time, but when he got better, he was living a good life, and a woman came and wanted him. But because he said no, that's literally me too with him.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh shit! And that's the very first religion on record.
Epic of Gilgamesh is a very good read.
Very good read. I'm surprised they're able to translate it, because that's the very first religion on record, human history.
And that just says that it was happening so often that people wrote it down. It's like, yeah, it happens. We know what happens.
Look what happened when we just gave them a little bitty titty. Okay, we'll give you a right to vote. Not even 100, but a little over 100 years later, look what's happening. Look at society now.
But it's not, 100 years. Yeah, 1920, I think 1920, 21 was when they actually ratified it into the Constitution. Exactly 100 years later, and look what happened.
Look what happened to society. Look at the results. We fucked up. Well, we didn't, but our ancestors, few generations ago, fucked up.
Yeah.
But when did men get the right to vote in America? Because I heard it was like pretty close to the time that.
Well, it used to be just property owners. And then they were like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Taxpayers and tax-paying men. And most of the time, your property owners were your taxpayers. And then they extended it to renters because as society and we were becoming more urbanized and becoming industrialized, they, along with population and to be able to have better representation. So they try to do that. So this makes sense. It kept on going and going until like, well, we want the vote, but there's responsibilities that men still have to do. You had selective service, the draft. You had to be willing to go out and join the fire brigades. Like these are, in order to have the right to vote, you had to have the societal responsibilities as par and parcel to the social contract. What we've done now is we've watered down the right to vote so much that there is no way for us to really understand the actual societal responsibilities, because what are the modern day responsibilities of a tax-paying, registered to vote American male of average white, African / black or Hispanic heritage?
Pay taxes. That's literally it. Pay taxes and probably go to war, but most times you're not going to get drafted. So most time people don't get drafted. So yeah, it's just pay taxes, and if something really strange happens out of the norm, you're going to get drafted, some bullshit like that.
Mm-hmm. See what you're saying, man. But hey, does anybody else have anything to say before I do my outro monologue?
Yeah, I got something really quick. I think a lot of us want to know when the shit is going to change and when people are going to wake up. And it's the moment that men stop thinking like women and the majority of blue pill simps become red pill and essentially no longer worship women and don't let their biology rule them. And I don't think that's ever going to come. So we just all need to prepare for the worst that's coming and hope that we survive. That's all we can really aim for and do as men, because this is a never-ending subject of how we've collectivified our ideas here.
Well, it took generations for society to get this way. It is definitely going to take generations for it to turn it around, starting with us.
Yep.
Now I don't care about society. I'm talking about after the fact. We need to pretty much start over.
But we're going to need people with skills for that. So I say the best thing in that situation is make sure you get people that are like-minded to you as possible and find a way that you can build, it's like building an ark, technically. Build an ark with people that you can trust. Doesn't actually be an ark, but somewhere safe from everyone else's eyes and somewhere far away from people. You need to do that. And when shit hits the fan, really, you can, okay, we're going to build back society with new rules so we don't do the same shit that we did again. And we need to write down the mistakes that we made, because people do not understand. Like, we're going to forget in the future. We always forget. We do not live hundreds of years. So in 100 years from now, we might be doing the same mistakes that we're doing now, or maybe 200, but we need to make sure that future generations understand we did this mistake and these are the consequences of our actions.
Yep. Write it down and keep all recordings of the shenanigans on social media. That'll be enough proof.
Yep.
But thank you all for joining, man. We just hit 8 hours.
Damn.
That's the longest I've ever done a stream. That's probably the longest I'll ever do a stream again. I just had a lot of time on my hands today. But thank you all for joining. And Puniti.
Puniti. Appreciate you.
Yep. Peace out. And it's just me, your boy, Sir Yeetus. I know you guys pretty much already heard my recent rant about PUAs and coaches within the Manosphere. And also, yes, if you guys still want to donate, if you guys still want to ask me a question or you just want to say anything, go ahead and donate to paypal.me/Yeetus. All donations are appreciated. I always will have a thing against PUAs and quote unquote coaches, okay? Because their practice on how they give out the red pill information is very disingenuous. If they really are for men being the best versions of themselves, if they really are for men to get the best advice, they wouldn't have 100 paywalls. They wouldn't make you pay hundreds, thousands of dollars just for some mediocre advice. They shouldn't have to make you pay 1 cent for advice. Okay? Because like I said, once again, the Warband is very appreciative if you guys decide to donate to the Warbands, to donate to our separate channels, because that's the only way that we're able to up our production, up our content, all right? And that's all we plan on using the donations for, okay? Unlike the coaches and the PUAs, this is their sole line of work. They need this to keep the lights on. They need this to put the food on the table. That's why they will do whatever it takes to get inside your wallet. They don't give a fuck about you. They give a fuck about your wallet. And like I said before, they're no different than I wouldn't say Twitch Nazi's time. They're no different than the OnlyFans girls, okay? They're trying to take simps away from the OnlyFans girls and make these simps come to them, okay? They want these vulnerable men to simp for these PUAs and coaches in the Manosphere so you can give them money, okay? What kind of man that is for men to be the best version of themselves if they literally stop their show, if they don't have enough likes, if they don't have enough donations? Are they really there for you, gentlemen? Please show a time where the Warband has done any of that. Please tell me. Because any money that we get is out of you guys' kindness. It's not because we halt our entire operation just so we can extort money out of you. That ain't the Warband. Okay? The Warband is definitely for all men seeking knowledge. Just remember, gentlemen, and just like what Undead Chronic said, if they have PUA in the title, if they have coach whatever in the title, coach next to the name, don't trust it. Don't trust it whatsoever. Because this is Undead Chronic's 3rd or 4th time exposing these coaches, exposing these PUAs, exposing these quote-unquote red pillars, that they do not practice what they preach. What they put in front of a camera is not what they practice behind the screens, behind closed doors. And do you really want to be listening to those type of people? Just think on that, gentlemen. Think on that. This was a very long stream. Thank you, everybody who decided to donate and continue to donate. Thank you very much. Hopefully, you guys had your daily dose of red pills. And I am out. Peace.